Good evening. 3 seconds in. It's afternoon, really. It's something. And somewhere around the world, it's 5 o'clock. Mwahaha. Or whatever. On Earth, it would be 12 noon. We're going to refresh. Are we there yet? We are there yet. On Earth, it would be 12 noon. Comes from 1962's Twilight Zone episode. To serve man. It's a cookbook. That was my best 1962 lady voice. I did so good. Once they remake it, I'm sure they'll hire me as a voice actor. Mwah, ha, ha. All that and then some. Sorry, again, putting junk on your screen. Because I'm still going solo. 30 seconds. Did I make it? Oh, I went way past. Well, I'm trying to put it on the other screen. Let's go back to home screen. We'll do some news react video. No, we'll do that after. Let's do the two bells. The bell is dinged twice. Let's check it out. Blam. This was on the video at Lock and Loaded yesterday. Four hours ago. Let's look. Somebody just replied to one of the, I guess I must have replied to it yesterday. Or maybe it's just because I put a thumb on it. Something, Westbrook, 772, 4 hours ago said, in short, NC is a must-tell state. You must notify any police officer approaching your vehicle that you have a firearm, concealed carry permit, or open carry. Good answer. Good answer. Okay. Back to that. Back to that. Now let's look at that one. If you open carry, what's the best thing to do when you get pulled over? If you do not have a concealed carry permit, alert any officer and have it visible to the officer. Yeah, okay, sorta. Don't worry about visibility to the officer. If it's on your majority right-hand side, snapped in under your seatbelt, just hold your hand still. Let them know. Don't point, gesture, or move your hands until you feel 100% sure that officer has their brain switched on in such a way that they won't bust a cap in your ass. And then I can't have it over there. Sorry. I only have two little screens. And if I put that one over there, I can't see the timestamp. Done with comments on lock and loaded TV's video yesterday. I got nobody in my Discord. I got nobody in my viewers, listeners, and I got nobody in the chat. Let's do the headlines. Headlines. Not real headlines. What YouTube thinks are important. YouTube main screen. Turn on. When log. And I'll grumble. All gripe. I'm still using 3-year-old plus a few months keyboard that is getting more and more key missing. It says, you didn't press me. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. No. The new one, the replacement is on the way. Hate to see you go, keyboard, but you're gonna. so I don't get mad at you and smash you. LA Mayor Karen Bass posts bizarre video amid growing calls to resign, says Sky News Australia. For those of you that don't know, Sky News Australia, wherever they are, they might be in .au. That's a metals or an elemental or something. They like to twist and skew and lean a certain direction, like roddy, roddy, raw, I imagine. Especially the women's libbers of my generation. Just like they did with the lady that was in charge of Secret Service. Burn the witch. They don't care what her color is really, as long as it's a woman that we can humiliate and treat crappy and shame and blame, and whoever's calling for her to resign, well, then you run for mayor and do better. I don't care one way or the other. If the people have spoken, I guess we should look at Karen Bass, Los Angeles. Hello, George.
Hello. What happened to the email text?
I'm sorry, what?
The emails and text. Are you going to email or text? I didn't know you were coming on today.
I
I
sent
thought you.
several emails and 2 texts. But make sure I didn't send it to the wrong people.
I just
This
curious. We can handle this later. Move on.
to
'Cause I got the
George.
email from yesterday.
Well, I sent you another one
I got the
today.
email yesterday.
Checking your junk or
Wonder why I
spam
didn't.
folder. Oh no, I only sent you one text. I sent the other ones 2 texts. I sent you text at 3:25 p.m. It says delivered. It doesn't say read.
Huh?
Where is phone?
My
Election
mistake.
results. So in 2022, let's find out. Because this we know is all that matters until we hate who we loved. New York Times has a paywall on it. Here we go. 54.8 to 45.2. That's just an absolute destruction. She kicked his butt. Whoever you are, Rick Caruso, are you okay? Have you been healed? Taking a thrashing like that must have hurt. Somewhere close to 90,000 votes. It's like, for my brother's benefit, a gazillion, like, for real. She won the vote. She's innocent. She's sovereignly immune. Oh, I mean, burn the witch. Karen Bass. Headlines. Let's make sure we put headlines. Karen Bass. Poor baby. Bye bye. You knew this was going to happen when you took the job. Fires? No. Sooner or later, they would turn on you. Here they come, the little angry peasants with their pitchforks and their torches. Hmm. Not a good pun for the big city on fire. Oh, I don't know who that is. Suspect from Police Activity Channel. Good channel. Go check them out. A lot of their stuff you got to be age verified for, because it shows police being cops. Suspect fleeing police at high speed causes multi-car crash. He doesn't look too upset about it. He looks kind of smiley. Or maybe that's a grimace. I don't know. SpaceX trying to catch Starship Super Heavy Booster. Yeah, man, Elon Musk got it. He's got it. Don't worry about it. LA fires. Our house is burning down. So they got official update on devastating. I guess devastation and devastating are the new words. What happened to apocalyptic? Huh. Dude, like for real? That was so last week. What you need to know about Los Angeles fires as the fight continues. Fight, fight, fight. Devastation of the LA wildfires. But it says, in single quotes, all caps, we will rebuild. And then MSNBC says, single quotes, finally some good news, colon, winds to ease as fire crews make progress. Very good, very good, yay. The lovely, lovely lady from Armed Attorney says, thumbs down, 2 of them. Hated it. Supreme Court refuses to fix Maryland anti-gun law. I know nothing about it. And when they came from Maryland, I was not from Maryland, so I said nothing. I did nothing. When they went for California, blah, blah, blah. Said nothing, did nothing. When they came for me, there was no one left. Elizabeth said hi. I think people who run from the police and cause a chase should not be able to get another license until they have paid the state for all the damage. And the state should have immediate cover for. Here we go. What's wrong with this picture? And the next little piece is cover for victims. And their insurance has to be paid back as well. Lovely jobs pay it back. Raking the forest and sorting recycling at every dump. Well, Elizabeth, you're much kinder to me. I think people who do injury and property damage should be exiled. Escape from LA, where they convert LA to a prison, is now available, rated R, free, on the YouTube. Yeah, I'm one of them super tough on crime peoples. Trump's expansionist rhetoric. Greenland, Canada, Panama. Panama. Van Halen song. Why does Trump want the Van Halen song? I don't understand. From the Straight White American Jesus podcast. I'm sure it's good. I'm sure they explain Trump better than Trump explains himself. I told my wife again this morning, and she smiled a big smile. I said, will we make it? Can we please make it? I'm hoping, I'm praying, I'm wishing, I'm good vibing the universe. Joe Biden quit. And then Kamala announce. Well, it's only 4 days. Let's let him have it now. I'm full of fear and anxiety and everything else that something important will happen between now and the 20th. You'll see, we almost made it. Horseshoes and hand grenades and almost. Hurry up, Donald Trump. Get them to vote to skip the next 4 days and just take over. Do something. I'm not really. I'm not that big of a ninny. Somebody was pregnant. Oh, imagine that. That's news. Woefully incompetent, says Piers Morgan. I think I saw that already. Well, I'm done with the headlines. Supposed to be done with that. Bye bye, Karen Bass. Burn that witch. That's why we hire you women, so we can fire you. Lift you up and throw you down. Haven't you figured that out yet? You silly girls. Silly gooses. Where shall we go next? To the list? Hello? Is George home?
I'm here.
Okay.
Mm.
Let's go to the list. I don't remember what's
Mm.
on the list. Oh, very important. All of us playing with internet's live for a minute. Let me read out the warnings. I got them in the description today. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, adult, because everybody's born at their apex of wisdom and adultery in America these days. Knowing their ever changing, fluid genderness. But I mean, kind of adult, grown up. If that bothers you, go away. Complex. Some of these, I'm a very simple person. Sometimes life is kind of complex. If complications are complex, or you have to count on your fingers, 1, 2, free. What's the road to freedom? 1, 2, free. If any of that bothers you, if we slip and say gun, gotcha, that kind of thing. But in that, last night, when I tried to copy paste my little log and my little comment, let's go there. Well, I closed the tab. I was like, why did I leave that other tab open? Yup, yup, yup. Did I make a log note? Oh, community standards caution from yesterday. I heart you, YouTube. Thank you. Do better.
What did we do wrong?
I typed things, but that's why I left it to discuss. So at least you and me and Elizabeth will get something out of it. We didn't get fired, and it wasn't a bell thing or anything else. Yay, YouTube. Why I said heart, and yay to YouTube. Go to my channel. View your channel. When I tried to copy paste my comment with the timestamps and logs, it said caution, I think. Hang on. I'll tell you what it said. How do I know? I keep detailed files. It would be in screenshots. Hope no nudie girls show up. Oh, wait. I don't have screenshots of those. They're always available on the internet. It said, help us keep comments respectful. And then it gave me this little snip. Fire, fire, fire. That's all it said.
I,
It said, if you're
I
not
thought we were
sure.
very.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I thought we were very respectful.
Wait for it. If you're not sure whether your comment is appropriate, review the community guidelines. They don't help. I have said many times on many streams. Elizabeth said, at my age, few things bother me. Well, then please get hired as a human bot. Convince them that you are AI that has a high electric bill. So they just need to pay you a high electric bill price to really look at these things and help it improve. Did we make a mistake? Let us know. The problem is I didn't keep the let us know link or any of this other stuff. I'm like, huh. But it was very late. We did a good, had fun, really great streamery yesterday. Well into on Eastern time. this morning. What had happened is I fell back into a habit of mine of calling natives of the North American region Injuns. Injuns. Elizabeth said, our hometown is burnt to ashes. I am old and conservative. I did not see anything that offended me. Yes, I would take the job of setting what the bots look for. The little old ladies who get, that's all right. It's in text, it's in chat. Now it's on the video. So yesterday, go to yesterday. For
Peace.
you, pause. I heard a little speak of George. Was that yesterday or was that right now?
What?
It must have been yesterday's when I clicked the video. We've had 17 views. One of them is me when I wasn't logged in, I think. So what the problem was, and man, it took me the better part of 40 minutes of cutting, pasting, copy, pasting. Number one, and I didn't put a correction on it. Oh, I have to go edit this. Let me get it in edit mode. See how it says 14 hours ago, edited? Here we go. Edit. And get ready, Elizabeth. Because in this one, and I didn't put a community standards written note, but now we know. Sorry, I switched back, George, to the chat. She finished her statement. ...
Okay.
The little old ladies who get upset over things are not the main users of social media and should not be the ones who tell others what to say. We are Native Americans, since everyone else wants to call us Aborigines and Indigenous and whatever. We activated Elizabeth. That's good. It's in a $35,000 special class on bicultural respect. I learned means like the weeds on different sides of a gully and those bunny critters waiting for civilization to help us, but okay. I think my blood and our enrolled cards should free us what to say. Hey, yeah, and this is another one. But what if I don't choose to identify me by racial stuff? Because you can't at YouTube. Is there a privilege card? Like if you found the secret setting and convinced them that you were black or African American or whatever we're supposed to call them now, dark tanned people, would they be allowed to type the N word with a hard ER on the end because they say so? So I can understand kind of, and YouTube didn't. It just said maybe, could be offensive, possibly. Problem number one, they show me the top two lines of the comment. This is a very long comment. In no way was I able to make it point me in the direction of, but what did I type in here that is offensive? At 52:30, I typed a note somewhere between 52 and 1 hour and 1 minute. I thought this has to be it, where I put Israel, Jew, and Palestine, Gentile, Muslim, Arab. Oh no, that was not a problem. Right in front of Indians, right here, Native Americans, all the names. I had put what Elizabeth usually calls just trying to type less, and it's how we do. She does it by habit. It doesn't offend me or anybody else. NDN, the three letters. Okay, that was one of the problems. That could be offensive. Right here, where I hard bracketed, this was the real deal. that once I got rid of NDN, now this was the next culprit. Because this is where I had written out INJUN. I don't have any way to document this in today's comments, so everybody will just have to listen. Listen and learn. Trying to run your YouTube. So, injuns. I'm not allowed to type that. I guess we can say it any old way we want to, and I'll have to go back and edit the thing and put derogatory or something, or maybe YouTube automatically puts it in when there's words that aren't supposed to be said in the world, and it's another way that I do try to learn what I can and can't say, is I don't go back and listen to my whole streamery live thing. I open up the transcript and scroll it, and wherever YouTube puts, let's make a note here, trying to behave, trying to learn. I'm a learning machine. Ha ha. Open. Right, let's put streamers or other video. Go back to your video after and scroll the transcript. YouTube auto-generated CC puts hard left bracket 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 underlines, maybe it's 4 underlines, and then a right hard bracket on words that should not be said or written, like R, 4, P, number 3, SX, AX, blah blah. I'm learning. Except break and then AWW for a cup of coffee that was freshly made. What is that about? How is it offensive? For people such as us, card enrolled members of Native nations that are still doing without water because their chairpersons fight about water so it does not get into pipes, I think we have a right to say that they do not get it. If that is a more lovely, I am submitting proposals on all native water systems to be installed within 24 months, fighting off those who want to live natural. Yeah. Live natural. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Okay, back to the comment. So, what I had typed there was INJUN. Problem next I have is, look right down here. Sorry, George, you have to wait for the, if you put an S on the end, it's okay. Tutu. Brother standards. And right down here at 01:52:00, I did it again. Only this first one. Someday the bot will figure out, or YouTube and Google bar, and this is probably what happened to my Facebook. Being a computer programmer is what I know. They've hired a bunch of geniuses that find an error, promote the message. But that's as far as now when you resubmit or repost or edit, it only looks as far as where the original error was. It's broken. Someday they'll fix it. And then this will get me banned. And no, at least as far as I've heard, YouTube isn't that mean yet. Not as bad as my Facebook. That was a mistake by bad employees that I should have never allowed to have been hired by the bad managers. But what's a poor boy like Mark Zuckerberg to do? So I'm going to copy. And nope, I'm not going back and editing my own text file. And putting, this is why I said I had to, in my checklist, I said, I must painfully slow crawl and fix so many more occurrences of the key word that activated the bot, but only the first time. It is a people. How dumb. But it is what it is. So, for the sake of my sleeping at night, 5 years from now, see, relation to that woman, Ms. I did it again. Holy criminal. There. See, I can't just say what I like to say. Even if what if it is my native tongue? What if I sign an affidavit? And for whatever reason, because I kept having to try to remember where I was, so put an extra carriage return, cut a line, save. Nope, put the line back, make some more space, remove the previous space. It just never worked. There's gaps everywhere. Uh, engine, number 9. I fixed the show title, lots of warnings and stuff. And I guess I'll go back later. I'm not going to waste time on this stream staring at this anymore, trying to figure out what else did I do that was possibly offensive. And here's the trick. I have to copy paste this whole thing as it is. I have a solution. I'm not going to sit here and read the whole thing 900 times. Especially because I'm kind of in a hurry. Where's my saves button? Save. Save it so you're not in edit mode. Copy it. Go to a new comment and paste and try to submit or save your comment. And if there's still anything else wrong new because it's a new comment, then it'll tell you the next one. Or it'll save your comment. That's what lets you know no more possibilities. And now you got to delete that comment and it will reorder your comments. See how I had to pin this one because the previous one I don't want. I apologize again. The log timestamps is being community standards caution. I didn't want that sitting on top of the real comment. Yay, and I saw it, Elizabeth. I'm trying to keep up. Trying to run my mouth and my eyes and my fingers. Multitasking. That's for kids. We are Native Americans, and most of us have worked hard to get water, food, medical, and legal care for natives who often do not speak American, let alone English. I work with gangs. They have words they use, no one else allowed. I would say this to the bot, but I always feel unoffended when someone tells me how to be a proper native. Yeah, big wampum. So silly. There, we have did it. Enough for today. I KIA'd the engines. Blah, 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 blah. Checklist. Oh, I got it. Community standards. I sent it in the email. Apparently, Yahoo decided George had had enough of my email. I don't know. Did you get email, Elizabeth? She's at Yahoo as well. Where shall we go from here? So much, and it all overlaps and ties together. Native American. I made much ado on Facebook. Maybe I offended some natives. Huh. Ah, man, there's so many things that the very pretty young white girl with sparkling, obviously not Injun, Indian. It's very offensive to me, all of you Americans, including the idiots that signed the 1776 paper. How absolutely
Apparently,
derogatory you talk about the people from India that you idiots mistook for the Newfoundland inhabitants. But okay.
apparently, no one got your email.
She said no email to me. It's there. I didn't get any bounce backs this time. Yet. Yahoo likes to play games. I'm not logging in the remoter to check it out. Where are we at? 40. Yahoo! Do you? Yahoo! Okay, well, let's solve this. Elizabeth, in the first email you ever sent about Val Kilmer, you said life and career. So one of the questions in one of the emails I sent you this morning was based on your other email saying, man, that was fun, good, Val Kilmer, we should do someone else. So are we done with Val Kilmer? I can put an X on him? Or should we? Val Kilmer, question mark. Read her last comment. We'll wait for a response to this one. Indian and savage have been always very offensive to me, but the bot does not care about an elder who is enrolled and should be allowed to speak my own way about my own people. I am card carrying enrolled. And I'm not offended. I don't care. I'm glad they were truthful and honest and being their true selves when they wrote and signed. That's who people were. I wish we could be more honest and say whatever the hell we want to say today. Would it have been better if they said, oh, the inhabitants of the frontiers, those lovely, peaceful people that we don't understand why they just suicide on our bayonets and our muskets. Silly engines. Grow up. I said it would be adult content stuff. If I must market age required later, I will. Oh yes, we are done with that. Huh. Finito. Finished. Good, because I'd hate to dig into the drama and the crap of stars, and he gave to the wrong charity and some secret stuff. All right, Val Kilmer, we're done with you. Thank you, sir. Except, here we go again. Talk about being offense. Somebody go cancel culture the missing. But don't. I'm joking. Don't take that out of context. Oh,
What
here we go. Because we talked
did you?
about it so much and because they mentioned Val Kilmer in it. Huh. Except 39, 30, I watched Missing last night. 110. Pause. Think. 210. Pause. Think. Holy cow, that is bad. I bet 25 times I reached over there to anything else. No. You started this. Finish it. It is the only thing it's got going for it in my book. Here we go. Spoiler alert. I put it in the description. I sent it in the emails. I agree with you that people should say what they mean and mean what they say, honestly. It sure makes life easier. And I'm a life career mediator and trainer of mediation projects. Yeah. All of that, all of the above. I'm a total. If you don't like what someone has to say or how they advertise, if they put swastikas up in their little shop window and say Aryan master race that can trace their lineage back to whatever Adolf and company, only, nobody else. We are nasties. Then don't shop there. And it's not, I don't know what the hell, 1912 or whenever we decided in this country that we were so damn bored and we had so little to worry about that now what we had to worry about was kicking free thought out of our neighbors' heads. I don't care. You think that's going to fly in 2025 in America? I think it would. A lot of people would go there because they get to feel like they get to be open and honest and breathe fresh air in the exclusionary private club that they want to join. I don't care if it's wrong in someone else's book. That's the glory of America. I don't have to shop there. I saw the trailers and did not watch Missing. I thought it was not worthy of the real people who are missing and those who hunt for them. I helped put those projects together in many areas. Yeah. The Missing, and it took me a while. I've told George Elizabeth before. It, I put it in a note. I hate you, Yahoo. Where's the emails? Because I copy pasted the whole thing. My poor P word, my women's, my woman, my wonderful, yes, that's how she identifies. She, her, woman, all the above. Last night when we were talking about, I couldn't remember his name, and it's escaping me right now, except I wrote it down below in the checklist this morning. She was watching that guy, Tucker Carlson, the ketchup man. I don't remember if he's the ketchup guy or if he married the ketchup heiress. That's my derogatory towards him. I'm sure he don't care. You're like, what? They call me that? Let me check my bank balance real quick. Error. Too many bank balances to fit in a modern computer. Yeah, I'm okay. They're not hurting me. Anyway, she was listening to Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson was interviewing the mother of some guy who self-unalived. Something to do with AIs and all this other stuff. And this kookiness of all the kookinesses that twisted me around to thinking, oh, and I just watched last night the movie about all the little blonde girls, all white people in the time era of the missing 2003, whatever that was supposed to be in movie Landia, were very pale skinned white women with shiny, shiny blue eyes. It could only been worse if they'd have had the Mexicans in modern day, like denim overalls with grease all over them because they all work on cars. It was so in your face. And here's the other thing about the white people. They're not racist and mean and whatever because that's how white people do. It's because they're so effing stupid they can't figure out that it's wrong. It is offensive, I imagine, to everybody on planet Earth. White people aren't that stupid. And then there's voodoo dolly crap, magic Indian, huh? Big spirit. He takes some of her hair out of her hairbrush and twists it up into a string and I don't know, sniffs coke out of the fire. I don't know what the hell is going on, but that somehow makes her have boils all over her skin and faints, and then they have to read the Bible to cure her of it. It is so absurd on so many levels. Hated
Now
it.
tell us, now tell us how you really feel about
I just did 2 snaps and a whatever from,
that. Was a joke.
yeah. I have not begun to spoiler alert it. I could do a serious Mauler style. Maybe I'll send him an email or a PMs or a DMs or something I don't do. How the kids these days communicate. Please do a unbridled rage on this absolute trash. I smiled. I did. Sitting there in my absolute misery, thinking, who wrote this poop? Like in my day, we could say, who wrote this SH1 plus? You figure it out yourself. Right out in public, we could say that. Nobody mind. The puritanical on the face lie lady next door to us who was a school teacher and blah 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 and a church elder and a church everything and a churchly church. Whenever we as little kids would say S dash hit, she would say, you can't say that. Say Scheisse. That's the German word for shit.
No kidding. Scheisse. That was one of my first German words I learned how to speak.
Yeah, me too. Because the super puritanical who says you can't say poop spelled a certain way says you can say it in German. She
No,
also
mine.
taught us Arschloch. It means asshole. What in the world? So it's okay to cuss in German.
No, it was a little girl next door who only spoke German, and at a certain point, we got pissed at each other, and I learned how to cuss her out in German. I mean, I was barely in first grade at the time.
See how hard we try in America to treat people fair and speak in their native tongues? There, a little bit.
Now, I did get soaked and whooped for doing that by my grandma, who heard it, who spoke fluent German.
Yeah. Elizabeth said, I remember when you and the other students from your school saw signs going up on stores of refugees that said no Americans allowed. We helped the county convince them that was not okay in America. If they did not like it, go back to their own country. Yeah. But if they were here lawfully, if they were here illegally, what we should have done is thrown them in the ocean. I mean, in a boat and give them a map back to their homeland. But if
Give
they
them
were
a
here
yeah.
legally, whatever. All right, you don't want Americans there? Cool.
Well, a
Don't
lot of them,
anybody do something stupid like, the old Ted Kaczynski crap. Don't be bombing or firebombing people's place because they say things you don't like. Park
give
your
them May
violence
West,
at the door.
give them May West, throw them in the middle of a chum spill.
Yeah. Oh my God, that movie was so awful. What'd I say? 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10. No, now that I'm rethinking it and speaking it out of my mind, no, it's a 110. God, that was awful, George.
Elizabeth, I agree with you. It's like a group that moved next to a pig farm in Texas, then tried to sue the pig farm to stop breeding pigs because pigs are unclean and it's against our religion to have duty. Then why'd you buy next to a pig farm? It's been there for over 100 years, and all they do
Oh,
is
you
pig.
you must be talking about that Sampson County madness about 6 years, 7 years ago. Holy
No, this one
shit.
was in Texas. This one was in Texas.
Oh, they did it here too. They came up with all the reasons why the people who had been living here less than 10 years used the government to shut down, I don't know, a 170-year-old farm. The dust and the this and the that, and there might be causing mold and the hog waste lagoons and this and that. And they just drove them and suing them all the time and having, and Cumberland County harass them and eat out their substance. That's another reference back to a dotty old document that we don't acknowledge in America anymore. When the neighbors call the paint police on you,
Mm-hmm.
that's what they did to this. It's like a 170-year-old farm. Probably imports from California.
Yeah,
My
but how
dad
do they
used
make
to
it in
say,
government so fast?
yeah, because they bring that California gold rush money out here. And money. My uncle Bernard, who was not my uncle, except that my grandmother had to sign foster papers to adult foster him so that she could collect his money. Well, and then whatever. My uncle Bernard was rather rude. It's a good thing, I guess. I still have never seen an obituary. And now I'm kicked off Facebook, whereas the only communications I had with his children. Um, if it's brown, flush it. And his other saying was, "Here's the golden rule: the man with the gold makes the rules."
Well, pretty soon they might. He who has the copper and lead makes. I hope not.
I have
That
an
would be.
advantage in that division, so I'm okay with it. At least that's honest. It's a stand-up fight.
Yeah.
George is talking about pugilism, in case you didn't know. That's what we used to call it in the old languages: copper and lead. Fisticuffs. Pugilisms. Of course, with safety gloves on and safety helmets.
Emphasize on the pew.
Exactly. My dad used to say to Mom, just to peeve her, that he wished the Native Americans had tossed the immigrants into the ocean. It's funny. Altadena Dairy. Once in Altadena was moved when the new people from Pasadena came in and did not like the smell. They moved to Azusa, a few miles away, then Norco, now they are in Texas. I told my sisters and brothers in farmlands, better get lost. If you don't like animals or plants, don't move here. And we do not want to pay higher taxes to put in sidewalks. Yeah,
Yeah, Cumberland County's on a sidewalk kick too.
they all are. Los Angeles started it 25, 30 years ago. This beautifications and renovations and blah, blah, blah. What the idiots didn't remember, and they did it bad in my little town of Dunn. And I wish I could roll back the time. And if we're going to do war, we're going to do war the real way. Not making the little old ladies cry because you ran the front of their building in with your damn subcontractor bulldozer. Oh, I guess that building can't be repaired and beautified. True story. F you,
I
City
believe
of Dunn. Can't wait till all
it.
you old decrepits die slow like the former mayor did.
No, it's just city of Fayetteville's putting in sidewalks where no one wants them, no one asked for them. Same thing with the medium. In fact, they're putting in mediums. All that's going to do is hurt the businesses that are thriving that road because people can now can't once the mediums go in, they can't turn into those businesses.
Yeah, Elizabeth said he passed last year. I did not find an obituary either, but he was very bitter after a rich kid threw joints out of his pocket at a party, and the big foster brother got sent to youth authority for it. Yeah, he he got sent to the penitentiary. As soon as he turned, I think 17 and a half, they said, well, you're an adult. They upgraded his charge and his conviction without ever visiting a court, and he went. And the youth authority in California is less than 18-year-old prison. You would rather go back and see, I talked about last stream or two streams ago, Sean Penn's 1982 or 83 movie Bad Boys for youth offenders. In California, they called them back for starting in the 60s, the gladiator academies. That's where you're going to go to learn how to be a red rumming, zero conscious villain. I mean, you're going to get whatever they call it, penal systemed corrections. You're going to get corrections and you're going to be a model citizen and blah, 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 blah. And I think it was some H word, or it might have been a big brick of Mary Jane. Doesn't matter what it was. And it happened to my real uncle. One of them was in a Carmen Gia. I think that was Beanard. And one of them was in a, I don't remember what Uncle Ham said he was driving when they cop showed up. Party's over, time to go home. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And a bunch of the rich lily whites that live around, the rich Bel Airs and Malibus and everything else at the gathering that were looking for some hard drugs, for the help, of course. You got to reward the help. So when the cops were chasing the one with the big brick of heroin, they ran by and threw it into the convertible. I don't remember if it was. It's one of those, man. You can't make this up. Two guys at about the same age had somebody dump off their baggies or their packages of crap on them, and the cops are like, "Oh, Brown, Brown is going down." They're not gonna chase after, and both of them kind of slow on their feet from either having been born before the thankfully we don't have to live with that anymore polio vaccinations,
Yeah.
or they got it too late. Both of my uncles, and he was a papered foster child of my grandmother. That makes him my uncle. Both of my uncles one whose grandmother, real grandmother, said she was Spanish royalty and she needed to be treated better. And then she'd blow herself up on her California gas stove. True story. She was so old. I don't remember. Elizabeth, do you remember how old was Beanard's grandmother up there in Santa Barbara? Holy cow, best chili. Cooked on a gas stove, tortillas with butter smeared on them on earth. As long as you lit the stove for her, because you'd hear that gas hissing, and then you'd hear that strike anywhere match, kitchen matches, strike anywhere, going click, 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 and then you hear whoosh. ¿Qué pasa? Bernard, ¿qué pasa? She lit herself and her kitchen on fire so many times.
The whole time I was growing up, my dad with his other so that's how I refer to him today, stepbrother, not my stepmother, the other had a gas stove. And every now and then, you pilot light wouldn't really work. So when you turn it on, it wouldn't poof up itself. But dad always says, if that's the case, turn it off, wait a couple of minutes, the gas dissipate, then strike the match, then turn the gas on. But he had two of them. He had two full gas ranges. He didn't like waiting. When he cooked, he wanted it all done at the same time.
So Elizabeth said about the police that, the rich guys had good lawyers, poor judgment, hanging around losers. You will be judged by the company you keep, even if your company you keep doesn't get judged. Oh, if they say that this is a racist country and has been from the beginning, and it's systemic, meaning in every way, then why is it offensive for us to say, even in super pure California, if it's endemic or systemic, that means you too. And true story. Or maybe it is just green. If you ain't got
Okay,
enough money to afford 100 super overpriced California attorneys, well, you're the bad guy. You're going to jail. It was a little
my
convertible, I think a Carmen Gia green. We called it the little toad.
my question is, what country in the world, where's this utopia that there is no prejudice whatsoever?
Including the mindless. Okay, let me be back to my. Blessedly naive, but you're not allowed to call people blessed because it has a religious connotation. Luckily.
Bless their heart.
Yeah, well, in Southern, that means F them in the ancient Cherokee tongues. Bless their pea pickling little blighty blighty. Oh, yeah, really? Hang them up by their feet and let their skin off? For reals? Beware the Southern ladies that say such things. If they say bless your heart, run.
Or
Walk.
bless
Don't
your little
walk.
heart. No, or bless your little heart. That's a double whammy.
Get yourself on your feet. Start to pop. I mean, on your knees and elbows. Kiss their feet. Apologize. Don't mess up their Southern lady shoes now. You can't run faster than she could pull that pin out of her hair and throw it into your spine.
Uh,
They were California Spanish, the land grant Spanish, the Santa Barbara Museum from both the De La Torre and the Robles Ranches. Yes, those stoves were funny.
so,
Mission, not
okay,
museum. I truly despise autocorrect. Yeah.
here's my thought on that. If we're if we're going to recognize Spanish land grant, we have to recognize the fact they stole the land first. If they stole the land,
Yep.
And then once you look at whoever had it before them, look at who had it before that person, and who had it before that person, and who had it. Gosh, how many times did it change hands? I mean, because the Crow and the Blackfeet, which are they call them tribes, uh, have been fighting since they can remember. It's two groups of people that dislike each other intensively. Now they have learned to get over themselves somewhat in modern time, probably because their reservations are right next door to each other.
Are you talking about Blackfeet and the Crow?
Blackfeet and Crow, yeah.
Boo, boo.
They're kind of northern Midwest for the most part. They do go as far as the Yellowstone, but they don't go any further than Yellowstone that I know of. But they go all the way uh, to Chicago area at one point. They weren't amongst the in like the Cheyenne and the others who took to the horse. They were more hoofers, as in they ran away everywhere. They didn't take to the horse till much, much, much later.
Yep. All right.
And just
Elizabeth said. Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's not like the Comanche who took the horse like a duck takes the water, because they used to be beat up all the time by the Navajo, the Hopi, and the Apache until they took to the horse. And then they became the raiders and conquerors and rippers and RIPER, RIPPER, ripper.
Yeah. Yep. Racism is not prejudice. Racism has to have the power of the system behind it. People just do not get that. You can dislike, hate, not talk to anyone, but you cannot harm them or hurt their property rights. Also part of the
That part,
master's degree in bicultural development specialty and Peace Institute classes. Yeah, these things are, that's why I try to carefully craft it. Just it sounds so simple to me, but apparently, Elizabeth, that is, well, oh my God, that's complicated. Oh, you can't say G dash D with a zero in the middle either. Sorry. I grew up
well,
in
see,
California. It's my native tongue. Valley girl talk. Okay.
I was taught racism. You hate that person. You don't know what. You can't put your finger on that person other than the fact that they might be this, that, or the other thing when it comes to ethnicity. That was
I'm
racism.
all for it. It's if you express yourself in that way, good luck to you. It used to be only the big cities, and I'm not going to apologize to you, the rural racist stuff. But believe you me, where did I hook up with the most
But I
worst,
emphasize,
pure, nasty, hateful, um, neo-Nazi, skinhead, boot stomper?
yeah. Oh,
Oh,
they got
Los
they take it.
Angeles.
I'm just saying the skinheads and the Nazis and the neo Nazis and that ilk, they take it to the extreme, just like the old new fashioned cluckers. Um, because they don't want to just not they don't want their privilege to dislike that person. They want the privilege of doing harm. But I kind of guy agree with Avenue Q, which is a Broadway production, where one of their music songs is "Everybody is a little bit racist." We all say things, we all think things. There are stereotypes. Sometimes the jokes are funny, but if you don't tell it to the wrong person, it's not funny.
You know,
You know,
and God knows if you type, see, I said it, I did it again. Sorry, California. And G word knows the other G word that we can't say anymore. See how uncomfortable you make the whole world with your community standards? Community. This is why we hate each other because we can't just have our biases or our prejudice. And, that's who I am. That's who my granddaddy
I
was.
just,
That's who my daddy was. That's how I'm going to be. And I'm
I just
happy
want to
with
know where
myself about it. And you be happy for me about it.
I just want to
Nope.
know where this utopia is that where everybody loves everybody, and that's what
Only
that
in the
is.
minds of Minolta.
I That's the way I know to call it is a science fiction utopia. It does not exist. It will, and in my opinion, humans are human. Therefore, they will always dislike their neighbor for whatever reason they decide that they dislike that neighbor, whether it's because they wear blue sweaters or drive a gray car or part their hair on the left versus the right. That's one reason I kind of like the Star Trek episode when they took in racism or prejudice, where these two factions are warring because one's black on the right side and he's white on the left, whereas the other's black on the left and white on the right. They're still half and half. Whereas the Enterprise, you're both the same. No, we're not. He's black on the right. I'm black on the left.
I remember
Huh?
that one. Oh my gosh.
But you got to figure that was cutting edge in the '60s when Star Trek came out.
Yep. Man, the LT, Lieutenant O'Hara, she fine. A
Yeah, she
black
was.
woman in a position of power.
Yep.
At the time Star
And
Trek came out, I do believe Mr. Martin Luther King was still trying to get a point across.
yep, he was.
And yeah, it's California, it's Hollyweird. Hollyweird, they could have got cancel cultured. They took a huge risk.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, they ran right into the face of what we call cancel culture, and because they kept pushing the envelope, they eventually did get canceled on off their third season. They were because they were still at the top of their game on season three. They said, "Oh, because it costs too much." No, it doesn't. You keep reusing everything. If you recycle everything, even footage, how is it costing you any more than it did the last episode?
And it sure wasn't a big expense on the women's clothing. Yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep. Many of the, Elizabeth said in chat, many of the
Well,
Southern California natives realized the horses gave much power to the Spanish, so stole them and bred and sold them across this land. Horses were not supposed to be harmed or hurt or used because Creator told us to honor his animals. This is also in the Bible. King David was told by G-D, I did good, Uden, I did good. And it's offensive for me to say that way, the old German way. Do
yeah.
not use my horses for work or war. So he did not. My
Well, the German for that
grandmother
word
was fluent and highly literate in several Germanic, but principally German languages. I learned. That's how I grew up.
well, the God is in German is Gott.
Yeah, two T's.
Gott.
Yep, I
I know
believe
this
it.
because I had a WoW character called Got Milk. He was a Tauren.
Could you Ermigerd? How
And
dare
they
you?
tried to yeah, people say, "Oh, that's a phrase." No, it's not. It means it's in German, God of milk. I'm a Tauren.
Oh
It's
my
a play on
gosh.
it was a play on words, and it was a play on the spelling, and no one caught it. Just like when I had a character I named Richard Weed, and they go, "Why do you call your character Richard Weed? It's so weird." I said, "What's the short version or nickname for people named Richard?"
Yeah. And then Elizabeth said, I believe that people who want to spend their life hating and trying to be better are sad and need to learn to just enjoy their own life and not make everyone else as miserable as they are. Yeah, that saying, misery loves company.
Yeah, I fully understand. I could never understand why this person hated that person. I mean, if you knew them and they did something to you or said something to you that offended you, fine. Dislike them, move on, or don't deal with them. That's the whole reason for the most part I don't watch George Clooney movies because he irritated the hell out of me, so I don't watch them. Same thing with Jane Fonda. She did something historically that in the community I lived in really hurt them down to their core. So I don't watch for the most part, I don't watch Jane Fonda movies. If I know she's in it, I don't watch it.
I don't even know how to spell that dude's name.
Which dude?
Clooney.
Oh,
I spelled it right. George Clooney. See, Elizabeth, and I sent you an email. I don't know why it isn't there. Hold on. Hold the line, please. Where the hell are you
well,
at?
I'm just,
Where the
I
hell are
mean,
you at? So, somewhere over the rainbow. Go ahead, George.
i-
Talk,
if
because I'm
you,
working off
if you,
screen.
if you only take your friends or friendly acquaintances by the color of their skin or the color of their hair, the texture of their hair, whatever, you're sorely missing a lot of beautiful people. And I mean beautiful people that are beautiful on the inside. The inside means a lot more than the outside.
Executing.
And when I mean inside, I mean use a religious term, their soul, what makes them them. Just like Dean, you try to pass off this angry little person, but I know better. I can see it.
Oh, I'm not angry at all. Damn it. It showed my numbers on the screen. How dare you? Now I'm going to have to get changed numbers.
I mean, you're like me and a lot of other people I know. They put out an hard external shell because they're tired of being hurt by one thing or another until you get to know them and then they realize you're pure marshmallow inside.
Not me.
You're mushy marshmallow and I know this
Not at
for a
all. I'm
yes you
hard to the effing core.
are.
Oh, I know now why the emails are not going.
Why? See if I
Because the server is stuck in some spam bot abusive loop. And it's probably not even my server, it's someone else that shares the virtual
I finally
server
got your
host.
email. I finally got your email at 5:12.
So let's go back to other server. Mine finally says you have new mail en route. Let's try his. The other server is not responding at all. Luckily,
And what time did you send this thing?
I don't know.
But I it
Luckily,
says January 16th. 512 when we were talking at 5.
Oh, yeah. But see, this is the thing about when you share the neighborhood, even in virtual reality neighborhoods,
Yeah.
get to know your neighbors.
Yeah. Well,
Because
sometimes you just be left.
when explaining things like I have advanced computer skills,
Yeah.
the neighbor was like, well, my server that shares the virtual environment that yours shares, log in. Uh, I don't do all the time good things with my stuff. So sometimes my server gets eating up all the resources of everybody's servers. Do you know how to fix that? I said, yeah, you have to be able to log into the virtual server host and power it off. And he said, well, if I give you the username and password that the server host people gave me, can you take care of that when this stuff happens? I said, certainly can. So we go to server, right click, power, off, ding dong. Then click on the speaker and tell it mute the remote. Now the main server is turned off. Go back to, and I'm trying to do all this on the tiny little screen. Now that his server is off, mine is working fast again because the virtual host is not trying to split the resources under a broken server. So then you right click after a pause and you go power. Power on. Main screen turn on. And then you just simply close your remote desktop connection. Yes. And then you sync your email. It says no new messages because it's going to take a minute. Okay. But George got the email. I was just
Yeah.
narrating something you people couldn't see, but you can guess. You smart tech people, you. Let's catch up to chat. Soon, Elizabeth, soon you will have the email that I sent. Hang on. I'll tell you what time I sent it. And watch this.
2:43.
At
2:43.
nope.
Oh, that's
Set
right.
up the rest. Oh yeah, no. 2:30 exactly. I said there's a note sending emails, which goes back to a while ago.
I'm just saying the timestamp that I have sent was 2:43, but I didn't get it till 5:12.
What this is about.
I could print it up, drive it to your house, and hand it to you faster than it got to me.
There was an interlude for a virtual server host run over with other hosts processes. This sucks when you have a timeshare and all of you show up at the same time.
Yep.
But it goes back to, and this it's in theme when George a while ago when you were talking about the Blackfeet and the Crow and they have this and that. Well, the glorious thing, other than some kooky cave paintings,
Yeah.
is that the natives of the North American continent, and maybe the South American one, didn't spend a whole lot of time assembling libraries and piling them up full of books.
Yeah.
They have what's called an oral tradition,
Yep.
like everyone else on Earth had, except for maybe the Chinese, until about, oh, I don't know, 300 years ago.
Uh, as far as written history, no, we have written history in what we call Europe, over 1,000.
Yeah, but it doesn't cover everything. It covers, that's why they make all the jokes about his story.
It covers enough that where you take other evidence such as geology, geography, anthropology, all the ology, push them
Yes.
together, and you get a decent story of the truth. I mean, just like we know for a fact, due to Roman records, Jesus Christ existed. It's not something someone dreamed up and then wrote a book.
Yeah, and that
We
is a
know.
it will not say anywhere in any Hebrew, Aramaic, Latin, Roman, or anybody else's written history, Jesus Christ.
No, they say Jesus of Nazareth.
Yep. And they say his name, and spell it correctly, it's Yeshua. It's
Now
not
we
even
do.
Jesus to begin with. But that's
Well, we
okay.
do. Well, it's also pronunciation, transferring things from Latin to Eng, to other languages, or Hebrew to Latin. But we also know, because one of the oldest Christian churches in the world, which is not Rome, in Somalia, and written text from the time period of Jesus, uh, about his life, that never made it in the Bible because one Christianity didn't recognize the other Christianity, which didn't recognize the other Christianity,
And that's
and
nothing different.
that's
We're still living that today. Go ask
oh yeah,
any
oh
subsect or subset of
I,
what calls themselves Baptists. You ain't the right
Baptist,
kind of Baptist.
or Pentecostal or Methodist or Presbyterian or
Yeah. There.
Catholic or
th-
Orthodox.
Yep. That's how us do. But anyway, it made me laugh. It is
Yeah, I mean,
it is again, always and forever. Because you're talking about the Blackfeet and the Crow,
yeah.
and you're talking about if whatever. If it isn't
Well,
written down in the correct format, language, and with the spacing, the line spacing and the margins correct, it did not happen. We refuse to file these papers for you.
from journals of mountain that could write, that when they met the Crow and the Blackfeet, they the ones they met, people that wrote down the journals, refer to the fact that this feud, lack for a better word, or war, dislike, whatever, had gone on for generations. It's just
Well,
like uh the part I don't like about Little Big Man, when he tried talking about the movie, when he, and he refers to, oh, we call ourselves human beings. Mm, I doubt
human
it.
beings.
But he didn't exactly say what language he's referring to that in. And what I mean by language, uh, for those who are out there in radio land, uh, you're the white, the settlers from Europe broke up to make it easier for themselves. The native people by language group, by tribes, not by bands, not by clans, but by language. That way they knew, what who we needed, someone to speak this language to go over here. Sioux is not a tribe, it's a language group. Iroquois, again, not a tribe. It is the Iroquois nation, or confederation, but it's a language group. and it made it easier to get translators or people to talk to one person over another. I mean, it's the whole reason a lot of not all, but a lot of Apache spoke 3 languages. Spoke Apache, and talking Apache, we're talking White Mountain, Chiricahua, all the all the other bands, but they spoke Apache, Spanish, and a lot of times English
They sort of
because
covered that in that horrifying movie, The Missing,
oh, okay.
late last night. That
Well, they got some right.
yeah, that this engine and that engine couldn't speak equivalent engine languages to each other. And then they had this
Yeah.
white whammons who couldn't speak either. But then they had the white guy that had been around the block a few times and he could speak all the language English, some engine, and Spanish. But the two engines who couldn't speak any of their own different, I don't know which tribes it was, I don't care anymore. Let's just say it was Apaches and Arapahoes. That
Okay.
they could not communicate until they spoke whatever to whatever, and she passed it on to the other guy, and he spoke it back to them in Spanish.
Well, to use a D&D term, they had a common language amongst themselves that they could slightly communicate, and it was a form of hand signs and pictograph they would draw on the ground. They could communicate that way. Um, it's almost like and where the military gets all their hand signs that they use for talk when they want to communicate without saying anything, or because you can't either they don't want you to hear them or you can't come from this way of universally communicating and taking it so that and then putting it where everybody knows what it is. Because I still remember in my scout handbook, they had common hand signals and movements that meant various things, like pipe, you know, just like we do for, which is a form of sign language. Not American Sign Language, what they call American Sign, but it's a form of sign language.
No, 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 stop. Stop, Anna. Stop. Sorry.
What?
I was trying to do something, and even though it said autoplay blocked, all of a sudden it said started autoplay. That's all right. I got it in time.
Yeah, I hate that when my YouTube all of a sudden kicks in an ad that has sound, and I try to keep my email tab quiet. And I'll be talking to somebody, my brother on Skype, all of a sudden, blaring.
Yeah. Share. Copy. This leads to this. This will lead to that. It's a social distortion song.
Yep.
So anyway, we talked about if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. We're going to talk about that again. It just makes me laugh. So all the natives of America, please, when you talk about, we were the peace lovingest, goody goodiest, acorn eatingest, and never hurt anybody or, all the critters and everything else. Will show us in writing.
Well, not just that. I mean, we have uh, geological and anthropological evidence that they were so friendly to animals. They run herds of buffalo off a cliff so that a handful of people could eat.
Yeah,
And what
and
did they do?
they have
What
the
did they do?
archaeological evidence that there used to be what they call a pre-something horse. It's a very
Yeah.
horse-like creature here. And what do you
Yes.
think
Very
happened to it?
small.
They ate
They
it
ate it.
into extinction.
Well, they ate it, and the wolves and bears and coyotes and everything else ate it because it was small and slow.
Natives of North America. And this goes back, we've discussed it. It's the repeating themes. Everybody go back and listen to all the previous streams and like, subscribe, thumbs, comments, everything else. If you don't want to hear this again, give us a topic and we'll talk about something else. But it all builds upon itself. Natives of North America, the human beings. It's an Adam and the Ant song. I'm not going to go look for it. Go look for it yourself. Adam and the Ants. Uh, it's a translation and interpretation problem. There is no transliteration, and that always leads me to see also Asturias. I can't. Isaac Albanese, however you say it. And of course, oh, Abner. And if you don't get that reference, I know you won't, George. I don't think. But Elizabeth, I steal that, oh, whatever, from the end of Van Halen's Top Jimmy. At the end, they say, oh, Jimmy. And I think they stole it from the old cartoons of the chicken crooning out there and all the chicken hens swoon and say,
Oh,
Frankie.
the one where it's not Demon, Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby as roosters competing against each other.
Yeah. They say, wah,
That
wah, wah,
reference I caught.
woo. Yep.
That reference I caught.
Wah, 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 woo. Oh, Frankie. And then they faint their little chicken feet.
Yeah, as well as they'd all of a sudden start laying gobs and gobs of eggs.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine? We better cancel that. Can you imagine people being attracted to each other and enjoying each other's company? Why aren't they correcting each other?
Uh, no, it's just
Yeah.
as I as I put it, and I hate to use this. Well, I don't mind using Bible. He was without sin cast the first stone. Respect thy neighbor. Uh, you don't have to like them. Just respect what's theirs.
Yeah.
Because nowhere in the, I mean, it might love thy neighbor, but for the most part, nowhere in the Bible does it say you gotta like them. It just says, basically you gotta respect them and attempt to understand them.
And it's,
And this is where one of the reasons I get so frustrated with, I'm gonna put it this way, modern Christians using the Old Testament when they don't know the reference from the Old Testament, like an eye for an eye. Okay, if it's an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, everybody's going to be blind and gumming their food. At a certain point, you have to forgive them. You don't have to forget, but you do have to forgive or attempt, because I am not Jesus Christ. I like what he wrote, believe in it strongly, but I'm human. I am not the I'm not the Messiah. I was about to say Son of God, but the way I believe that we're all the children of God, which makes me a son of God, but not the son of. I'm a son of.
well, I went a long time. 40.
And
Oh,
if you can't say something nice about your enemy, you don't know your enemy. Because I can pretty much find something nice to say about anybody. Anybody. Does that make them a good person? No, it just means I know one thing that they might have done that could make them look as if they might have some good in them.
let's see.
They
That's why
chose.
you are. Maybe you're trying to
They.
speak it into being, but I'll tell you the only good thing I know about my former mayor is that he died damn slow and suffering. That's a good thing. Define good. It's good to
Yeah,
me.
I'm just saying, if I learned intensive detail, I could probably find one good thing to say about him. The most evil people on the planet that have lived throughout history, you can probably find one good thing to say about them. And for those that don't believe me, this one's for the vegetarians slash vegans. Hitler was a vegan. Hitler loved his dog. He was pure evil, though, or at
Yeah.
least pure insanity evil.
I gotta pee and then get some drink. We're gonna go on break. I'll be right back.
All right,
You can holler if you want to.
not really. I need to do something similar.
Who's all back? Hokey pokey. A little birdie said, "Oh, this is all about movies." And I said, "No, movies are a way of playing many mental games at the same time. It's admiring the art of movies, the craft, the individual actors, the collective group, the photography, if nothing else, and what is in those stories. What does listening to this or that, including, I mentioned earlier, I made a note because of something George mentioned. And you should sometime receive the email, Elizabeth, when the server gets less bogged down and caught up with itself. Talking about the words, everybody that's still not into 2024, 2025, and learned that activated is the new triggered. And get over it. You got to do some growing up. But go away. And I stole that from Critical Drinker. Just go away now. Because I'm about to say some activated stuff. Uh, that, activated. George about George Clooney. George on George. What this is about. It's another example of, for whatever reason, whether on screen or off, in characters or not, there's just something about that dude that sets George's, and I've said many of mine. I'll say some more. I'm not picking on George. This is just a fact. He said it himself at 01:16 and 33 seconds. For whatever reason, a certain person being in his picture shows makes him not like in this picture show anymore. His brain won't say, yeah, whatever, let's go. Let's see. Just like so many things, maybe everybody else got along. I hadn't looked up how did everybody else rate that goofy The Missing 2003. Was it just me? And whatever. Was there too many things? But so that's what this is about. We're doing these things. We're learning to discuss these things. Whether or not George ever decides, you know what? And George, if you're hearing this, I'm not saying that it would make you better or worse. It might make you worse. That if you gave up being who you are, and part of who you are is that dude bugs you. It might just be, it is what it is, and we acknowledge it. And we move on. We won't try to do a deep career retrospective and get George away from that thinking. He can have whatever thinking he wants. But do we say, well, you don't like the actor I like, so piss on you and I'll just kick you out of my Discord servers? No, that would be stupid. So it's when we say triggered or activated, it's what sets, like I always talk about in the Denzel version of Man on Fire. Him and Dakota Fanning. He's trying to teach her to stop flinching and tensing up and freezing at the sound of, I already warned the activateds and the triggers, the gunshot. In the original cut, it said, the gunshot will set you free, and that always rang very true to me. It's a life experience that instead of whatever happens, while you're hearing that sound, you've got to move. Everything must get an immediate motion.
I'm back.
Yep. Welcome back. So, and how does that happen? It happens by what we call triggering. Something gets your brain, and if you've had training and practice or instruction and practice, then you will do as you have taught yourself and practice. If you get one or the other, the world famous Chad Thompson says, perfect practice makes perfect. Imperfect practice makes nothing. So, yep, all the above, that's how this stuff works together. And why we do this thing is because we can. We have the time right now. I keep saying in these things, if I can't figure out some way to get cooperation and growth and trick the algorithm and something else and start being able to call it money making, somebody's going to answer and not give me this bullshit about you're too overqualified. You can't work here. And I'm going to go work hours doing whatever I do to make money. Because money makes the world go around. So, yeah, it is about movies. It's about gun safety. It's about living life safely with or without your G words. Um, all these if your brain doesn't work that way, good for you. But I don't think all the information says that approximately 80% of American adults take some kind of psychoactive or psychotropic something substance. Even if, and it's a higher percent if you include alcohol, that people lie about their consumption. Well, I don't get drunk. And it's like out of a comedy movie. Once upon a time, a roommate of mine, mother, real story, true story, did that. I only have one glass of wine a day, and she had that ridiculous comedy movie glass that I guess you buy at a joke store or a novelty shop that held two grown up bottles of wine. Well, I only have one glass a day. Whatever. I don't. I tried drinking. I tried drunking. I was like, man, I'm an engine. I should get drunk. Everybody around me, always. Their tales of the only thing I could see is what is the good of this? You crapped your own pants. You threw up all over yourself and your former girlfriend because she don't need that. You crashed your car. You got bit by a dog going into the wrong yard because you couldn't even find out where your house was, and they'd say, "Well, I don't remember any of it. I was drunk." So I was like, "Whoa, that must be the good of it. I need to get blacked out drunk, no matter what combinations or toxins or fire waters is my grandfather's GD DNA. I'm immune to it. I remember everything. All drunk makes me is throwing up and stupid."
Well, you say that, you just remind me of I consider it funny now, story from when I was a lot younger, teenager. I'm at my dad's, sleeping upstairs, and the neighbor's kid comes upstairs and tries to crawl in the bed with me. And at the time, I slept with a dirk. And when he tried to climb in the bed, all he could meet was this sharp, pointy metal. He says, "Whoa, well, what's going on?" I said, "You're not getting in this bed with me, dude." He says, "Well, it's my house." I said, "No, it's not. Yours is next door." "Well, uh, just share." I said, "No." He wound up sleeping on the floor, but it's just like he's so drunk he couldn't tell and they're next to each other. They're similar but not the same. They both have wraparound porches, two different colors. It's just like, no, I don't care who you are. you're not climbing into my bed uninvited. No.
Yep.
And you got to be darn drunk to not know this isn't your house. And there is no reason for this person to be in your bed. None. And especially when he tells you he's going to stab you repeatedly if you even attempt to climb into the bed with him.
Yep. So
And the
anyway,
only
because I could never get drunk and stupid enough, just drunk and more stupid than I usually am, to not remember how drunk and stupid me and everybody around me was. Drunks are not fun. Well, if you can't get the goal being, I did whatever I did and I don't remember it. Well, that never happened, and you sure as hell don't feel good the next day. So, there's no point in this. Moved on. I am
yeah,
terrified of all legal and illicit and illegal drugs.
yep.
I don't ever want to be that dude out there sucking wieners for shots, living in a gutter covered in sores. It's now that just ain't for me.
I have enough health problems as is.
So,
Or
yeah,
you're
and
so
so
or you're so jonesing for alcohol that you go drink. You literally drink either mouthwash and or cough syrup.
aftershaves, yeah, I've seen it all.
Oh yeah,
I've seen drunks that the song was in my head and then it went away. Remember they used to whistle a song for Old Spice?
yep.
I've seen people shake a full jar of, or bottle, whatever you call it, Old Spice, unscrew. It used to have a little rubberized seal
Uh,
in the neck of the bottle. So
yep.
they would unscrew the metal with a plastic threaded screw part way so they could get a good grip on it and jerk all the guts out of the top of the neck of the bottle and guzzle their Old Spice.
Well, I don't know how drunk it made them, but it might improve their breath. That's all I can.
I hope so.
But it's just
But again,
we.
just the way this rambles, Elizabeth, for the friend of ours that sent the email, see how this went in 15 minutes. This has circled back on. I said something, and George said, that reminds me. And then George said something, and I said, I have seen people see this is what's called triggered or activated. When you take away the negative context, that's what Aunt Evala used to call playing the association game. It's
Oh yeah.
exercising your noggin. And maybe everybody else, lots of people in America get numb with whatever they get numb with. I eat myself numb, the overeaters thing. I drink, whatever. None of that numbing works for me. So I don't call it a curse. It's just it is what it is. And unfortunately, and that's why I go fast and I jump. It's like a game of hopscotch in 3 dimensional. I hop here, I hop there because that junk happens in our minds. And I'm not going to try to chemically alter mine. I don't care who promises what, even if they tried to promise it in writing. If I turn into a drooling idiot zombie, that now my poor woman has to, spoon feed me and wipe my arse, the lawsuit that settles in 27 years is not going to help her.
Nope.
I'm just realistic about it. And I am having a lot of fun with this. I'm glad we got the time. I can afford it. I can afford it, Elizabeth. Tell our friends again. Thank you. I ordered the oven part because, of course, as soon as you get $1, something technological in your life is going to say, well, I need $2. The day I processed some PayPal stuff and sent out the receipt/invoice, the freaking bottom burner in the stove quit.
Just when you think you're ahead, they pull you back in.
That's right. And nobody shot my daughter on the steps. I'm okay. If it ain't your stove and your dryer and your whatever, your daggone
Your
refrigerator says, well, the cold part is cold, but the freezer part is hot. Now all your stuff is rotten and there's water all flowing into your floorboards.
you say that in earlier last week, one of our refrigerators quit.
These things are going to happen.
Oh yeah, cars break down, cars need fuel.
Well, yeah. Uh,
Or in our case, heaters need fuel because it's cold out there.
Elizabeth said it's been more than 60 years since I had a lovely big drinker tan and beat up and told off people and threw up for days. So do not do that again. Yeah, I don't remember what I used to call that. I'll just blame my grandfather. It's see, here's me being dumb. It has nothing to do with DNAs or sperms or nothing else. Doesn't matter. My grandfather was drunk. He was a blackout drunk, and he was an Injun in Diane. If
Well,
that's less
there,
offensive to you.
there are certain things that stop some of us that don't really drink from not drinking. With me, it was the fact my mother had to use it as cough medicine, and it put me right out. And I, as a child, somewhat of as an adult, I don't like missing things.
I don't remember
So
if it was my mother, grandmother, or aunt, or some relative. I do remember grandma, but she was very careful about measuring out because she doesn't drink that alcohol. It's for coughs and colds. Giving you a
yeah,
big tablespoon full of the whiskey or the gin, and she'd be very careful to put the honey in the spoon first,
well,
and then
what
put
kept
a
my
little bit
dad?
of whiskey in there and tell you don't swallow it. You got to keep it in your mouth or it won't kill the germs. Now we have scope. Not a sponsor, not a whatever. There's generics.
There's two things that really kept my dad from drinking, as he put it. The time he got drunk in the Navy from visiting the rum distilleries in Panama, which also made him hate rum. He got sick and he had to clean that sickness up on the submarine was his dress whites. And the other two factors was his little brother was an alcoholic and it killed him. Slowly too, very slowly. Got diabetes and he got another illness where his hard bones were slowly turning soft like cartilage, kept passing out, combination of alcoholism, diabetic coma, and he couldn't even make it all the way into the house. Grandma would find him on the front lawn and call my dad. And his best friend slash cousin was depressed, drank, and then killed him, deleted himself, whatever you want to use it.
Yeah,
Um, and that's when my dad started working with a as a counselor. He learned to be a counselor partially through being a minister, but he helped form what is now known as the Onslow County Mental Health Clinic. There was no such thing in the late 60s, early 70s in Onslow County. He and a few friends got together and formed it and then wrote their what they needed to do to get state and federal funding to operate said facility, because there wasn't one. And anytime you got bars and Marines, you're going to have drunk, or bars and soldiers. Add in your own bars and sailors. Just a second.
Okay. I'm going to throw this in here because maybe I sound like a self-righteous. I am absolutely not. I'm not a teetotaler. I don't pick on anybody. I am fully and completely, I hope that's spelled right, in understanding of the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual, whatever floats your boat, addictive properties of all of the discussed substances. I've never had the monkey on my back. I've never jonesed for anything except my cigs. I am a overdoser, overburner of the bad, whatever. But I go 3, 4, 5 hours without them if I'm busy doing something that otherwise occupies my mind and my fingers. I don't have to. But if I can luxuriously kick back and do whatever and have my breath of fresh air, I'll tell another story about that in just a minute, then I do. But even though supposedly all the chemicals and all of this and the nicotines and the additional chemicals that they stopped putting in because of the big lawsuits back in the day, then I don't believe for a minute they stopped. It's got to probably still be in there. Is zero, nothing. Only lawyers could sit there and say that cigarritos are more addictive and harder to quit than heroin. You've never seen somebody trying to shake it out. And I mean truly. Seizures. The only people who could ever say something like that is someone who has never seen
I'm
a
back.
severe drunk with the DTs, the detoxes. That's a physical addictive property that your body is trying to rapidly adapt to. And so BS. I call BS based on my own real world experience of I am a extreme, I use too many of them, addicted cigarritos. I have seen many times people trying to kick alcohol, heroin, cocaine, pills, the illegal ones, nothing ever prescribed by big pharma. We get abused. It's that crazy stuff that comes over the border, of course. Elizabeth said gossip and cleaning are both addictions.
Can
Can
be.
be, yeah, can be. Ever been at a dinner or lunch and had someone grab your plate or glass to wash it while you are still eating? Addicted, exercise, stealing, yeah. Kleptomania is a thing. A very, very
Caffeine.
rich guy local to us. First time I met him, we used to have 24-hour Walmart shops here. Nothing else in Dunn, North Carolina was 24 hours, just the Walmart. And he was one of those old guys from the old days, probably born in the 1920s, that he was, up before everyone else on planet Earth. I wake up at 2 in the morning and exercise for 9 hours and then eat breakfast at 5 a.m. and lunch at 12 p.m. and supper at 6 p.m. and blah, blah, blah. He's perfect in every way and he's rich because he's perfect in every way. And I caught him slipping a 3-pack of hair combs made out of plastic. Cost a total of 48. Walmart loves the 8s, not the 9s. Always has. Love you, Walmart. Be a sponsor of me. I'll pimp your gear and promise how everything can be bought at Walmart and not the other A people. But until the meantime, hey, always shop in multiple places. So he was stealing 49 cents of combs, and I said, "What the F are you doing?" He said, "Check this out, check this out." And he slid the combs into his pocket. I said, "What the F are you doing, dude?" He was getting even. Because since Sam Walton died, his sons were running the rackets and using Walmart for the big Megadeth corporation and blah blah blah, and they abuse their workers and all this nonsense. I said, "So you're stealing 49 cents worth of combs." Turns out years later, his wife all of a sudden found, and it's not really a basement or a cellar like those of you out there in internet world that know what a basement or a cellar is. That's what they called it, but it's more like a little dugout. What they call the spaces under houses here is crawl space, because you ain't gonna walk under there. There's no door. But where they would dig a hole, and I've seen it many times here, and being from California, it's like, the hell is wrong with you people? They dig a hole under the house and drop a freaking water heater in a hole in the dirt under a house and then solder some pipes to it. It's sitting down there in the dirt where mud can get on it and all kinds of other stuff. And how the hell do you do anything with it if it starts leaking? How do you know? Well, because water started coming out from under the house. Or the
And they also
floor
root cellars.
collapsed. So, anyway, where he had actually had a water heater removed, and he called it the cellar, was full of these little nickel and dime craps that he had been kleptomaniaing from all over the place. And he was super, super rich. I'm not going to say what, but a huge automobile and tractors and farm equipment and all kinds of other and military contractor company had flown him to Africa in the 1990s because he was a salesman for their products, farm and vehicles and defense, to give him a $2 million bonus in Africa so that he didn't have to pay America tax on it. And this is the dude that's out there having this. Yep, Elizabeth, you are right. People can get addicted to a lot of things, and it's a lot of everything. But kleptomania probably doesn't have a physical withdrawal syndrome like heroin or opium or alcohol. And benzodiazepines, I'm not saying anything about your magic chemicals. They're the best things ever. They're anti-seizure, they're anti-anxiolytics. Benzodiazepines rule the world. I love you, Big Pharma. Don't sue me. Don't sue Google to get rid of me. They were invented to help and assist and ease going cold turkey in alcohol withdrawal syndrome. Shortly thereafter came the one and only, now we have lots of them. It's got a ICD, whatever that diagnostic code that insurance will pay for some of it. For, I don't know, 40 years, and I know all this because I used to write doctoral theses and master's degree papers for money. And life allowed me to learn stuff. I learned stuff. And for a time, because I didn't have a problem with the terminology, having already done other things, I did big business medical billing. If you can type fast and 10 key fast, you can get a medical billing job once upon a time. Where you listen to doctor squawk into headphones and you type what needs to be written on the forms correctly for liability protection for the doctor. Oh, and billing. So the doctor can get paid. So you can have a job. But for a long time, now there's others. The only diagnosable and paid for by modern magic medicines. F13.239 in the new ICD, and I say new, somewhere around on or after the new millennium. They updated it. F13 period or dot or whatever you want to call it. 239 is the diagnostic code for sedative, hypnotic, or anxiolytic dependence with withdrawal unspecified. See, it used to be just benzodiazepine withdrawal syndrome. Let's get rid of the ICD-10 because you have to ask the correct way. That gave me the brand newest answer because they don't call it that specifically anymore because you can't target the one class of chemicals. Fair is fair in law. See, Google doesn't even have an AI overview. They have help is available. If you type benzodiazepine withdrawal syndrome, help is available. 988 S word we can't say anymore and crisis lifeline. Call. You can click. See how fast this is? You can chat right now. Here's the overview from the Wikipedia of the syndrome. So yes, I understand. Here's National Institutes of Health, 1994. Physiological dependence on benzodiazepine is accompanied by a withdrawal syndrome, which is typically characterized by sleep disturbance, blah, blah, blah. Elizabeth said, I did big business medical billing at HMH and those case notes. I should have quit then and sold aspirin and band-aids since they were billed as A medications, even way back then, $10 a pill. Yep. Or a little piece of tape and a pad on it. Exactly. But that goes back to themes. These things it's a theme we keep coming back to. So, see, Elizabeth, you can understand. This is what this is all about. These repeated themes and how we can all tie them back together. It's in the thing today. And I know I go weird and I go crooked. And this frog hops kooky across the lily pads. But I'm content with myself today. Put it in there somewhere, like the wordplay. What is the law? Complex, activating, the themes, the concepts. Yeah, we may have some opinions. You know what? Me and George and Elizabeth and anybody else playing along, we're not giving up our opinions for you, Internet. We're the three of us having fortunately enough time to hang out and activate each other to go down these roads. It's in here somewhere. But Let's stay on target. Never mind the technicalities of it. So you understand. If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. And I don't know how many times I've heard I don't do that stuff anymore. Thankfully. Because I heard it all
Well,
day and I was the one yelling it in the hallways and dragging people in and writing them up in medical billing. You
my
went out in
addiction.
the, say
Go
what?
ahead. I was getting ready to say my addiction of choice I had to give up back in May, and so far so good. And that was caffeine.
Yep. And you know what? It has physical as well as what we would just totally secularly call mental
Oh yeah, it's both.
addiction
Because
properties. People are extremely, I am, addicted to, and here's a mess. Nicotine's supposed to be sedative. Caffeine is stimulant. I use both. What's wrong with me? If I'm gonna yin my yang and come back into balance, why don't I just quit both? Because I'm addicted. So there.
well, I wasn't exactly given a choice. It
I
was
will be back in a moment. I have to go hold the studs so Tim can put the bolts in. Yep. Getting the work did.
the doctor said either do it or you're gonna wear your heart out. Your heart's beating too fast. Okay. I made a promise to my wife that I'd do my best. Now I lucked out this time. I didn't have to cross the plains in the middle of summer to do it. I gave up caffeine once before, and we were crisscrossing the plains of the United States from Georgia to Colorado to West Texas and back to Georgia and making this big loop during the summer. It's hot, people. Especially if you're riding around in a van that doesn't have AC other than two windows at 55 or faster. I was drinking nothing but orange juice and water. Stayed off caffeine for a while, but this is the longest since then. And I haven't had any true sody pop. Their ginger ale, sugar-free ginger ale is sody, especially when I only drink half a bottle mixed with lemonade. When I mean bottle, I mean 15 ounce. Might have one or two of those a day. Considering I used to be the Mountain Dew kid, that's a lot being said.
Yep. So yeah, it goes back to when that's your job and that's how you get paid. And there's so many more reasons, especially in medical. Why, when you send, let's say, the home health professional that goes to different homes like hospice where people need help at home out into the world, and in California is where I did it, and the home health professionals that did it, because California, the people aren't allowed to keep their own prescriptions at home. If that person gets a flat tire, those people in hospice care are not going to get their meds on time. Why? Because the friends, the families, somebody is over there stealing them pain meds. Heavily regulated. So when we
Knock
would pack up and write out of the computer the schedule that includes 8 opioid pain medications, whether injectable or pill, and send our helpful home delivery person out in the world, right?
Yep.
And they come back and they have 3 left. Well, number one, that's malpractice. Which 3 people who were prescribed that by their doctors, not by us, didn't get their meds and why? And did anybody else? And why is there nothing written down? And if you don't come back with your log and your notes and your everything else so that we can transcribe it into billing that you gave them their pill of whatever pill it is at exactly this time, then the insurance company's not going to pay us. If it's not written down, logged, noted, and reported perfectly, you ain't getting paid. That's the repeat theme. If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. We can't get across that apparently anybody in America in 2025. So that's what this is all about. Because it all goes back to, and I never got to it yesterday. About Kilmer's done. Huh. Missing is done, except I still want to discuss activated, what the thoughts that all tied together. Ties, here it is. Tucker Carlson, I mentioned earlier, the AI guy. Huh, self-unalived. Maybe, allegedly, reportedly. Ties to the missing below girl, the missing girl, Sydney West, because she was blonde, and there's controversy. We'll talk about it. Oh man, this morning, the extreme thing was from yesterday. Here we go. A friend said, and has nothing in writing. So let's put an X on that one. Back to the guns, firearms, use of force, laws, rules, writing. I'm not pulling up that damn NCPPSB book again.
Please don't.
It's right there. So what had happened were 02, 27, 25. Back to the checklist. A friend said, and guess what? And I wrote a lot, meaning, like the kids these days say, hoop ton of notes. And mine are the only ones that exist. Here's what a friend said. Don't you dare mention, because you know who it was. George.
Okay.
In our North Carolina security business, NNC, in the security business. And we're going to call this one, let's call this one personal protection or bodyguarding, even though they're not licensed that way. Personal protection, PP. They don't have a PP license. When that's what North Carolina wanted to call it. And everybody that mentioned it to me said, I said, I've already taken the class. I'm certified to teach the class. What I've got to have is PP license number 1 for North Carolina. I need it. I love it. I need it. They decided to add close in front of it. Close personal is CPP, which is the file name extension for object-oriented C programming. But anyway, I couldn't have a PP license, so I just sure don't want a CPP license. Anyway, in the close personal protection or bodyguarding, a very temporary assignment, the VIP or the package or the primary or the principal, whatever you choose to call this is the person we're taking care of, the body that we're guarding. Somebody walked into the scene, got too close, did not respond quickly and promptly to verbal commands to stay away. Just kept walking in. So bodyguard. What had happened were bodyguard drew down, pointed at face, more verbal warnings that sounded a lot like, I'm going to shoot you in your effing face. A lot of syllables, especially the bad word syllables, that at the end of the day, would you rather apologize for somebody for saying bad words into their ears or putting, like George said, a lead and copper coated or sheathed vitamin into their mouth? I think they would much rather you said F words than shouted them. More verbal warnings. At G word, at G word, point. At face. So finally, Walker Upper realized the severity of the situation, did not back down, became angry. So now more cuss words exchanged. Eventually, guard slash bodyguard put the whip on back in its bed, meaning holstered his gun. And then they exchanged some more bad words. And then the person who had just had a G word pointed at them walked away angry. So that's the whole hypothetical in G word training in security in North Carolina.
At least they were able to walk away.
It's just a repeat thing. Yes. I guess, yeah. For now, there's always that. Didn't get shouted in the face. That's a good thing. So eventually, uh, Walker Upper walked away, and guard holstered G word. More cussing ensued. Even while walking away. Everybody walking away still has to have the last word. Yo mama. No, yo mama. Yo mama. Your mama wears combat boots. All that kind of banter. De-stressing. What is important about this is I got said or told it about it. This happened back in November. So, I listen. It's hard for you not to be you when you're you, because I do post incident interventions or whatever you want to call it, especially for my people. I'm going to be in there taking care of my people. In ways that they didn't know. No one ever knows that they needed this kind of assistance and help until they find out 2 months later, oh, damn, you're right. Because this guy has had for about 13 years now, maybe 14. My classes where every part of the legal thing, go back and listen, left it in the copy paste from yesterday. In 4 hours and 11 minutes of North Carolina law about concealed carry and blah, 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 and the use of any force at all listed on the use of force continuum, your mind is going to autocomplete 100,000 different scenarios for you. Your mind is just going to do it. That's what this is about, Elizabeth. The mind goes where the mind goes. This guy has been heard. He's written notes. He's consulted with me in the past about it, about other people who failed. He used to be the honcho at the company, and he fired a guy for putting someone at gunpoint and not reporting it. And so he said, and he talked, and he this, and he that. And I said, would you mind either taking a picture with your phone or shoving it in your scanner and send me whatever report you sent to your bosses? And all of a sudden, he became a lighter shade of gray, or a step down on the pale scale, because he suddenly realized there was and is no notes or reports by guard. And this is why I put in the title for today. I'm sorry, George, if this bores you, but you and I have to try to get this out to the world every way we can. This is the purpose, Elizabeth. Get your friends to download the video. I leave it aloud, clip it, whatever. Get smarter people than me, because I'm just running these things. Life happens this way. This guy just told me about it. And so I put CYA. It's the #1 rule of business. Anybody offended by me calling your derriere an ass? I just offended you. Get over it. We're talking about scaring people to the point of somebody could have died right here. One thing he's serious in his verbal reporting to me, that I have an entire page and a half of shorthand. Used to do medical billing. I know how to W slash and C with a line over it, so that I'm taking a lot of notes fast, but my ears are still turned on. And that's stressful for me. I've got a page and a half of notes. He doesn't have a single note. He's like, damn, I don't even know I can't remember what body I was guarding. I don't, I know it was in November. I know it was in November. There's nothing written down. Here's why this has all got to be written down. What if the guy that got a G word pointed at his face goes back and talks to his family? Here's all the great what ifs. And when we got to talking about it, and I said some of the what ifs, then the guy was really like, oh, damn, man, you're right. I did mess up. And pointing the G word was not the biggest mistake. Not following up with the victim of a crime in North Carolina. Where is it? Where the heck are you? Assault by pointing a gun is a misdemeanor crime, but it is a misdemeanor crime of violence in North Carolina. It ruins your security career. Hang on, I'm looking for it. I saw it for sure. I left that in the thing today. I must have deleted it. Got in a hurry. Oh well, let me look back. And while I'm looking, I'll keep talking. Lawsuits. Yup, yup, yup. Grassroots, North Carolina, NC Ledge. There it is. Chapter. Let me put it in today's thing too. Well, let me just copy both lines. For the next 2 years from the date of incident, this guard has to worry about a misdemeanor criminal charge. That means 1 year and 363 days later. If you can't remember who you were with, who were you bodyguarding 2 months ago when this happened? I don't know. I don't recall. Now, when they take you to court and say, what else don't you remember? Because the guy that you pointed a gun at is saying that you said the N word to him before you pointed a gun at him. And said, we don't serve your kind around here. How is your recollector going to do against his word? What if he went and saw somebody and reported to them? The police might not investigate it, but they might have a police report that says some white guy in a guard shirt pointed a gun at me and called me the N-word. Does the police report make it so? No. But if you don't have some kind of report that makes it not so, and a witness statement from the person you were bodyguarding that you can't even remember their damn name, the time for you to get notes, reports, and witness statements and have listened or paid attention to the free on the internet North Carolina Private Protective Services Board training book, and I don't remember the exact module number. It's called Field Note Taking and Report Writing. And you did none of it. Yet you committed a crime. That's just the law. The next part about why I said this is a repeat theme. And it's wordplay from yesterday that I didn't bring back for today. Use of force laws. Yesterday, the word play was the union of indemnity and insurance, because that's all we have in private security in North Carolina. Indem, you have no immunity from anything. Whether you're a paid security guard or just somebody standing around thinking you're going to defend yourself with your G words, there's no distinction in law. You're just a private citizen. Indemnity and insurance only happen if you perfectly fill out their reports and forms timely. And what is indemnity and insurance for in this kind of case? To provide you attorneys or the money for your attorneys. If this poor guy goes and gets a complaint in North Carolina, people, and I know I'm not writing a lot of notes because I'm talking a lot, and I don't care. You can find the law as easily as I can. What's important about this, especially if you're going to hold yourself out as qualified for a private security job of any kind in North Carolina, where number one is you will detect and prevent law breaking by breaking the law yourself. Well, I guess you probably shouldn't have held yourself out as that, because that's what number one of guarding is. Oh, they won't use the word breaking the law or criminal, because that would make that the security people might think that there's some kind of cops, and if you ain't law enforcement, blah blah blah, government honchos. And go listen to yesterday, whatever the North Carolina Sheriff's Association and the North Carolina Association of Police Chiefs say about those piss ass stupid security people. That's how we say it. So in our security law, because the North Carolina Association of Police Chiefs said so and threatened the legislators of our state, they made a non-inclusive list that includes all the crimes. You will detect and prevent blah, 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 blah. You know, if you need a one word, one syllable description of all those words, it's crime. Well, how can you detect and prevent it if you break it for a living? Yeah, the poor guy was like, oh God, what did I do? Now I got to fix this. He has no idea because I quit the company that he works for because they're like, who gives a F? We don't have a regional or a state manager for you guys. We don't have enough officers to worry about that. F you. That's true story, true words. I can upload the emails if you guys really need to see them. I'm not going to name the company. All the people I know that work for that company, I tell them clearly, you are on your own. You better cover your ass a whole lot better than if you really had a boss. You're an autonomous dynamic operator, you. Because if you don't do all this stuff perfectly, what indemnity is, let's get Google to define it. I don't want to define what Bing, so I'm going to copy it. Sorry, Bing. I love you, but I love you to death, but indemnity is a legal agreement that requires one party to compensate another party for losses incurred. It can also refer to a type of insurance that covers losses and damages. So, remember, if it's indemnity, don't say the T. If it's indemnity, it's the agreement. In insurance, in any insurance, we'll have to talk about California again. There's a whole list of things that you better have in writing and or photographs, or you ain't got no insurance. That's on you. You had your policy. Go read it.
I'm gonna be offline for a few minutes because I have to restart the computer.
Okay. Okay. So indemnity and insurance, sort of the same words, but that's all we have. In order for there to be, because we don't own our own businesses when we work for someone else, what is the company slash boss's policy and procedures regarding, we call it CYA. And while you're covering yours, you better be covering CBA. Cover boss's ass as well. You get the boss hemmed up, you got fired. And now you're going to get dumped on. See boss A as well. Regarding use of force reporting. Question mark. If you ain't asking yourself things, get out of a job that involves use of force. You're going to burn your own house down. Welcome to California. And this guy takes it serious and he understands what I'm saying because he is a great human being. So lucky in this world to have. He's a little older than me, but not enough to really matter. But no matter how, and my gosh, he's age regressing. He's getting younger. And I tried to ask him, what's the magic trick? Hunt, diet, and exercise. He's eating better and going back. He got himself back to the gym. But he has a very disabled wife that he takes care of her as many hours and minutes and seconds of every day that he can. Like he equal amounts of joy and breath of fresh air to get away to go have to do his annual state recertification for a few hours. And we had to hurry up because he can't stand to be away from her. And the people staying with her were like, I don't like to be here alone with her. She's very disabled and needs a lot of care. And yet he handles it. And in the meantime, he has realized, and he said to me, the other day when we were together, before we got to this part. He said, I have to thank you because I always think about, and he doesn't listen to this live stuff. He doesn't know I do live stuff. But he's been in many, many, many classes, and sometimes he would, over the decade or decade and a half, he would call up and say, hey, are you doing any classes? Let me know. I'll either come out and practice my G word while everybody else is doing it for real, or he's like, I could learn something, and I always let him come because he is so. I call him. He is a mentor of mine. It. He knows so much. He tells great stories. I have another half a page of notes about trying to keep up with so many things he told me that are just so cool. And when I'm not having a weird mixed stream like this or strange, hopping around live, I'll stop and go over some of those because they're quips or jokes or stories that happen in the real world. And he tells, I cannot do service to the way he tells his tales. He's had a lot of experience in his life. But other things have been forefront in his mind, and he hasn't been really thinking about it. And when he was the boss, he fired an underling for doing this exact thing because the company has policy, which means written instructions, and procedures, which is, or we might call them practices. How do we do what is written? They're a rather large company. And if they find out that he did something and didn't report, because they have a policy, a written, if you put your hand on that damn thing, let alone get it out of its holster and point it at somebody, they'd better get a full report and witnesses and who'd you point it at? Did you get their name? What's the police incident or report number? Because you're supposed to call the police yourself. You just committed a crime. You must notify the police, and then hopefully the police don't cite you for it. They'll understand. And I discussing with it, writing notes, and I sent him in writing my evaluation review and recommendation that he get his stuff caught up and get the company legal department to contact the locals. You're going to have to get an investigator and get on this and get security camera stuff. And so now, how stupid do you look? That who you were bodyguarding is going to have to get contacted. What if they don't use your company for their bodyguards anymore? Because your guard pulled a gun on someone who didn't need a gun pulled on them. It is justified. I would help this guy as much as I possibly could to make sure he didn't get charged with anything further through lawyers, not as a private investigator, private service board, as a very experienced person in this field. But there, it is what it is. The camera's going to show it, but now we have to call back the client and say, could we get a statement from you about something and what?
Something and what?
Damn, that was loud.
Damn that.
Hello.
Hello.
Let me try again. My audio is coming back through your audio at like level 100.
On. Shouldn't. Can you
I
hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you now. And now I'm not hearing me 1 second later at level 100. So now
Technology.
yeah, gotta love it. Technology rocks. And I thought about it. Do I want to go online on time or click the restart now Windows update that's been nagging me for 36 hours? I let it roll before I went online.
Mine
So
does.
now what kind of buffoon do you look like that you have to contact your client and say, oh, you know that thing that happened 2 months ago? Could we get you to provide a statement on it? And think about it from the point of management or opposing counsel at very adversarial. What if the client is now scared of security officers? And this is what really got a friend. He is a friend. I said I look up to him. He's a mentor. And when we all have an off day, we have an off day. When the wheels come off, they come all the way off. And what really got him is when I said California style, not the ambulance chaser lawyer nonsense. True story. What if this person that got a gun pointed at their face and cussed at and sworn at and then sent packing, get the F out of here? You want me to pull it out again? That kind of puffed up chest stuff. What if true story, 3 months from now? Well, I mean, 3 months from incident, which would be 1 month from now. This guy has been having trouble sleeping and he's grinding his teeth and he doesn't know what really, and he goes and talks to his doctor, and his doctor's put him on the stuff that's highly addictive and has on it bad syndromes and symptoms, and then coming off it worse syndromes and symptoms for withdrawal. Or what if his doctor's just switched on and says, has anything, like, did you have an almost car accident or blah blah blah, and oh man, you know what, yeah, this dumbass security guard pointed a gun in my face and cussed and swore at me and yelled this and that and told me how effing lucky I was that he wasn't as fast as some other security people because they'd have shouted him to death. Yeah, that happened, and the doctor said, well, that's a very traumatizing incident. Blah, blah, blah. And they're not trying to feed him into courts and lawyers. But now it's been seeded, and he realizes his life has dramatically changed. He's afraid to go to the place where security people are. He's nervous around police and security because now he's been threatened with his life for walking on a public sidewalk. So now his doctors recommend, well, you see the billboards up there, you can get compensated for this. And he goes and talks to the lawyer, and the lawyer says, not only can you get compensated for this, but that's a crime. And the crime, so we'll call the place, the neighborhood, and we'll get the security camera. All we need is one frame of that gun in your face. And now everybody's going to get sued. And the lawyer or the person doesn't have to go through district attorneys and police departments and every other damn thing. In North Carolina, you can march your ass right up to the magistrate's office and swear out your own warrant or complaint. And this could destroy lives. But besides all that risk to self and risk to house and risk to company and risk to company, because what if clients fire you because you hire too fast-handed with their G words people in a nationwide contract? So all that, but what really truly concerns me and this guy I call friend that leads up to why is all this? And why does the state of North Carolina bother with us private protective peons when we don't care ourselves? I don't know. Because they get paid by the hour with benefits and retirements. If we're so stupid, we're not going to go get a government job and whatever. No, shame on you, peasant. Because they gave it to us free. But the real world, besides all of the above and previous 30 minutes of talking, what is vital to myself and my friend is a person. Let's call them human beings, or Cherokee, or Pomo is a person, a real living person hurt by my actions. And or, because these are his words, mine stops there at the question mark. Is a person, is a real living person sitting at home trying to choke back tears of, oh shit, I almost walked into a gun. And that's very scary for people. And so this is what myself and he, because he, having had 20 years in the United States military, and or my failure to act. And he went at length. This is the good of why. Why would I keep doing these things? Because we, besides the other half page of notes of the really good stuff and getting caught up on his wife and other things and really good conversations and relaying and sharing stories to each other, because what I call destiny, he calls serendipity. That what other two people on planet Earth could sit down in a room and realize, man, he's worried about how do I figure out how to make sure that person is okay and apologize to them without incurring further liability. You can't just say, hey, I effed up that day and I'm really sorry. No, you can't do that anymore. If you had said to him, F off, or I'll draw this gun and point it at your face, then you can, because you can apologize for using foul language to somebody. So I didn't mean to be so rude. I was having a rough day, whatever. But once you've committed crime against somebody, they are truly victim of your crime. And me and the guy don't care about that. All we care about is the morals of it. It's that poor person who got gun pointed at face and threatened and cussed at and swore and told to F off or they were going to get it again. Are they going to go home and go through the rest of their life as carefree as they really did, just not paying attention, enjoying the fact that they live in a society in which you can just walk up to places and walk on sidewalks and walk until you can't because some nut is pointing a gun at you and cussing and swearing at you. And what happened is it's been so long in between these kinds of classes and discussions, and it's all of it is a diminishing skill And that company has been so long without any form of management. The last manager they had separated at the beginning of 2021. They are now, they will be next month, 4 years with zero upstairs in our state. So, with nobody reminding them, hey, use of force policy, hey, and then falling back, we will always revert to our most comfortable training or instruction or experience. Fully retired 20 years plus from the United States military, and then did another 20 in two different, one federal and one state correctional facilities. Immune. Spent 40 years of his life immune, not having to worry about this crap. Like policies and procedures, rules, reporting. uh, Immune, like if a cop or a corrections officer inside a prison fence points a gun at somebody, that's not a crime. But they still have a duty to report. You better damn well write a long, badass report, because the inmates are going to turn you into their free attorneys. Your word against theirs, what gets written down, what investigators can follow up on, and it's all a serious thing. And are you going to go home at night and feel really good and groovy about yourself knowing you hurt someone? Making someone afraid is hurting them. Mocking, whether we call them young or liberal or Californians, I pick on you people. I understand that it's all relative to the individual. I don't try to say that, suck it up buttercup to anybody where they say words are violence. Because here we go. This is the theme of this. We're repeating it. I hope you're listening. Welcome back, Elizabeth. I hope you're listening when you hear this. This is what it's all about. Here we go, roundy round. We're saying it again. Because I say something about drunked. I was more drunked than you, and it reminds George. And George sees actor guy. And it stimulates some kind of emotional or physiological or mental response that makes him uncomfortable. Those are my words, George, not yours. And so why expose himself to that? I hear you, sir. It makes all the sense in the world to me. If it's making you uncomfortable in any way, you have no guilt or shame in that. Turn it off. Go to, whatever you like. John Wayne, go make yourself more comfortable and get that feeling out of your system. There's no reason for you to do that. But when we do this stuff real world. So Elizabeth, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, is it all about the movies? No, unless it's the movies that activate these thoughts and responses and Eva's association game. And what do you learn from it? Well, a real person in the real world has been hurt or harmed by somebody's actions, not mine, Elizabeth, if you weren't paying attention. This is a friend of mine and something he reported verbally or said to me on about pointing a gun at somebody back in November. And he added the and or, because that's the military thing, by direct action or failure to act. He spent 20 plus years in the military, and that was their credo or motto. So that's how it all wraps around. That's the point of these things. And one day, either we'll be getting paid and doing these more with a better schedule, and someone else setting up the outlines, but I'm not complaining. This is working out very well for me. Even if I just am repeating myself, obviously we need to. And who is placed at risk in all this? The victim of the crime in North Carolina of assaulting by pointing a gun. Coupled with the words, could it be menacing or intimidation, which is a felony? All of the above, but really, truly. Let me put in here morals and ethics are not, I don't know how to say it. And that's another thing. Here's why I am doing this, because I am afforded the time right now to do it. What it's all about. Yes, we talked about all these movie things. Maybe that's what it takes for somebody out there on planet Earth in the history of as long as YouTube will keep my channel videos up, even in spite of maybe some of our perceived mistakes. That somebody out there, if we help one person and they say, man, I guilt the hell out of somebody that I call friend because they don't like the actor I like. And I'm like, well, we're going to watch the damn movie with the actor I like or whatever. Well, maybe they'll hear this and go, oh, damn, now I get it. For whatever reason that makes them uncomfortable. If they don't know in frustrated inarticulateness, my name for me, they may not know how to say it to somebody else. No, man, you're effing pissing me off. And now you use the F word and now blah, blah, blah. And it goes back and forth and it gets ugly in a hurry. And that's the other thing like we discussed yesterday, just for a minute or 7 or 12 or I don't know, that one comment. It's almost a decent comment, except the guy had to name call Donald J. Right? And what do we both say, George? Yeah, this is useless. I don't want to read it. I don't want to give them any, but we did. We spent a good long time on it, in spite of they done us wrong. Shakespeare is alleged to have said, get rid of the lawyers first, newer, more PC language, and that is why. Stupid enough to piss off an armed guard. You are stupid, but that is not law. Yeah, but it's all armed guards, or does it have to be stupid? What if the guy was, maybe I misunderstand. Are you saying that the guy shouldn't have walked up and got a gun pointed at his face? Because that's how life does us all. What if the guy was deaf and didn't hear the verbal challenges? What if, what if he had his earbud in? Or fantastic earbuds in stereo watching his favorite movie so he couldn't hear dude saying, don't walk on this sidewalk, don't walk on this sidewalk. It's an open public sidewalk. Why would anybody in America think I can't walk on a sidewalk? If you want to close the damn sidewalk, go get yourself a permit and put up some cones and some of that tape. Caution, caution. Yeah, it's complicated, and I may have misunderstood what you said, but it really is all about the dude is lucky. because when confronted by it, because of his certain skin tone and experience through his life, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his ID wallet. So while I was discussing with Fran, if what stopped his feet moving is at gunpoint, and then he stuck his hand in his waistline in his back pocket area, I would have shouted him right then and there. It is destiny, serendipity, providence that this did go bad and leaves people thinking and asking questions. And hopefully the next guard, so hopefully anybody out there in the world will learn from this. Take notes, write a report, witness statements, statement from, and if you don't like it, get the hell out of security and don't conceal carry. You may not point guns at people. You have to be fully justified in all 4 points of the use of force in justified self-defense, up to and including lethal. An accidental, that misdemeanor law I've got quoted up there, remember, is they carefully word, even if in fun. Out in the real world on the street, that means you goofing around at home and you waved it across somebody, you committed a misdemeanor. There's other laws, there's other considerations, and that's all for criminal stuff. If they can't sleep at night and blah, 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 and what is the value of their emotions? You're from California, Elizabeth. That's how lawyers make their money out there. They call it stress disability lawsuits or emotional damages lawsuits. Birthed in California. I cannot walk on sidewalks anymore. I jump out of my skin and run into roads when I see those black jackets with embroidered emblems on them. Yep. And then a friend said at 227, damn, it seems like it's been forever. That's because I did pretty much all of that all by my lonesome self without crazy interruptions. 319, oh, break. I should wait till every 50 minutes or 55 minutes, but I got to pee. I've been staying hydrated during this. Oh, I keep forgetting. 7 dot. Damn it, I can't see it. 19 p.m. Eastern break. Oh, sturdy. George calls her bubblies or something. I'll be right back. Okay, sort of back. Sorta. I shouldn't have come back, but I did. I'm looking over at my cup of used to have water in it, and now it has none. Probably should have refilled that. Didn't. We'll take another break in 1 hour. Or I'll get George to sing a song while I go grab a glass of water. Back.
La 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 la.
Oh, beautiful. Clap, 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 clap. Read. I didn't hear. What?
She said you had to start something, Dean.
Yeah. Always gotta be starting something. Always gotta be starting something. Shakespeare is alleged to have said, yeah, I read that one. Next one. Exactly. This is exactly why your classes are so necessary. Whatever is legal may not be what is on someone's mind. Yeah, it's none of that was legal. It was a crime. I'll try to clarify or make more sense of it. You never know where their mind is that day, or they might feel threatened by you and act on that with deadly force. It's a rough day. Our defunded police just told a city person, we cannot help you when someone stole their dog. So the city online group said, take the pictures to the news. News people love pets. Yeah. City just told you we can't help you with your burning down houses. But you can't help us either. You want to throw 1,000 bodies in front of the fire? Throw your own. But our firemen are going to go out and put out fires that they can put out. And we'll fire the black lady. It's cool. Don't worry about it. We'll run her out of town on the rail. Okay. One more clarification. Sorry. I was hoping to be done with that and then talk about, that Peter song. What's the guy's name? Shit. That's not his name. Titties and beer, titties and beer, titties and beer, titties and beer. Truth. I'm just quoting the name of the song. Song. We talked about him the other day. There's one by Rodney Carrington. Rodney Carrington. The other guy did it with Frank Zappa. Him. We had a long, good conversation that one thought, one this led to another. I was hoping to go there. But, however, that said, man, that chick said all three of those the other day. Deflection techniques much? Addition or clarification to bodyguard tail above. Apparently, I didn't make it clear. Let me make it clear. Absolute policy is bag up your person and get you and them out. There is no stand your ground. There is no let someone get close enough to consider force at all. If you're starting to feel your spider senses in the bodyguard business in this particular field, then, and this is another thing, this guy's been doing this in North Carolina for this specific set of clients a hell of a lot longer than I have. I just have a better, what is policy? It is written instructions. How often should you recertify on policy and update your policy? Every damn day. Practice it in your mind. When you're in the serious, man, you're disabled, bedriddled, needs a lot of care wife, could be homeless and broke. Yeah, I know all the stuff. Well, they can't put you out of your primary residence. Well, what if you do have two residences? Then what? And you rent one out. and you afford all the lawyers, including the company you used to work for is now suing you because you cost them a client because you failed to follow the absolute written policy. We do not use force. You must bag your person, and they have other words. Those are my words. It either means stuff your person in a bag or throw them over your shoulder like a pocketbook bag. Bag up your person and get out of there. Have yourself code word, keyword, trigger word, or activation word that you have worked out in advance with your client so that when you say word, all of a sudden you're standing around bodyguarding them while they're standing around doing whatever they're doing. And you say loud and clear, Ladybug. They get their ass in the vehicle and you get gone. So standing the ground, cussing and swearing and pointing a gun at someone is against the policy to begin with. The company is not going to back you up. So now there's another problem. Oh, damn, 2 months later, if I report this in, and me saying, how do you know the client didn't report it? How do you know the sales staff didn't call them up and say, hey, how did everything go with our bodyguard the other night? And the client say, well, now that you mention it, I wasn't going to say anything, but, oh, damn. So, yes, all the above. Take the pictures to the news. News people love them. Yes, every single day. And you got to remember, Elizabeth, you're still thinking about this. You have experience in law enforcement and law and go. These are all immune people. Private security in North Carolina ain't got crap. We are not immune from anything. You think, and I'm being a little loud and sharp, but that's just, I'm rolling. I don't mean to scold at you. I'm just talking passionately. And I know you spent too much time in the law enforcement fields. It's another problem I had with Auntie Evola. She always worked in government. The only person you can report, man, that damn cop in California, it's called assault with a deadly weapon. It ain't a misdemeanor. California law. Assault with a deadly weapon. California Penal Code ADW is defined in section 245A1. According to AIO review, it's what's called a quote wobbler end quote crime, meaning it can be charged as either a misdemeanor or a felony. Why don't cops doing felony stop procedures get charged with that when they felony stop blue-haired old ladies and 5 cops are standing around waving their guns at some poor dear sweet old lady saying, hands, some of your hands, lay down, stand up, hokey pokey, turn yourself about, hands on your head, hands out at your sides. Because there's what they call a law enforcement exclusion or a cutout for a qualified immune government agent, sworn law enforcement officer who has all of their training and certifications up to date. And the only way, the way our government built itself, and maybe here's the good of it, maybe someone will hear this. And damn it, it's 2025. It's time for us to stop. We need an absolute federal agency whose whole purpose in life is to step on not federal police agencies. Either get them right or get them out of business. If you are so scared of every car you pull over in your city because blah, 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 the gangs and the this and the that, then don't be a cop in the city. It's that simple. But you don't get to point guns at everybody because you want to point guns at somebody. A ghost, a demon, a myth, a legend. How many felony stops do they do in Los Angeles that turn out to be not needed a gun pointed at them? Probably 90% or 95%. But they carefully don't document it. But running from that mentality, we are the law and we are immune. Because the onlyest thing you can do in this whole damn country is go to the bad guys who just did this to you. In the case of pointing a gun, it could be a felony. What if their finger was on, and believe you me, I not only have tried to teach cops and failed more often than succeeded. Because it takes a special kind of stupid to be a police officer in America in my lifetime. And a bully. Anybody else who has a different experience, type it in my comments. But that's my experience. The only choice you would have, if that son of a bitch raped you on the side of the road, Elizabeth, you have to go to his internal affairs thing and stand there at the counter and try to file a complaint with the bad guy villain that did this to you. LA, well, Los Angeles. Go see the Los Angeles Sheriff PD Rampart Division scandal, 1995. Sheriff's culture of lawlessness. God knows. See, everybody keeps re-stealing and using the words. The Union Bulletin 2024, it was in 2012. Never mind. LA Sheriff convicted. Can't remember the guy's name. Of course, it's a kind of a Hispanic sounding name. Welcome to Los Angeles. It used to be North Mexico, a Spanish mission. Oh, FBI agent, female. Former Los Angeles County Sheriff Lee Baca has agreed to plead guilty to a felony charge of making a false statement to federal authorities. What started this is the sheriff, all the way from the top to the bottom. A federal appellate court judge called them or circuit court judge, I don't remember. A culture of lawlessness from the top to the bottom, sworn and non-sworn personnel. They were all lawless. So anybody who's been hurt by them from 95 to 2012 when this broke loose because they kidnapped a damn FBI agent. That's who you had to go to the guy upstairs and say, one of your officers hurt me. Fill out a complaint. Make sure you put your address and phone number and who's your wife on there? Lee Baca. Leroy David Baca. Baca means cow, I think. I know in Japanese it means pig, I think. Whatever. That would be funny. Oh, found guilty in 17. Leading a conspiracy to obstruct. Overseeing a scheme designed to impede. The whole thing. Said most wanted fugitives. The sheriff of Los Angeles County. So yeah, maybe we can affect that change. Maybe we can get the ears of just the right person. Hey, Elon Musk, Doge interested in helping? Cut all federal police funding until we establish an independent, well-paid, you turd cake, you semi-independent government oversight and review board that takes here's a tough one. We'll call it a channel or group in X where the public can complain against their police and somebody other than the bad guy that hurt them. Wow, that was expensive. You mean we could just make a Facebook page group? How about a a tweeter?
Next tab. It's free. X,
Yeah, that's what I'm
Twitter.
talking about. Where with no fear of reprisals or whistleblowers or anything else, except that everybody has the fear. I have it. I've never been quieted down by anybody at my asshole sheriff's department.
Yep. Neither of
But they see as easily as they forgot. My warning to them was in writing, and I'm gonna put it one day back up on this thing. You better tell your deputies, even if they have a cause, they light me up, and I'm gonna light them up. You guys are cops. You know what that means. We're gonna blink some flashing lights at each other. Get your house in order. Oh yeah, so we gotta talk about something else. Blah blah blah. Yes, let's improve. All those people like Elizabeth mentioned them. And again, I'm not mad at you, Liz. Thank you. Help me. It's you and me and George right now. No one else is listening to my crap, my nonsense. What good may come? One watching. Oh, did I lose Elizabeth too? Oh well.
Huh?
I don't
You
know.
didn't lose me.
No, I said Elizabeth. The YouTube says one watching.
Oh,
It could be wrong. Let's improve policing in America. Trump? Notice I don't ask current zombie in chief. I mean President Joe Biden anything. Trump
well,
and Doge dash Musk.
one way would
Please,
be
a place to report and not the bad guys to investigate and do something about bad guy cops.
well, another thing that would help is a national standard for law enforcement.
We have national standards. We have state standards. We have all
Well,
this,
I'm
and
just
it's
saying,
all lip service to bullshit.
I know, I'm just saying
Hmm.
an actual, if you can't pass this stage, the national standard, you can't move on to the next stage, which would be your state standard. State standard should be tougher than the national
And
down.
fire. I mean, I could. I was just more at. I'll go off on a tangent. Yes, sir, George. Finish saying. Let me read Elizabeth's chat. I totally agree with you that the government needs not just play good cops, bad cops back and forth like a tennis match from administration to administration. One bad cop gets other cops get the payback. They taught us that in administrative justice in '69. So it's not a new idea. No, it's not a new idea at all. I just watched again part of it. I suffered all the way through the one, so then I went to watch the other one. North Carolina guy. Oh, Anna Vidovic. Anna. Oh, Anna. and cooks and swings American Gangster. Denzel, he fine. The Gladiator dude, Russell Crowe, based very loosely on an epic story as powerful as it is true about gang people, whatever, and the corruption of police. Everybody go take a good look at American Gangster. I give it a 7 out of 10. I want to give it more, but it's got some flaws. Share me a link. It's free right now with ads.
I'm just saying, have like the first part of every state's BLET be the national standard, and then you have a part that's the state standard, and then you get assigned to a department, they have to go through a department.
Right, which can be more strict and restrictive on the officers.
Right.
Yep. I hear you. Sing it again, sing it again, sing it again.
And then, as you put out, a hotline, whether it's X, a phone number. I prefer X.
All of the above. I don't want to have to sign up
Yeah,
for a Elon Musk
do
account, but I guess I would if they're
do
going
it
to
as you said.
abuse their connections to president that way. Good. At
I
least if
mean,
whatever it takes for us to get out from under the boot of our local
as you said,
tyrants.
hotline slash X. So it can be accessed anywhere, even your public library, to file a complaint or just say, I had this happen. I am worried about ramification. I was in this area. No, I do not know the police officer's name. It happened this. Okay, that's easy enough to check records. They're supposed to be computerized records.
Yeah. With GPSs and every other damn thing. And if you
Because
find the police at fault for not keeping the correct records, part of the federal standard is you get fired and permanently disqualified from law enforcement. The
there's
whole
always
rest of your life, there's no getting around it.
a chance some idiot who failed out of BLET or whatever went and bought himself a uniform and impersonating a cop. If you think he's a cop, so you're afraid to report it, you're screwed.
Yeah, you've heard me say how the American Gangster, police corruption.
But I'm saying it's also a way of keeping up with who is actually a
Well,
police officer now and who isn't. Because if it wasn't a police officer, you want that person definitely off the street.
have you seen American Gangster, George or Elizabeth?
No.
Man, it's about North Carolina boys made good. Go check it out. It's free on YouTube right now. Oh, I think I got a share link. I'll put you a share link in the chat. American Gangster.
I'm gonna say this up front, so you're not surprised when I say I got to go. I can't do like I did last.
Oh,
In
I'm not either.
fact, I'm about ready to call it for myself. Oh, I will not be available tomorrow,
Yeah,
most likely.
I wasn't planning on tomorrow. Probably no live stream here. There, we put a note in the log. I'm gonna give you a tiny little spoiler about police corruption, American Gangster. Pay attention. It's in the first 20, 30 minutes of the movie. You don't even have
But
to go all the way in if you just want to know. And this was way back in the 1970s, 50 years ago.
just like we need to also have a system to report actually any profession, because you got lawyers that abuse their ability to get continuing to milk people of their money. Especially when a lot of times all it takes is going to the district attorney pointing out the facts before trial. And with my experience with that, is they generally dismiss the charges because it's not worth. If you take to them evidence that the cop that wrote the ticket was wrong, that you know they, and you don't tell them that the cop was lying. You say, I think there's been a mistake, whether it's the cop's equipment or whatever, and it gets dismissed. Whereas my father-in-law automatically gets a lawyer, and it costs him more than just paying the ticket would. Oh, it's saving me money, so because I'm not getting points and my insurance doesn't go up. Look how long your insurance goes up. You paid more for that attorney than you did for if your insurance.
Yep.
And I'll give you a prime example. I and my mother was on the way to my grandmother's funeral. We got pulled over by a deputy sheriff, which is very unusual for them to pull you over for speeding. Not unheard of, but it's unusual. And wrote her a ticket for exceeding the 55-mile-an-hour speed zone by 15 miles an hour, which would have meant automatic loss of license. And we knew that car couldn't go that fast. I took it to a mechanic, got them to write and get it notarized. I report that it's a physical impossibility that car under those conditions could gone faster than 50 miles an hour, because we had a wobble in the wheel and there was things wrong with the transmission. I got them fixed, mind you. Took that paperwork, which is literally a legal document, to the district attorney, and versus me filing because as the district attorney, well, I don't need any issues, so I'm gonna just drop the charges. I said that's fine with me. That's good enough. Because he didn't need charges coming back on the deputy, where he'd have to get. But then again, some of our police officers stay in past their due date. They're like spoiled milk.
Well, again, you're nicer than me. I don't believe there is a good cop out there. They won't let a good cop. Go watch the beginning of this where they talk about, they called the guy Boy Scout and threatened to kill him. A good cop. An
Yeah.
honest cop. That was way back a long time ago in America.
Oh, through various things I needed to do for school and other things, I run into good cops and bad cops and lazy cops. Some that became lazy. When I first met them, they were, you know, almost a deadly do right. But the second time I meet them, they are lazy and don't want to work. And I've seen that with resource officers. I've seen that with patrol officers. I've seen it with detectives. I mean, when I was working as a private investigator, we got handed a murder case by the family because I'm not going to mention the department. The department that was handling it was moving too slow and didn't look. They had it for 6 months. We had it closed and solved within 6 weeks with proof and evidence. Because when my boss insisted that we dot all our I's and cross all our T's and then double check it. But the family shouldn't have had to gone out and hired a private investigator company to solve the case. Now, my boss was nice and said, "Well, we have investigators that think outside the box. That's the reason we were able to find the evidence." And we had, we did all the proper way. You find it, okay, you take a picture of it, you put stuff next to it so they can see the scale. Take a picture of it again. Do your floor plan in your notebook. You know, the the dues that you're taught in school. And when I mean school, I mean I was going for my criminal justice degree as well. So, the school teaches you the right way, and it seems like the training officers try to break you of all the right ways of doing things, or a lot of them.
Yep.
Anyhow,
Yep. And yep and yep. It is a fantastic movie. Got two fantastic actors. Even though I said 7 or 8 out of 10,
yeah,
leaning hard towards 7. It just has some spots that is like, man, come on. Did you really have to do that? I guess so. I don't know. I'm not a movie maker. I don't have, you know, if I was in the biz, I've been in affiliated or like businesses and around lots of big business. When the people with the money, like we said earlier, the man with the gold makes the rules.
yeah,
When the guy says, I need some titties in my movie that I'm paying you $100 million to make for me. Okay. Gratuitous? Yep. Necessary? Not to the audience, but to the person that matters, to the guy that's paying your paycheck. Okay. Is it illegal? Nope. Is it immoral? Nope. Do all those actresses who take their shirts off or extras that take their shirts off and get paid by the 100 millionaire guy to do that on video or film or digitals? Do they feel R worded? Nope. It's voluntary. Apparently not in certain instances. See the whole Weinstein, whatever his name is. Wienerstein,
I'm gonna
for
take
the
a
most
long
part.
break. If I come back and you're on, hop back on.
Cool.
You keep
Get
going.
get well fed, get well rested.
Oh yeah. Talk to you later.
All right, man. We'll mark the time this time. 55, 30. George out for extended break for the night. Get back on the list. And I hope this doesn't. Well, the whole purpose of having conversations or discussions, and since you're the only one left here, Elizabeth, I don't know what to say. Maybe you remember it from my Facebook or not. Doesn't matter. I'm going to remember everybody right now because uh, I still haven't even got into this whole Tucker Carlson interview thing. My Priscilla said, make sure you cover that and figure it out. Let's take care of this one because it's bugging me. Miss Sydney West. Another thing that I guess I did that was sort of offensive is that at the same time that Miss Sydney West vanished in the beginning of COVID in a bad time in America, off or near or at or something about the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. Lovely little blonde lady, girl, I shouldn't call her that. She was a grown ass adult woman. Sorry, Sydney West. Little baby girl to me. Definitely a little baby girl, no matter what to your parents. It stuck. It was somebody from around here. They made the see, this is it's again, it's the thing. I don't know how to explain it any better than this. It's all about this. Yeah, there's movies. Yeah, there's whatever. How does this tie to the missing girl? Because that's the point of the missing. They just didn't add girl to the movie title. 2003. How does this tie? Well, we're going to take care of Miss Sydney West. So I'll stop thinking about her for a few minutes. What I did that was probably offensive is that in the timing of life, a poor, dear, sweet, young, native of American person got hurted or abducted or some other thing. And because, tan gets more attention in this day and age, in this era. Sydney West and other people, a lot of stuff happened. Coincidental. So I didn't feel like it was getting the airtime and all the idiocy about Michelle Warren. I think that's her name. Elizabeth Warren. Sorry, I know another one whose combination of names, first, last, and then married last name, now has a different married last name. Went by her middle name, but first name was Elizabeth. So we were always goofing about. It's a good thing you don't go by your first name. But I didn't feel like it was getting the traction it deserved. This poor missing girl, native of North Carolina. So I started calling her a native, and then I would always put in brackets. I think I typed it in there semi accurately. It's another thing that I had gotten community notice that, I was offending the real Native Americans by me saying, let's see if I can find it. Maybe I put it in my notes, not in my. I know I wrote it somewhere. If it isn't written down, it didn't happen. AI talk, complicated stuff. Maybe I just wrote it in the emails. I don't know. Thought I wrote it somewhere. Well, I'll just write it and say it again. And YouTube, when the bots and the humans and everybody else's goes through this, listen to the whole section. Hear this disclaimer. I did it to draw attention to this poor Sydney West and her family and her cutie pie little cartwheeling sister named Faith. I'm not I'm not doxing them. They have all this information is available in their social medias and their web page. We're gonna go look at it in a minute. But I instantly said, "Oh, ye of little faith," meaning kind of a joke about or a play on the words, a word play, not a joke. I don't take any of this lightly. Somebody's child missing. The one thing I would always say on my thing, I said, if I had any power in my tribe band, I would get them to honorarily adopt you. It does not get you any privilege. You're not going to cut anybody's silly little checks. But if it gets attention, if we could say, oh, the Indian girl got missing, and more people would try harder, then let's do it. Call her black if you have to. Whatever it takes to make somebody say, oh, well, rich white girls, they just run away. There was some of that. And there was other that they just decided she unalived herself off the bridge, and that's the end of that. And I'm apologizing if you happen across this Sydney West family. I purposely don't make any big deal about it, but if it should happen that you come across this, I have no words for you and your beautiful children. But it comes down to this is what does it apply to movies or arts or what was going on in your life? The experience. Again, going back to what is this all about, Elizabeth? It's just all about us being us and how things happen. So anyway, Sydney West is at things I would say to try to improve. I have no power in my band. And even if I did, they would vote against it. The board's not interested in this. Full of MFers and GDs is the last communications I had from our illustrious chief/chairman, super puffed out chest monkey man, moron, idiot. I mean, 10,000-year-old culturally super aware, bestest peoples ever. I always said so to try to gain additional traction to her cause or her case. Uh-huh. Because the first headlines were a native of North Carolina. And I have always said, my sayings, RE, Native American. Were you born here? Then you are a Native American. Don't care what your blood stock book says. We can all get over it. Do you mean uh, pre-Spaniards and British is American? Okay, whatever. Be clear. Are you one of them savages with the war-loving ways that I don't remember all the derogatory statements in the Declaration of all times and space continuums and cultures? So we can all get over it. If you were born here, according to the law and the rules and everything else, you're a Native American. Get over it. Get over yourself. Were you a member of the right sect and class and bloodlines and heritages and whatever to be rich like Donald Trump? Well, no, you're not one of his siblings. Get half-assed debt-funded casino checks like me? Well, no, you're not a member of a band, but you're still a Native American. It's just me being smarmy. So there, take that. So I would always say about her, uh, A, in brackets, native of, trying to be clear, America. Because she was born in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. So without the hard brackets, meaning suit implied, she's a Native American. Why does it make a difference how tan she is or isn't, or how much her grandfather might have been? It's so disgusting to me of society. Anyway, the thing about timing and all this other stuff, it's too complicated for me to even explain. So this is another reason. This is my channel. Nobody's forcing anybody to listen to it. I hope that someone will listen to it and learn something from it. Even if they learn how to tell me how to say these things better. If you say, well, what you need to do is cut them up into little pieces and write scripts for 2 months before you upload one, then forget it. Don't tell me that. I mean, tell me, but say, I know you told me not to tell me this, but, deflection technique me. And then feel free, say whatever you want. I, I will thumb all the comments. Even if you call me names, I'm going to thumb it. Thumb up it. No thumbs downs. Unless you're a spam bot from wherever trying to convince me to give you my bank account numbers, then you're going to get Curly banned, hide on this channels and everywhere else. Reported to the evil overlords. Let's go find Sydney West. Destiny, timing, the crossroads. Could she be a self-unaliver? I don't know. Look, aw, and no, not in a grown-up, hey, baby, way. I love her hands. They're very long. She is a piano player. One time when I was a kid. See, this is what happens with your mind. Would I think these thoughts if I hadn't been told by a woman I worked for, wow, you have long fingers. You must be a pianist. And I said, pianist? Everybody else calls it pianist. She's like, that sounds too much like penis. You must be a pianist. She said, do you say piano or do you say piano? And then she just used to always joke me. I don't want to say her last name. Whatever. Hey, former boss. Man, what year is it? 43 years ago to 40 years ago ish, almost exactly. You said some stuff that sticks. And see, that's what, Elizabeth, what happens. I see her super long, slender fingers, and it has nothing to do. I am a hand goof, but not in a sexual way. I just always have been. And then especially after the 1986 class that I still haven't discussed. So I look at those and turns out, yep, she's kind of a pianist, and a heck of a singer. Her parents, because I begged and begged and begged, put a thing up. Did you ever did a thing? I did. But I don't know if I could find it again. Because that was all the private message on the other network system says David Lynch croaked. Yep. We'll look into that in a minute or a few. News and headlines. But right for now, we're talking about the missing. I'm shy, except, I want to spread the word, but they probably shouldn't be giving full names. Some idiot out there in the world would do something with identity theft or try to abuse the parents with, we have your child, blah, 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 middle name so and so. I don't know. I don't know what to say. What would I do in that situation? I don't know. And I don't. I mean nothing derogatory against the family. Sydney West has been missing from San Francisco, California since September 30, 2020. She was last seen at approximately 6:45 a.m. Pacific time entering the Golden Gate Bridge. in September, that would still be daylight time, I think. Or, no, standard time. I don't know. One of the times. Pacific time. Good answer. Good answer. She was 19 years old. She's very tall. That's why she has long, slender fingers, because she's long and slender. All of her. 130 pounds, brown hair. Photos of Sydney can be here. Frequently asked questions case here. 25,000 reward issued for information leading to her location in return. Please, people, don't go bog these poor people down with your false reports hoping you can get money. Do not do it. And then the private investigator and the PR firm and everything else. The fact has a lot of stuff. How she walked into a fog. I just saw the movie The Fog recently. Hated it. The modern remake, the original one a million years ago, I liked. And both based on a Stephen King book, and neither one of them has, or a Bachman book story. They got nothing on it. That's how movies based on books or pieces of books go. What was she wearing doesn't matter. Um, why did Sydney leave Berkeley? This was one, I don't know when they added it to this website, but it was one of the things that was kept by the last time I had checked in on their Facebook page, which is public. I could go look at it now, but I'm so mad at Facebook, I don't want to give them any traffic. Sydney had suffered a concussion over the summer of 2020 and was still recovering when she left for school. All you people out there, traumatic brain injuries, blah, all the things, head injury, brain injuries, traumatic brain injuries, concussions, long-term effects. That was not information publicly available until recently. When she arrived at Berkeley, all of her classes were being conducted virtually because of the COVID-19 pandemic. This proved challenging for Sydney, and she made the decision to defer until fall of 2021 so she could fully recover. What the challenge was is explained elsewhere on this website. I'm not divulging any private information. Because of the concussion, they think, because it certainly wasn't a problem for a 19-year-old girl to mess with phones and computers and devices prior to the concussion. After concussion, she had visual problems with the screens. They don't say what they were or whatever. Maybe it just caused her severe headaches. Maybe it was epileptic and like or substance. I don't know. I'm just running my mouth. It just says further in this frequently asked questions. How does she get to the bridge? She used a ride-share service. All video footage from on and around the bridge on September 30th has been carefully reviewed. Unfortunately, foggy conditions. See, here we go. The timing of it all. The foggy conditions that morning obstructed many of the camera views, making it impossible to tell her exact location on the bridge or how she may have exited the bridge. Here we go. Do you believe in destiny? They should take the word the out of here and just put capital N. Nearby wildfires impacted air quality as well. Smoke. Smoke and fog. What are the odds? Especially in San Francisco Bay, where the wind is always blowing, it seems like typhoon strength. The bridge was very, well, not, I said very. What we do know I think it's supposed to say is. What we do know that the bridge was busy with walkers, joggers, cyclists, commuters who may have seen something. No, they will not release the bridge. It's the government, their own private investigators, and everyone else says no because of privacy reasons for everybody else that may have been around that bridge, and it doesn't matter. And it could also, if they release the footage, if there is a bad person involved, then the bad person would be like, oh, damn, I got to move. They've released the footage. Uh, Tips, how can you help? So, oh, maybe it was in a news article at Fox News. I read a Fox News that was linked to somewhere from this page, media coverage maybe, that said about the specific, she was having problems with the screens. I thought it was on this frequently asked questions page. I apologize. Sydney's music is available. Well, now it's available at, oh, here it is. Free listening on SoundCloud. Sydney and her dad. Um, this was another thing. I begged and begged and begged and begged. And I don't know if my begging had anything to do with it or if it just happened. Great minds and all that. Everybody go give it a listen. Give it a like on your SoundCloud. Uh, this is little sister. This is little Faith, who's a great big, all grown up now. She's got to be almost 16 or 17. I don't know. Tiny little 10-year-old. I offended little Faith because I put on one of those things. Is that girl even 10? When they were announcing her 13th birthday 3 years ago. A message from sister and dad. Um, these Sid originals, I had them all linked a lot of times on my Facebook. Just and some of the recording, like where I don't remember which ones, and I haven't listened to them in a while. Let me get a link in the chat. Sydney West, Sydney. None of these are professional studio recordings. Some they are super lucky, like where they bugged her and begged her, hey, go sit down at the piano and jangle the keys and sing the song, and then somebody recorded it. Sydney West music singing free. And I just think it's so amazing. See why record things and get them in the can, Elizabeth? Maybe this is why. Maybe something happens and everybody vanishes and we've got something. Oh, I hate it. I have to look away from you, Sydney. Breaks my heart. And her name is the same name of somebody very, very close to me. Not saying who. Okay, how that all ties together with the silly, goofy, I hated it movie, The Missing, 2003. Tommy Lee Jones. I can't remember the actress name. She must be the devil. Because you can't ever remember the devil's name, even though I really like her and think she's really, really pretty. I think a lot of women are. Probably 99% of all women on the world, man. That girl's fine looking, man. She's something else. Uh, how that all ties together to this. How does a car accident happen? Elizabeth, you can relate to that. Unfortunately, I hope I don't activator you, or do, or don't. Just talking things out, working things out. That's one of the its of, is this all about movies? Sure. Is this all about destiny? Sure. Is this all about you doing G word safeties? Sure. Mentality classes for coppers? Yes, absolutely. Appreciation of art, movies, music, photographs, paintings, or the ability to appreciate someone else doing art, like regardless of the recording quality. And you can say, well, that's a little high and squeaky, but that's because of the recording device, not because of the songstress. Yes, I'm giving a lot of points for I'm so sad I miss her. We won't have more recordings. But how it ties back to even that goofy movie that when my light bulb came on today, when my missus was discussing at length all of these things and thinking about the thing events in the Denzel Washington movie I mentioned, American Gangster, is that what are the odds? It has to be this and that and this, and then a childhood story. And maybe I put too much on anecdotal, my experience. Should I apply my experience to this case? When, let's say, 50% of everybody involved with the poor missing Sydney West says, well, a lot of people jump off the San Francisco Bay Bridge or whatever it's called. How many people jump off the Golden Gate Bridge? And it says daily. On January 3, 2024, over the last 20 years, on average, there have been 30 confirmed those at the Golden Gate Bridge every year. 30 divided by 12, whatever, 2.6 per month. 2.6 of these happen on average. So, is there a daily number? No. Monthly number? Yes. Annual number? Yes. And so that's people, clap their hands. Oh, well, another one, another jumper. And then I had the second thing and then I don't. Oh, yeah, the second thing. Let's say that's 55%. The next 44% say she ran away. She disappeared on purpose. Blah, blah, blah. There's a whole lot of goofy theories out there. And it used to did hurt my feelings. And I thought about thumb downing it, but I didn't. I just would ignore it when people would go to that Facebook page of theirs and type their stupid. I am very giving and understanding to people have a compulsion or a not want or a need to say something somewhere and be heard. But if what you have to say is stupid and heinous, shut up. It's like accusing the parents of being horrifying, bad, abusing. It's all your fault, parents. And she didn't unalive herself jumping off the bridge. She ran away and doesn't want to be found by you because you're such horrible people. That's so mean. You got to be mean. I don't know. Take up boxing in a league that you don't belong in. Get your face beat in so you have concussions. Then be mean. in my fictional video game space soap opera. But all of the things, man, for the fog to be blocking the cameras combined with some air quality and atmospherics, maybe even smoke from wildfires. Yeah, they're very common in California, not so much in the Bay. That is a very wet, cold place. Mark Twain, see the Val Kilmer discussion yesterday, said the coldest winter he ever spent was summer in San Francisco. That is a cold, wet place. So for all of the above, and windy. It ain't no Chicago in terms of windy city, but it is windy. It's very hard for it to get packed with fog. All that. So what are the odds? A lot of people, a lot of this, a lot of that. Same thing happened in the movie that I hated last night. That if not for this and this and this and this and this, just incredible. Yeah, that's why I even could think about giving the movie 2 points instead of one. Is well, it took me 8 hours and an hour of being talked to, not at, to by my missus about another one of these. What are the odds? How could this be? This perfect set of circumstances, or the perfect storm. All of the above. There's very light-hearted versions of this, I could tell. Meaning happy ending, happily ever after. But go watch and see what you get out of The Missing 2003. It's only an hour and a half of your life. Maybe your light bulb will turn on 12 hours later, 10 hours later. A true story from my science fiction double feature picture show. I want to go. Space opera, fictional video game, rough draft. Um, there was a girl that was never my girlfriend. She was the girlfriend of a friend of mine. Again, I'm speaking in the first person character. I haven't decided who that is. It might be a woman of space alien origin. And somehow, I'm just spitballing this story out here now. So bear with me if I pause occasionally. Maybe I'll go get more beverage before I start getting too deep. Maybe not. I gotta turn the dryer on. 10 more minutes too. Anyhow, this girlfriend of my friend somehow decided that she could talk better with me and explain all these crazy stuff. And she was troubled youth from a troubled home with a lots of kooky, crazy, big city space, big cities on big, small, overcrowded space moon planets type of thing. Where back then, being just one in millions in a big giant city back then in the future in space, there is anonymity for the good people and the bad people. And it's that anonymity of the big metropolitan super cities that makes people feel extra lonely and alone. Because they can't believe they bump bodies with thousands of people every day. They feel the breath of hundreds of people every day upon them. They may pass tens or hundreds of thousands and put dead rat race rat eyes on each other on the super highways that are paradoxically called freeway, where it feels like the worst prison in an ever shrinking claustrophobic metal coffin with wheels on it. People have absolute, and Elizabeth, I'm sorry, but you weren't the only one. Yours at least seemed to have passed a little bit many years later after you had maybe a head bump, concussion, maybe something. Panic attacks, trapped on those freeways in California in my space opera fictional video game rough draft. Anyway, the loneliness, anonymity, the other anonymity of these big metropolitan cities in this fictional era was that your neighbors don't give a damn. Nobody gives a damn. That's another problem with a lot of miserable people packed into a sardine can. They're all miserable and they don't care. They actually might. Why do people stop and look hard at wrecks in big metropolitan cities? They call them rubberneckers. It's not because they're but for the grace of G-D, go I. It's because they love to see somebody else splattered. They're so bound up and wound up, and they think, ha, that didn't happen to me. You must have done something, and they deserved it. Everybody deserves it. Anyway, girlfriend of a friend, trapped in the rat race of overpopulated, over-densely crowded place with nobody, could be considered not so good parents. Probably not the worst parents I've ever encountered. Dad wasn't a diddling little girl. Nobody was beating her and making her bruised and bleeding. But it's all relative to each individual's experience. Of course, kids who might have eaten ice cream every Friday at 6 p.m. for their entire life, when you don't give them ice cream anymore at all, ever, they are kind of pissed off about their ice cream. You're the worst parents ever. Parents out there, I hear you. But there was some serious risk, some serious threat, some serious this or that, and some not so serious. And she was always threatening, unaliving. To me, she would always call my good friend, ha ha ha, gave her my space communicator contact information. In my space opera, it might have been being hit by 3 drunk drivers over a 2-week period. The third time I got in a vehicle, another ran a red light, stopped right outside the window. I stepped, and I'm just going to wait for it. Sorry, anybody who... Man, we're talking all the way across the time-space continuum through a black hole. If there's 20 seconds lag, deal with it. I'm filling the gap. Let me sing a song. I don't remember the song George sang. Do dozy dozy bop, diddy bop. I stepped. Slowly I turned. There it is. I stepped out on our car and jumped off, walked home. It was hard to get in my own car every day to go to work, the store, and take care of kids every day. I had no choice. Just did it until I got hit by another drunk driver some years later. Yeah, it's... How many times can this happen? let alone to me. Is this planned? Is there a conspiracy? What in the world is going on? So, and this threatened her. She was only 13, maybe 14 at the time. Too young, except any of you who think no child of mine would do like that, blah, 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 blah. You pack your kids up and go live in the big city. And then let's talk about it after a few years. When your kids get to go hang out with all the people named after fruits and candies, whose parents are super rich and house them in armed men protect those gates where we want to defund the polices. It's not dangerous here. So anyway, girly girl oftentimes ran away and she'd show up at my house and I'd pack her arse up. Kind of strong army. May have left fingerprint dents that could be seen as abuse or bruises on the inside of her arm where I dragged her back onto a rapid transit district bus and escorted her all the way back home and shoved her back into the garage she lived in and made her find her parents and let them know, bring yourselves back home, stop driving around the block. And this is the 5,000th time this fool has run away, left you a note, you'll never see me again. This is going somewhere. Somebody help me write it into a book one day and we'll publish it. I'll give you the majority of the money, but I gotta have some in this space opera crazy station movie that no one wants to see, let alone read. Sorry, chat. Interactive entertainment comes first. You know how many of those drunks ever got charged for major accidents harming others? Zero. Exactly. We need some things fixed in this country. I concur. Or we'll just get up here and keep saying it. Someone else out there will hear it and they'll hopefully echo through the universes and say, wow, I'm not the only one. And they don't even have to ever let us know. We won't ever know, but we'll have done some good. They say, man, I thought I was all alone in all of these space opera fictional space universes, galaxies far, far away time ago. Nope, you're not alone. If you're a bad guy and you think bad guy thoughts, you are all alone. So anyway, this girl, not troubled, not crazy, not a hooker, not on drogos, not alcoholic, just another rat in the rat race in an over densely populated place. Well, one day, talking on the phone, she's telling me all the garbage, and her mother's yelling at her, and her dad's saying whatever, and if you go, I'm going to throw your crap out on the yard and light it on fire, and you don't ever come back here again, blah, blah, blah. So she humps, and they hump and pump, and she storms off into the broad daylight. One fine summer day, probably 1984. In our fiction, the year 1984 after the founding of the mechanical moon that they live on. I'm not going to steal the Death Star, sir. It doesn't blow up planets. It's just a mechanical moon. Space station. International Space Station. So she dawdles off, saying huff and puff and worst parents ever. And nobody really cared. And I didn't really care. I've been through this far too much. I'm like, chick, You don't snuggle me. I don't get to smell your perfume. You're my friend's old lady. I'm pretty sure I used to call her that. It really offended her because she was 13 or 14. I'm not old lady. Yes, you are. And then the sun went down. And then the sun came up. And her parents and her mother was 8.5 or more months pregnant. And her best friend was somebody that was another sad city story that I'm not getting into. We're staying on this target. And so what had happened were little girl ran away, never to be heard from again until little space alien invader opera fictional ran away again, this time forever. It's the whole. You ever heard the tale of the boy that cried wolf? He kept crying wolf, and everybody whatever. And then when the wolf really came and he cried wolf, nobody went out to protect us from the wolf, ate everybody up. I don't remember the end of it. Maybe the wolf just ate the boy. I don't know. I don't care. If I cared, I'd look it up. I prefer my version. The wolf ate everybody. They were all asleep at the wheel. That's what one little dude's fault. Because no matter how many times, no, it ain't. How many times you let that dude sound a false alarm before you, supposedly adults, say, we can't put him on the watch anymore? He keeps false alarming. Who done wrong there? Bad adults who write bad stories blaming the children for being children. So anyhow, non-gender specific space alien invader opera fiction ran away. Again, this time forever. Until. And then the whole family packed up and moved away. There was all kinds of subterfuge and all this other stuff and threats against the family and gooberty gobblerty stupid people saying stupid things. Thankfully, back before the internet had got the law enforcement and the neighbors hard eyeballing parents and like send the cadaver dog to the backyard, accusing the parents of doing dastardly deeds and disappearing their bad daughter. Many, many cycles of solars and lunars in this opera space place of ours later. A secret messenger said, I'm watching on my TV. I'm on TV. I made it. Elizabeth, I'm on TV. So what had happened were a very something abused woman officially was discovered full of diseases and starvation and drugs and repeat coat hanger A words, sort of kind of related to sold into a certain industry where someone else gets the money, you get kept full of drugs, and uh, other planetary organisms with what looks like an elephant nose rub their elephant nose up against you, against your will. Gets turned up in a faraway country. So then, intergalactic, we'll call them the Federation of whatever B stands for in space, investigators. We call them the FBI. Fictionally, in our fictional, sorry, I was reading a secret message on the secret communicator systems. I'm not saying a name to my fictional space invader alien sob story. I know what you meant. It's Bill saying he was watching me on TV. Yay, Bill made me a TV star. Thanks, smart TVs and devices and connectors and main screens turned on and YouTube for being TV friendly. I'm a TV star. I'm going to write it on my IMDb. I don't have an IMDb. So, anyhow, FBI shows up and contacts me because the only thing she could remember about America is that the only human she could really remember was this guy. True story. I mean, in this fictional space opera of mine. So a whole bunch of FBI show up. And I say, what are the odds? How do man, I never got to snuggle her. My friend snuggled her and smelled her perfume. I mean, held her hand, but just barely touching pinky fingers because, kids. They were going steady, not me. What do you mean you want me to? And she wanted to talk to me. Have you ever felt called upon or called out? It was okay. By then, I was well embroiled in my own BS, is what I call it. And I called it my cowboy code. When you're called out, you come out. When I would speak to the more religious leaning people, I would say when you're called upon, you come up. You're being pulled up. That's for the religious people. For the not religious people, when you're called out, as in into the street, you come out. And you stand at paces and you do whatever you got to do. Like, go stare at this hollowed out skin with sores all over it, barely wrapped around skeleton. There was no meat left. And somewhere in those glassed over eyeballs, and you people that are better at writing, fix this up for me. I'm trying to be dramatic, but I don't know all the. This is why I don't write books. Because I'd be like, yeah, the living dead girl, and then moving on. She would not talk to the federal federation, whatever, what my fictional FBI. I don't mean you, American FBI. You guys are all heroes. This is this fictional space thing where cops might not be so good and might have told this poor person, well, you ran away. I know, I'm taking too long, Elizabeth. Any other listeners? TV fans? But that's how I do. It's my thing. Holla. Put it in the comments. Dude, you just rambled too long. Yeah, but we're writing a fictional space opera for the benefit of all of us together. And when we sell it, we're all going to split the money. Anyhow, some of these law enforcers had already told her, man, you runaway, idiot, this and that and the other. You deserved it. Yeah, some of them might have said, that's what happens to women and girls in the world. Huh? You should have been born me, and that wouldn't have happened to you. That's another repeat theme of life. Uh-oh. Phone ringing. Mrs. Be right back. I am back. I'll have to apologize again. Mm. Whatever time it is. But one, everybody should know if you're learning stuff from this at all. When spouse, significant other, cohabitator calls, like I was just saying before I left, when you're called out, you come out. Especially the people that you've made that firm oath/commitment to. When they call, you answer. And the main reason being because I failed to notify her before I went online that I'm going online. She does very good at trying not to bug me if I've said I'm going online. Back from the called called out, you come out. When you're called up, you get up. You come up. And them's the rules. Even when you gotta go stare a poor hurt person in this world who would not talk to the cops because the cops wouldn't talk to her. They're like, yeah, whatever. You were in the S slave business in a foreign country. What's that got to do with us? We can't do anything about it. We're this planet police. Back from the cold break. Apology for not getting the notice. Oh, that's all we're doing about that. Now we're going back to talking about the ran away again, then got recovered, and came home to them bugging me and me going to talk to her. And here's another one. When you're called out, you come out and you do the best you can. Listen to people when they begged for you in a city in space of approximately, or a county at the time, of 20 million people, let alone a whole nation of 150 to 200 something million. Of all of that, the one person in all of the worlds that you want to talk to is this one. I don't know what to say. Do you say, well, I must be honored, or I must be special, or man, why me? I'll probably all the above. So I go and sit and listen, and she says, where should I begin? I said, probably at the beginning. And it took her a while. The alien, the he, she, alien, it. And she says, no one would believe it. She says, you won't believe it. I said, I don't know, try me. She talks about how, if was this evil design? Is this truly the CIA alien space invaders? The one day when I'm running away again, right in a certain spot of broad daylight. She marches out into a very busy city, and she was sitting on a bus stop, and she was just going to sit there and let her parents suffer for a while. She might even get on a bus, but she didn't have enough bus fare, so she was going to try to work something out or make the bus driver kick her off at the next stop. That's how things work in the big bus space thing. Them buses got to keep rolling. They'll let you stand up there and play in your pockets till the next stop, then you get off. At least they did back then in the future. She's talking about how whatever, whatever, and little never did she know until much later. This is what made me think about, oh man, all that and that goofy movie and Sydney West walking onto a bridge in the fog. This poor girl, probably 14 at the time that it happened, ran away from home like many, many times before, sometimes several times a week. Sat on a bus stop while some very serious human traffickers just broke out of the local jail holding facility, because back then it was called the immigrations, in our interstellar space immigrations, and they did not have good cooperative arrangements with the local law enforcers. So some very heinous bad guys broke away from law enforcers and were escaping, stole a vehicle. The problem with the bad guy business is, if you were supposed to do a thing, now go watch the Denzel Washington movie I mentioned just a little while ago. Everybody's bad guys. The cops, I don't even remember the name of it anymore. Something gangster. North Carolina people. American Gangster, 2007. Go watch that one and study bad guys in the bad guy business, in the for real business, will hurt or KIA you just to prove that they can. Let alone if you fail to deliver something like the Grugas or the Young American Girls, which is what the thing about supposedly once upon a time in Indian country, when all of America was apparently Indian country, that stupid movie, The Missing, 2003. I give it a 1. The end result of this is that some subset of Indians were stealing white whammons and other Indian whammons from other tribes and delivering them up to the Mexicans, who were running them down to the border to the real Mexicans, not the witch Mexicans called brujas, when that means a woman witch, but it was a brujo, a man witch. Man witch? Don't disparage our sandwich sauce. It's a meal. I mean a male witch, not a man witch. Man witch is tasty. Not a sponsor. See, I can still go back like talking about the mean stuff. What are the odds? Well, some bad guys that escaped custody local, they could not go home to south of the border without their quota of the product being very young underage American girls. And if they're appear to be above like menstruation age, if they're that old, they better be pretty. Because they have to be, which makes no sense, because the end result is this AIDS-riddled, festering skin, horrible skeleton with every drug habit in the earth and every disease and creepy crawly in all of her orifices and tissues. And eventually died of HIV/AIDS. Saying the guys pull up in the car. They say, whatever, whatever, hey, little girl, you want some candy? Hop in the car. And she says no. And they jump out and tell her get in the car. And, may have hurt her a little to convince her that she would get hurt a whole hell of a lot more right there on the city street, with the whole world swirling around and everybody carefully looking away. It's a condition, something you learn to do, and then you practice it a lot, is what is a conditioned response in people. Go to any place, especially a big city, and look at some parent beating their child and yelling at them and calling them horrible names, and look at all the eyeballs finding somewhere and something else to look at. Look at all the phones that come up and get placed next to an ear as if they're talking on them. It's just something city people do in space. True story. All you better writers, help me write it better. So what had happened is her and then several others. These guys just on the road to a border from here and there and everywhere picked up a car full of very, very young American girls. Because if they tried to get home without having met their quota, big ugly brown dudes are no good in the S industry. They were going to get Luca Brasi swims with the fishes. That kind of thing. From The Godfather. I don't remember if they said swims with the fishes or sleeps with the fishes. It's a message. So there it was. And that's the story of the movie last night. And that is the long way around of here we are, an hour or so later. Or I don't know, maybe it's 2 hours later. I'm not sure. Or Miss Sydney West. 95 to 99% of everybody who gets asked to think about it thinks she ran away, bad parents, or bad life, weak spirit, jumped off that bridge. And I think, I have heard real world. I have seen this. I have eventually, before she passed away, what little bit of federal agency cared enough to care had verified so much of her story, but there's nothing they could do. We don't have that. We didn't then. Let's call it Planet Mexico. Planet California. Sorry, Arnold, I messed that up. And Planet Mexico and their evil empires that rule either one didn't have some kind of arrangement to get those bad guys out of the industry of bad guy industry of snatching up the little cutie pops out of America and turning them into, by the time they're, you grab them at 14 and they're walking dead by 19 and dead by 21. Of natural causes. And to this day, we don't have anything. Nothing. So when they say she walked into a fog on the, now I'm back to the real life, hurts my heart, and it could just be me. Maybe I have PTSD about this fictional character or this real character that I have converted into this weird fiction. Miss Sydney West walked into a fog on a very busy bridge. All the cameras, all the investigators, nobody heard a splash. Nobody heard of whatever. Nothing has ever washed up anywhere. So I say, could something else have happened? Could she have run away willfully and she really doesn't want to be found by her friends and family? It could happen. I've heard of that many times too. But could the coincidence be that there she was and bad guys came along and snatched her up? That could happen too. It doesn't. Please don't anybody point their parents to this. I don't know if they've thunk of that kind of situation. And Should the parents be subjected to some people's conjectures based on, doesn't matter what happened somewhere else, some when else in the world? So it's a very hard thing to say, and here I am just yappity yapping about it. I think I'm done with it. We got her music. Go see the SoundCloud. I put it in the chat. Now Elizabeth put some chats. Do you know how many of those drunks ever got? Oh, no. The chat bobbled up and down, so it must have been another. I don't apologize, Russia. It's just a thing we say. Must have been another Russian bot trying to type nasty in my chat. And thankfully, super smart Google YouTube AIs ate it up. Ate it for breakfast. So all that stuff ties together. That's the point of these things, Elizabeth. We can say, man, what are y'all? What is the stuff? 1962, the California fires and fire NADOs. I talked about it a little yesterday. The video I found, or the video that found me, because I kept talking about stuff and looking at stuff in the YouTube. So YouTube said, oh, you might be interested in. But it doesn't say that anymore. It just puts stuff on your screen. The missing Mexicans snatching up white girls and selling them in Mexico. Could happen. The other missing girl from Once Upon a Time. The other brain shock I had, I still haven't got back to this Tucker Carlson thing, that my good wife said, I want you to look into this and see what you think. I said, do you want me to look into it on my live streamery? She said, I don't care. I want you to look into it and see what you think. 1962. Same year as the thumbnail image. It's from The Twilight Zone. I don't remember what episode number. It's called To Serve Man. And the woman screams, and when she finally decodes it, the book, it's a cookbook. The CIA alien space invaders are here to eat us. Not for use. On humans intended for food. Tell the cannibals. Oh, my brain blew up this morning and yesterday and a little bit back in December. The elders, some of our 90 genarians, whatever you call, we call 80 somethings octogenarians, 70 somethings septuagenarians, 90 somethings the elders, the old people. I know the German word, Nuftogenarians, 90 genarians. I don't remember why I was being dumb. It's from my cousin Vinny. The elders. Oh, I know. And maybe the two Yoots, because everybody these days seem to be, in my wrong opinion, suffering from the extreme costs of prescription medicines. And thankfully, shortly after receiving or seeing, and then it got pointed out to be my wife again this morning, this wonderful letter to America from outgoing President Joe Biden about how he saved us all from our own expensive prescription costs. And he's so wonderful. What it cost somebody I know approximately $70 a month last year for a prescription medicine. Thanks to the saving and the negotiating and the saving of the universe from Big Pharma, Joe's words, not mine. in that ridiculous letter that sure doesn't read like Ike's farewell to the country. There ain't no military industrial complex. There's no oh, global in scope, insidious in nature. There's none of that. It's somebody. It really reads like Jill and Hunter wrote it. Hey Joe, he's our man. If he didn't do it, no one can. F Trump. And never mind. Who are you gonna believe? Your lying pocketbook, or our lying mouths? I mean, our perfectly wonderful, truthful mouths. This is what the presidency has become in America. Hey Democrats, Mr. Destiny Channel. Would you Democrats please stop telling these crazy effing, these are insane. Talk about my crazy space fiction, space opera with mechanical moons that don't destroy planets, because we're peaceful, we're living. We just kidnap 15-year-old girl things and take them to planet Mexico. What used to cost the elders $70 a month through 23 and 24 now has a startup cost of approximately, and we still can't figure it out. They had to pay a startup cost in 2025 of 430 or 480. We're not sure yet. Dollars. The 50 extra dollars may get somehow twisted into some kind of future discounts, deluxe, whirly bird bonus points or some damn thing, or you'll, for that $50 we're going to credit you and you'll get a free bottle of $3 aspirin or some garbage. It's insanity. $480 start the year costs, and $90 a month instead of 70, and not a calendar month, every 30-day supply. So the only month you're getting away with, we got you, is February. Is this year a leap year? Nope, ends in a 5. Yay! We got 2 whole days of bonus. And then there's a hole in the middle. I forget what they call that. I call it hell. I mean a hole, or a hell hole. Because we're not sure exactly where in the middle this hole. Is it quantity of RX pills? And then there's a whole cutout for if 2 calendar years to 1 calendar year ago, your pharmacy that you're using did something that you possibly could not know about, then the government and their government private insurers, here's another one, burn it all down, tear it all down, close it all down. Trump, Musk, help. My elders and me and my missus cannot afford this. They are very elder. We don't have the benefit of daddy left us billions of dollars, or the skills and the luck to have won it the way Elon Musk did. If it's happening to our people, this is devastating. Now we have to choose between, those doctors say you're gonna die if you're lucky without those medicines. More likely is you won't die. You'll have fate worse than death, exploding super deluxe strokes, leaving you paralyzed. Well, your insurance will pay for that. So now they're at that point of trying to decide between, and like yesterday was the coldest day of our winter season. High in the real feel 30s, low in the real feel teens or 20s. And they sat over there wrapped up in blankets with their heater turned off. They're like, we cannot afford this. It's heat, food, or these pills so that we don't have a stroke. Thanks, Joe Biden, for man. That letter is all that and then some. Joe Biden letter to U.S. about prescriptions. Oh. It got out on August 15th. Good job. VJ Day. Nuclear bomb results day. Thanks, Joe. If Joe Biden can't do it, no one can. We call the 55-year-old elders, but the lawyers made sure they get no more elder checks. 75, elder, but they cut off our raise. Yep, I'm so pissed. Better to be pissed off than pissed on. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Yeah, what little bit of income I had, would it be the end of the world going from $70 to $90 without the big block? To start the year, you just have to have $480. Then $90 a month. Then somewhere between now and December 31st, there's a cutout. There's a hole in the middle section ish. In the in-between section, I shouldn't say middle. Somewhere in it, now you're going to have to pay more hundreds of dollars. And then there's a cap or a ceiling. And they have now, instead of calling it deductibles and this and that, it's all called co-insurance and co-pay. And ceilings and caps. For years, millions of Americans were forced to choose between paying for medications or putting food on the table. Well, Big Pharma, I told you that was his words. Suck the shit out of a bag of shit, Joe Biden. So you can taste in your mouth the shit you shoved in all of ours. You're the president. I can say what I want. YouTube, tell me if I gotta beep it. Well, Big Pharma blocked Medicare from being able to negotiate prices on behalf of seniors and people with disabilities. But we fought back and won. This is a month after the debate, I think. When did Donald Trump debate Joe Biden? And Joe Biden couldn't even read this thing at the debate. And he said, blah, blah. We beat Medicaid. And Donald Trump, man, Donald Trump, you my hero. He barely blinked once. His brain works so much faster than mine. 3 more days, 3 more days, 3 more days. Donald Trump said, yeah, you beat it to death. I don't care what else got said in the debate. I don't care how many lies Donald Trump. True. I can take a snip out of a thing and focus only on that too. Former, soon to be former. We won. You always win. Your whole life you've been a winner. Chicken dinner. Today, for the first time in history, my administration is announcing that Medicare has reached agreements on new, lower prices with the manufacturers of all 10 drugs selected for the first round of drug price negotiation. When these lower prices go into effect, people on Medicare will save $1.5 billion in out-of-pocket costs for their prescription drugs and Medicare, and will save $6 billion in the first year alone. On those 10, guess what happens if you weren't on those 10? And these numbers are absolute bull crap. how much more did the farmer say, well, if you want to save the people, 7.5 billion in total, because the government can't damn well tell private business what private business is going to do. And here's another thing, Joe. Everything else you asshole Democrats do is based on 10,000 years of the future's worth of debt. Would somebody please get Donald Trump on board with this? I know, Donald Trump, you're aware of it. You know what money is and math is. But Donald Trump, it's worse for you because you claim to be living in the reality of it. That you understand that this is costing us peasant peoples 1,000 year from now greats. They're everything. They have been cursed with debt slavery. Oh, but nobody Biden or Trump is involved in that. They still have freedom to pursue happinesses. That's okay. But Donald Trump understands business. If you got big pharma to agree to give you $7.5 billion, you know what big pharma's getting on the tail end of that? $750 billion. They're in business to make money. How do I know this? Because what cost $70 a month last year and the year prior now costs $480 start and $90 a month. You didn't negotiate anything, Joe Biden, except a further push into the absolute hell that it is. Is it as bad as being born Palestinian? Probably not. But being lied to takes its toll, and it's all relative. Well, you know, your old people own a home. They could just sell it and move in with you. Okay. Well, Joe Biden, you own 10. How about you sell 9 of them and you have to turn over all the money to your failed Medicare lie? What a piece of shit. So I sneezed. Poop. And everybody that surrounds themselves and tells all of you that tell yourself these lies. Because, gee, you'd never be deaf. Medicare. Peasant care. I have private insurance. Duh. It's a relief for millions of seniors that take these drugs to treat everything from heart failure, blood clots, diabetes, arthritis, Crohn's disease, and blah, 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 blah. The main one about this, heart failure and blood clots. No, they have agreed that they will start talking about that, and that is the medications by name listed over at the other places at the Medicaid page on the Medicaid's and Health and Human Services and all the other big and the big pharmas. They're not lying about it. They said what we negotiated is that we'll start talking about the money on the blood clots and the heart failure meds 12/31 of 2025, which is the end of this year, or 1/1/26, or we have an option to lay it out a whole nother until December of 2026. Thanks, Joe. Look at this. Look at the lovely statement from Joe Biden. VJ Day. Get for brains. I mean, he ain't got no brains. And everybody else is involved. I know. He's the president. He gets the credit and blame. I want the entire. I'm right back there. Please, Elon Musk. We have to do it for the good of the nation. The Congress can still be the Congress, but nowhere in any document does it say they're allowed a staff or expenses or a building to work in. They got to provide that themselves. It's a service. All those people got to get let go. Not laid off with unemployment, fired, done. This country's broke. You can have all of the administrators you want at that White House, Mr. Trump. You can't have any staff. No one's going to cook and no one's going to clean the place. You got to take care of yourself. It's service. Secret Service for Joe Biden? Friends, family, all that crap after you leave the White House? No. Cut it all off. For the active president and active president only. You don't like it? Don't become president, because your ass is on your own versus the Iranians when you get done. Do these little old people have trust estates executed so that they can write zero on property and money and it lowers that price? Do they have huge pensions from ex-husbands? They should have a chance to lower. Well, I promise you, Elizabeth, me and about 5 people for 1% of the budget spent on the 200,000 people involved in medical insurance billing and everything else, we'll spin us up a little database and we're just going to pay out of the government treasury instead of all those salaries and benefits and retirements and social security and all that other crap and workman's comp insurance that employers have to have on employees and management fees for the subcontractor company. That shit's all gone. We're going to make us a little database and pay all of the doctors, all of the pharmacies, all of the everybody's, whatever they bill. And then I'm going to twist the tipples of every congressperson until they pass a unanimous bill that some dumb craphead that calls themselves the president signs into law, that the penalty for fraudulent medical billing is death. And that's a federal law. All you states crying and whining and worrying about your California, it's so cruel. Well, then secede and get the hell out of my union. And you go broke. And you let your people haul away, houses burned down and them starve and be homeless. And, well, they got the equality they were looking for in California, didn't they? Wink, 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 homeless crisis. Now you can all crap in the streets. See? Yep. That stuff makes me hot. Oh, 05. And I would solve it. I mean it. Congress, zero staff, zero security. Capitol Police, gone. You better learn how to defend yourself or don't run for Congress. You understand. That's a very dangerous damn job. And we ain't providing you crap. Not even the paper that has to go into the National Archives. You got to bring that with you. We can't unvote your pay. We can't executive action your pay. But we can sure executive action the hell out of everything else. It's an emergency in this country. Little old people are not going to sit around wondering, freeze to death, starve to death, or stroke to death. You know what? All 250,000 of those federal employees can go to hell. Now go find yourself a job in the private sector. Now all the rest of you can see how the rest of us that pay your salaries feel. And don't forget the last president we had that suffered from dementia was Reagan. And the PP that pay R is what Gore said. That is why he was not president. You are right. It needs to happen. It's one of the things that I've been discussing for my application and confirmation. We will see. Yeah, and if I had to spare change, I'd buy your book. You wrote a book. I don't have spare change right now, and I really now, always when you start to feel up a little bit, I've mentioned it before, the Van Halen song. When I get up, nothing gets me down. Or sometimes you start to go up, but I mood cycle quickly. I don't have slow moving manic depression and bipolars. I just have mood swings because I'm goofy like that. I can get real serious and furious. And let me put it in my thing. Finished with the extreme cost increase in RX for and if they're mine, I mean all of them. But these two are mine in particular. For my olds, not the car people. For really what I call them. And when I go see them, I tell them, how you kids doing today? And a few years ago, he bought a car at an auction because they can't afford to buy a car at a real place. And it was convertible. I said, are you kids going to go ride to the beach and courting with your hair blowing in the wind? Man, we have fun. Yep, sometimes they're crabby old people. But they make me always a crabby old people, just most of the time. They can bring a bill, and when Congress refuses to sign it, they can take it to SCOTUS to reduce the pay back to 1970. The request for 32-hour work week for Congress staff was met by an almost anonymous X response of so what? Let them have 0 days for zero pay. Who needs them? The taxpayers are tired of paying them. Exactly. We've long since passed tired of them. And I don't like the idea that Elon Musk has this kind of power in our country, president by proxy, unless he's really going to do something. Then it makes him and Elon and Donald Trump even the smarter for finally admitting, you know, if we just keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, oh, then we just defined ourselves as insane. It's not how it should be, but nothing in this country is. And rant, ragging, including name calling, POTUS, Biden. Disclaimer, nothing I say, no matter how harsh, is a call for anyone to do anything stupid or violent towards anyone. Being absolutely clear. If you want to call Joe Biden a dumb F like I just did, bring the receipts. Go read his letter against your reality. And I will scan in those extreme receipts and smudge out any identifying markers. My old people said, you don't put it on the internet? Okay. Because the next problem with that is I went and tried to help them because so many have already. And it led to that big giant gong going off in my head that I have all by myself, just on the client app side, written in excess of 1 million lines of C or Objective-C or C++ source code for an iPad app all by my lonesome self and kept all those chainsaws juggled. 1 million lines of source code. That doesn't include the server or the utility software. I do taxes. I'm a registered T10 tax preparer with the IRS. I can do math. I can do smart guy stuff. And the end result of trying to sift through Medicaid plans and B's and D's and why is there no C and all this other is that holy F Batman in my version of the Batman stories. Robin's gonna holla. And none of this cows and snake bites and all the other cool things that once upon a time Robin used to say. It's gonna be holy effing S, Batman. Medicare RXs. Head exploded or imploded. The thought maker main screen turn off. Thanks, Joe Biden. Thanks, Democrats. Now I hope Donald Trump does, like all of you keep screaming, round all of you dash D's up. Anyone that voted Democrat, Donald Trump, put them in a cage and send them over the border. Let them try to fight their way back without their pasaportos. Prove you're American and we'll let you back. But you can't, I can't. You threw me out of my house. You threw me out of the country without access to any of my stuff. Well, you should be more prepared. Just kidding. In a space opera fiction movie. Ree. Oh well. Let's mark this one off the list. 1962. The Bel Air video. Everybody. It's down below in the description. I guess I'll copy paste it in the chat. I'm not going to carry this over till tomorrow. I'm going to give it some quick lip service. It's not that long of a video. It says LAFD, which would mean LA Fire Department. Do I know that the real LA Fire Department put this up on their YouTube and it's verified? No. I don't care. Somebody put it up there. It's called Design for Disaster, The Story of the Bel Air Conflagration, 1962. Uploaded 1 year ago, exactly. It's 26 minutes, 42 seconds. Link is down below in the description. Other than the lack of cell phones, there is absolutely nothing different about then and now. 62 or 63 years ago, it is identical. And, coinkadinkly, see the Sydney West story. A combination of wind and smoke and an odd fog. Who knew? So, no. And you can tell by my descriptions and my copy pasted description into the log. It's a California thing. Same poop, different day. Week, month, year, decade, century, millennium. See the Bel Air video. Not below. Let me take that off. Bel Air video in the description. Cool looking stuff around Los Angeles, and the same stuff that's burning down right now was burning down in 1962. Remember me talking about? Oh, you don't remember? then please go listen to all my previous live streams. I have spoken about in previous streams, one in particular, I don't remember which one, that the same as lightning striking in forests of thousands of years ago when people didn't exist, and it burns off the understuff and Darwinistic survival of the fittest and forest renewal. I apply that same theory to something started a fire, and now the urban is going to be renewed. Not quite as organically, but that's how it works. Is this new? Is it novel? Not in 1962, it wasn't. There was a Helluva fire. Unanimous, not anonymous. Autocorrect. Love you, Auto. Somebody made a thing once about Otto something something, like we would think it was German or the Ottoman Empire, but they used autocorrect like that. Hey, Otto. And then, and then. Now, officially, before I go on to the next topic. 05, 49, 40 at 9:51 p.m. 5-ish to 7-ish minute break. My good woman has gotten home. I need to refill a beverage container and see how she's doing. And then we'll come back and do something that hopefully won't activate me back into another rage against the machine. Don't take it too seriously. I get it out of my system. Be glad I do it on my live stream and not standing on the street corner pretending every day is Mule Days in Benson, North Carolina. They would probably end up having police come remove me for disturbing the peace. Love you, Benson. All right, I shall return. Whoops. I'm coming back. Nope. Elizabeth said a little minutes ago. Are you back? Nope. Now I'm back. All day long. Hadn't had time to talk. She had some stuff to tell me. The ocean is not missing those buildings. I left it up on screen, the chat box. I am back. What time would it be at your place? No, that's the PMs. 06, 07, at 10:07 p.m. back. So that would be 7:07 Khalifa, lefty coasty, Pacific. What we got on the list? Let's make it light and fluffy. She got me cussing again about Mark Zuckerberg, so then I got in trouble for cussing. Mark Zuckerberg. Bad boy. He's another one. I hope while you're over there French kissing Donald Trump's bum, he farts in your face. What good does it do a man to be that IQ smart and super duper and all the money and all the whatever the Bible says about, to gain the entire world if you got to smell Donald Trump's farts? Oh, I mean, at the cost of your soul. All right, let's take a look at it. The guy I couldn't remember last night. I think I spoke nicely of him, He has a role, obviously. There was a hole in the universe that said, we need this guy to fill this hole. Why? Because you measure success by success. If in a free market economy, people did not like the stuff that Tucker Carlson is selling, he wouldn't be in the mouth selling business. I think reality hath spoken. I don't listen to his stuff as much as I possibly cannot. But the wife said, check into it. It was on Rumble. We'll say, Tucker. There he is. Tucker Carlson. Catch it, boy. Is he? How is he related to Hines? Is it even Hines? Am I saying the right? Wow, he was born my year. I thought he was far. Oh, what a name. Check out his name. Someone I know used to always call the little nose in the air guys wearing British knickers. That's not underwears. That's those, they look like girls' clam digger pants, but they're brown. Boy knickers, especially Americans. Someone I know used to say, oh, the little Lord Fauntleroy. Anybody named Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson. That's born with a silver spoon. Good for you. How many stories have we heard or could we hear in America of people born okay? And now ain't nothing. They're in jail. What the hell is Swanson? Oh, Snopes has a fact check because of his second of four names. Hey, King Dude over there in England. Can't even think of the guy's name. He's another bet welcher. His word's no good. That scumbag that mistreated Princess Di. Oh, yeah, King Charles. Kingy wingy. You ain't my king. Tyrant. Abuser of Princess Di. Knight Tucker. So we can call him Sir. Sire. Sir Tucker Swanson. McNear. What a name. It didn't say that I wouldn't find Hines in that thing. Let's search. I think it was his wife. Maybe it was his. I don't know. I shouldn't even be looking because I'm the one who says I don't care about all that jazz. Tucker Carlson is married to Susan Andrews, an heiress to the Swanson frozen food fortune. Oh, well, I knew it was food or some way. Maybe. Because the fact check on the other page said that that was not true. But fact check is very careful. The rumor is that Tucker Carlson is the direct. Uh, no, it would appear not. Oh, well, man, their babies are all grown up. Who knew? I didn't know. I didn't even know they had children. I don't even know who his wife is. I don't care. South China Morning Post. Why is that a thing? Okay. His father remarried Patricia Swanson, heiress to the Swanson frozen dinner empire, leading to a life of luxury for Tucker and his brother. So it's not his wife. It's his father's wife. Okay. Enough is enough. Don't care. What was I looking for? Tucker Carlson. Mother interview. Rumble. Rum. Rumble. Tucker Carlson on Rumble. Tucker Carlson on Rumble. Browse the most recent live streams. I don't even want to click it. I don't like to go to Rumble. I don't want them to have my identifying markers. Oh well. Why said so? Let's look. She looked like another type of Indian woman. Tucker Carlson. Get ad free with Rumble's premium. No. If I'm going to pay premium, I'm going to reward or pay back YouTube for its many years of fine service to me, Rumble. Thank you. You're daggone lucky I'm showing you on, and I hope I don't get kicked off YouTube for doing this. Vidges. No videos found. Well, what the heck? She was watching it on the Rumble Raider. I guess I should have told her, you better send me a link. Let's try it without the Rumble. OpenAI whistleblower. Yeah, that's it. 14 hours ago. Here we go. We got a story at Newsweek. Don't you paywall me, Newsweek. Oh, wait, it's a vidya. Oh, I know it wasn't Newsweek. What's going on? What's happening? Oh, and I can't say this poor, sad mother's name. So this is the deal. Newsweek, not a sponsor, not an endorsement, not anything. First good results. Thanks, Google Bar. The stuff the missus said. I said, you need to look into it. It will interest you. I do want to see the interview. Because what was relayed to me makes my eyebrows go up. Found it. And it floats down here. Tucker Carlson interview from Miss Buzz. Not the interview she was watching. So here we go, pretty kids. Here we go. Okay. Fine picture of a fine patriot to all of his countries that he owns. Elon Musk. Fire them all. Convince Donald Trump to point Donald Trump snake hand technique. You fired. You are not essential. The mother of OpenAI whistleblower, and I'm not going to try to say this name. SUCHIRBALAJI. I'm going to say blank Rick. I don't know. I should say something nicer. Condolences, mother, sadnesses, all that. She believes her son was red rum. Yep, that was the gist of it. Newsweek contacted OpenAI and the San Francisco Police Department via email for comment. Wait, OpenAI, Newsweek. Well, good job, Newsweek. OpenAI has said the company has no interaction with BALAJI since December 2023, almost a year before his death, and that they respected his right to share views freely. Why it matters, bold. OpenAI is one of the biggest players in the artificial intelligence. Yeah, we know this. But has faced criticism. Slow down, D. Miller out. Big deep breath. Lean in towards the microphone. Sit up straight. Slow down. Why it matters. Take two. But it has faced criticism for how it trains its flagship product, ChatGPT. The company faces allegations from BALAJI, a former engineer at OpenAI, that he uses copyrighted content and data to train the AI model in a way that breaks the law. It uses copyrighted content and data. See, I don't know. Maybe so. Yes, no, maybe so. I don't know. I know that I still have not researched it. I mean, click the find out more, learn more, understand more. Oh, Bill, if you're still here, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. My mind told me. The email was delayed, Bill, because server overloader, denial of service attacks, blah, blah, blah. So it was very slow sending out the emails. The part that I sent you the email about, Bill, about, here we go again, security officers pointing G words, etc., etc. If you don't want to listen to this nonsense, but want to hear what it was I bothered you with email about, it starts at 2 hours, 27 minutes, 25 seconds. A friend said, and then I wrote a lot of notes. And it ends at approximately 3:38. So it's all only about an hour and 10 minutes worth of, oh, Jesus, please, this again, use of force, nothing, no documents, all that. It's about an hour, 10 minutes. If you're still here, if you're not, so be it. Back to This name I can't say. I probably could try. It's very disrespectful, I think, to just mangle it. All right, back on task. Sorry for the interruption. My brain flitters and flits away. Squirrel. Oh, what I was doing. What was I doing? Bloom, bloom. Go to, go to your vidges. It opens up Studio. Oh no, my pop-up is gone. Well, I guess I'll have to go figure it out in previous streams. I do have several screenshots of it. The bar that used to come up right here. What if I click on live? No more bar. Shorts. Eat my shorts. I don't have any. Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. I went commando. Oh, oh, woe is me. Wow, we got a lot of views on horses and people number 11. There's so many views and no thumbs. Oh no, that's no comments. Oh, we got one thumb for today. We win. Stream over. Got a thumb. We're in a roll. Got a lot of views today. 10 views. Damn it. Huh. See what's happening? They're gaslighting me. The bar. Remember everybody that said, do you want to allow third-party AIs to use your content for their learning? Find out more. Click here to learn more. Learn more. That's from that bug hunting movie. Go back to here. Dang it. That is highly complicated. Okay. What to know? Balaji was found dead on November 26, 2024, after voicing concerns about how OpenAI was training artificial intelligence language models. The death, caused by a G shot to the head. Warning, activators alert. Too late. I failed again. Was ruled a S word we can't say by San Francisco authorities. But his family has maintained he did not take his own life. That her listening to Tucker and the mother, her being my good woman, listening to this interview, and she's tough. It'd be hard for me to, oh dear, how mom can you go up there? So anyway, but his family has maintained he did not unalive himself. Speaking on the Tucker Carlson show on Wednesday, that was yesterday, she was watching it. Where is Tucker Carlson show? That says YouTube. I didn't know he was on YouTube's. I'll have to search later. She was watching it on the other one. Balaji's mother, another name I can't say. Copy. Mother. Oh, I think it said it. Balaji's mother. I cannot say that. And I hope I said that right. Bala, the mother. What are we supposed to say? I have no words. I really don't. People who've been around me a minute or hopped on one of these other streams, and it ain't all about me. I can't comprehend. I cannot. Speaking on the show, Mother revealed the results of a private investigation she hired to look into her son's death, claiming that authorities, quote, and here we go with a quote. I don't know who they're quoting. The investigation report or her? I'm already confused. Thanks, Newsweek. Just ignored everything that showed murder and picked up everything that showed S word self harm, self finishing. Mom said, or mother said, whatever, said the private autopsy she had conducted by Dr. Joseph Cohen indicated that the bullet wound in son's head had missed the brain, and another injury on the side of the head indicated signs of a struggle, implying the presence of an attacker. We shall certainly think about that. They have not said what his. It's a homicide, obviously, mother called Carlson. And I am going to go back. I will find it. Search wife's browser history for what she saw. We have enough reasons to believe that coming from the private autopsy. It's not a S self finishing at all. The bullet angle is going downward about 30 to 45 degrees and it missed the brain. A lot of this was relayed from the show. Elizabeth said brain. Yeah. And I don't know enough about it. That's why I agreed to research it, whatever we call it. Read up on it. I will go watch, even though I don't like him, and trying to put my biases to bed because I already have questions about the integrity of this guy. You know, it's one thing when you have a giant voice box like that to help grieving mother going through her stages, air the grievance. I wish he'd pick up and, talk to that girl I was talking about earlier, Sydney West family. Get the word out. They really need a loud, loud voice. All the suffering parents. Sure. The bullet angle is going downward about 30 to 45 degrees, and it missed the brain. Mother also wants a federal investigation into the death. A call which was backed by California Congressman. I don't want to mess that up either. Is it real? Is it raw? There's so many possible pronunciations. Take the period out. Right click. Oh, is there a little gathering together of like types? I'm just being smarmy. Because who else in Congress will listen to her? Probably nobody. See the previous two tales. During a January hearing on the New York Times lawsuit against OpenAI, which alleges that the company used copyrighted content from the outlet's articles to train ChatGPT. All right, during a January hearing, New York Times has sued, I guess. I'm taking your word for it, Newsweek. I didn't know this. I don't follow the drama. I just apply for jobs everywhere. I don't think I've ever applied for a job at OpenAI or any of the people that base their front ends on it. It's just a thing. I rag on, the whole old. I'm too old fashioned. My whatever they call them, philosophies and yada yadas of computer stuff. I'm one of them old guys that We didn't even use an acronym for it. We just said it plain out. Garbage in, garbage out. But what I say about things like this psychotic belief in this, well, if you stack more of things that don't work on top of each other, more is better, and now it works. I don't believe it. I don't believe there's anything intelligent about artificial intelligence. It's algorithms. It is programs. It doesn't learn anything. And it's my own bias. So why would I apply there? Get a job that someone else that truly believes and will work really hard and agree with the philosophies of this is our baby and we're going to grow it up into a perfect, good compu adult. So intelligent. Somebody who believes in that stuff and is willing and able, really, I don't want to take their job. I was meant for you, and you were meant for me. I know, I just destroyed a perfectly good, beautiful, beautiful song by a beautiful, beautiful songstress. During a January hearing, the New York Times lawsuit against OpenAI, the company used copyrighted content from the outlet's articles to train ChatGPT. Okay, yeah. I wonder what they're. Because the New York Times does have a paywall. So did someone at OpenAI buy a subscription that's not for use for commercial? You're allowed to read it. You can't take your New York Times subscription and just let the computer voice read it on your channel, on your whatever Twitches or streamers or Rumbles or make money on their content. It's for non-commercial use. They might let I was about to say turds, little nerds like me get away with it once or twice, like Newsweek right now, because I'm not a big monetized channel. If they found out, daggone dude, hey, everybody go subscribe to Newsweek. Not a sponsor, not an endorser. They don't know I exist. But I'm using their copyrighted content on a YouTube channel that could one day get monetized. Should that ever happen, somebody remind Dean, you better go back and check with all those people you read their newses on your stuff. Get their express written permission. Attorneys representing OpenAI said that the data used fell under free use. Of course it does. As the language does not technically store copyrighted content. It does not technically. You know what's worse than outhouse lawyers? Real lawyers. I'm just kidding. Lawyers, you're right. Yeah. Whatever. If everybody's so right, how can anybody be wrong? Attorney Joe Gratz said in the defense, if I say to you, yesterday all my troubles seemed so, we will all think to ourselves, think far away, because we have been exposed to that text so many times. That doesn't mean you have a copy of the song somewhere in your brain. Yes, it does. Because when I get unalived, but if I say that, sir, Attorney Joe Gratz, it would not help for me to amicus the courts, and I'm sure New York Times is okay. Probably have a lot smarter lawyers than you to not say this crap to Newsweek, but to say it in court. They don't care if you, as a person, know that that's a Beatles song. And when you're citing your songs, cite your sources. The kids these days don't know what that means. Boomer, Joe. What's with you Joes today? Boomer is what the kids call the old gray hair people that don't know anything. Like if you say something to the 18 to 40-year-olds these days, what, yesterday all my troubles seemed so, they're going to say, so what? What does that even mean? And then you're going to say Beatles, and all of a sudden I'm going to be like, who? Old dude, old person, boomer. And even if you did, you're allowed to have copies and backups of stuff that you licensed or whatever. You can't use it to make money. I can't sit on here on my live stream and read Stephen King's It, or that one's easy, he's alive. Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451, or more favorite than that. I can't get Death is a Lonely Business. I think that's the name of it. Death is a Lonely Business, a novel by Ray Bradbury, published in 1985. Loved it, 10 out of 10. I cannot sit here on my live stream or in a pre-recorded video without interruption or transformation or transformative. See what I'm doing right now with this Newsweek thing? Even if I got myself monetized, I could argue now that I am doing something transformative with their content. I wouldn't. I'd say, oh man, someone remember to remind me. If I don't remember to remind myself, I need to go back and get some permissions. If I get 680 more or 600 more subscribers, I've got to get people working on. Now we got to go back through, and I have to, this has got to get done right. I don't want to abuse Newsweek, and I don't want to I don't want to make money off someone else's work. So anyway, lawyer dude, lawyer Joe. See how fast I argued against that? Hopefully, New York Times and all the New York attorneys that they can find in New York are as smart as this idiot sitting talking for free on the internet. And will say professionally, shut up, boomer. Whether or not you have a copy of it. You can burn all the copies you want of your purchased it at the store. Let me state my age. CDs of music. Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. What's an MP3? Never heard of it. Napster. Do you even Napster, bruh? You can have all the backup copies you want. What you cannot do is provide it to someone else for free and or make money yourself off of your backup copies. Study intellectual property rights law. Hello? What are people saying? OpenAI, in a statement published after the Sun death, said, "We were devastated to learn of this tragic news and have been in touch with his family," if that's how he identified. "I apologize again, sir, or person. None of this has been ascertained. To offer our full support during this difficult time. Our priority is to continue to do everything we can to assist them." If you're doing anything at all, I thought this was a former employee. I don't know. If you say so, OpenAI. Did OpenAI produce that statement? It's very rude. Please don't anybody make or encourage or whatever this poor unalived feller's friends and family listen to my mouth running. We first became aware of his concerns when the New York Times published his comments, and we have no record of any further interaction with him with respect to his, and others' possessive right to share views freely. So somewhere New York Times published his comments. I don't know what comments those would be. They don't quote them here. I've got a bad feeling about this. I don't think that's correct. That's sort of the Han Solo line. The San Francisco office of the chief medical examiner sent a statement. Oh man, I just ran over something. At least Elizabeth, I think, is still here. What I meant by transformative content is how EFAP, Every Frame a Pause, one of my favorite channels, Mr. Destiny, at Destiny or Destiny on YouTube, very smart young guy, political stuff, and a lot of React and internet drama content. How all of this works is if you take whatever is said or written and you pause it every so often and add your commentary to it in your real time, then that is, and like where you disagree or lend what you think is a variant thought or expound upon. What do you mean? Doesn't mean I have a copy of that song somewhere in my brain. Are you saying my synapses don't work? Where is it stored? In my arse? That is what is called, because you're transforming, adding to, or skipping a piece, the content. It is allowable under court rulings so far. One day, if a court says, oh, H, no, especially the Supreme Court of the Lands, all of us are going to have to go take all of these, what are right now, under definitions right now, transformative content videos down, or go get a whole hell of a lot of express written permission in writing. Because if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. Okay, I forgot. I used a term and did not define it. I went into speaking in jargonese, and the audience may not be aware of that jargon. All right, back on track. Hang on, got to make a noise. No, I wasn't passing gas. Flatulated. That's such a funny word in and of itself. Shouldn't be making funny jokes about. It's a gallows humor thing. I don't deal well with young people unaliving them or becoming unalived. And their sad, sad mothers. The mother looks very sad, sad. And I don't. I want to help her. I want to say good words, but I don't know any. I don't know her. And then it passes. I'm a gallows humor guy. They're nervous chuckles. Anyway, I was lighting one of my things, my own unaliver sticks. And I didn't want the flicky flicky of the bicky bicky to happen into the microphone. The San Francisco office of the chief medical examiner said in a statement, quote, the office of us, that I just read that whole thing out, OCME, good job, said it all the way out, and then said, you may hear this acronym in parentheticals. Good job. A plus has identified the decedent as that name that I don't want to mangle say wrong. 26 of San Francisco. The manner of death has been determined to be S word that we're not supposed to say anymore. The OCME has notified the next of kin and has no further comment or reports for publication at this time. Elizabeth said, brains, send more cops. The congressperson wrote or raw, however you say it, however you pronounce it, posted a reply to, is this the mother? Too many players? Yes. On social media, I am heartbroken by your loss. Given your very serious concerns about foul play, I do believe that there should be a full and transparent investigation into the death by FBI or appropriate agency. Oh, Congressperson, I hope. Are we planning to watch the inauguration on Monday as a streaming group? I don't know. I suppose we could. I would have to figure out somewhere where I can watch it that there's no risk of unallowed ads or something popping up because I don't have a pro tube. What happens next? If you or someone you know may be considering, we already discussed this twice in this today. Call or text 988 to reach the 988 S word and crisis lifeline. Additional resources. Oh, I thought they were self-rated. No, this is a clickometer for me. I can click little meters. I don't have an account with you, Newsweek, and I don't know if it'll do anything. Get off my screen, Elon. I got a close button with an X. I clicked it. You fired. Holy cow, check it out. Is this for real? It's got to be for real. What is this? I must see it. Mine eyes have seen. What is the Jed Foundation? I thought at first it said, why I said, it's got to be real. I thought it said Jedi Foundation. I was, hey, man, it was meant to be. See, how could it be? No, it's Jed, J-E-D. And I don't know if they pronounce it that way. So it might be just J-E-D Foundation. Says it's okay to say S word, maybe in public, but nobody else says it on their streams on or their lives or their uploaded videos on YouTube. This is in the world. If I'm sitting around chewing the fat at work with the coworkers, we might be okay to say that unless one of the clients walk by. But okay, that's a good news when that becomes clearly written policy like that. Please, in writing, YouTube, somebody, anybody, YouTube, class. Newsweek led to, it's okay. I'm okay, you're okay. I have to keep that. I am going to go read everything they have to offer. It may be updated, relaxing of some rules for social interactions, and try to figure out elsewhere on the internet webs. Are they trying to set us up? Is it a trap? It's a trap. YouTube should have it on their posts. They tend to put public event streaming on themselves. Yeah, I'll try to dig in it. I mean, we could, or we can all just agree that we're all going to watch that, and we'll get you in the Discord, make Brer get you a headset so that you can play Discord, and we're all watching the same thing, but whatever we talk about goes through the Discord onto this screen. The whole wide world will be watching it at the same time. That's another one. The United States government. Hey, whatever taxpayer money you got to pay to YouTube to have a guaranteed this is the publications of the United States government and nothing is going to be shown here that could get you in trouble in your live streams or react videos. This is the government as it happens. And I don't care. I don't have kids, but my wife does have a child, and his children are my grandchildren. But we're so far gone. I don't care about the kids 1,000 years from now. They should have raised better parents. That's another saying of mine. It's another disingenuous, rude saying. Meaning, why I said it is, what the hell do you care, Trump or Biden or whoever else is in charge, Congress, who controls the purse strings? Give Google and YouTube all the money they want because it's fake. We ain't got no monies. Go see the deficit spending and national debt. And don't put it on Trump's Truth or Social because I still believe that requires some kind of app and they're stealing all your datas and giving it to TikTok, who's sending it to China, and it's all Donald Trump's conspiracy. Huh? I'll take that, Donald Trump. Don't put it on X. Stop preening that goon. I don't want to go there. I said in previous streams, United States government, hire me. I'll help you run a team to set up and let the government give the people for free what they're already paying for and paying for in ad pop-ups and everything else. And all social media will be First Amendment protected and well moderated by law enforcement officers. Yeah, go ahead, upload your your kitty prawns to face.fbi.gov, x.cia.gov. Go ahead. In the carefully crafted app. And then there won't be any more Elon Musk. He'll be broke. Oh, wait. He bought that out of his change pocket. X Witter. And you are free to speak. It's a government server. It is the whatever. Your force-fed content that he wants you to see, especially his. There's mental tax. And the advertisers. It all gets paid for by advertising. I mean a true, and no community flags, little like YouTube has. Thumbs up and thumbs down. And people need to know whatever you put up there in the public forum, people can say boo. But we'll figure it out. If that's what you want to do, we'll work it out. We'll get the Discord operating. We'll see what happens if we share screen in Discord. I came back here for something. Well, I don't know what else. I know that these are the problems I have. Maybe I should watch the whole thing. RE. Mothers interview with Tucker as reported to me by third party. There's my disqualifying statement or qualifying statement. The questions. I have questions. Please, people don't submit reports that causes anybody else to have a question. And this is one of the cruel realities. For the 15 seconds, we talked about the guy that made that up yesterday. I don't remember, and I don't care to remember. It was almost in my mind. The artiste. We used to call them tricycles, because they'll try anything. Meaning any erotic pleasurable. Allegedly. And all the stuff. Andy Warhol. 15 seconds. It's a yin and a yang thing in this whole wide world. I really don't want to say anything disrespectful to a grieving mother. Or about. Or in any way. I mean no harm, but it doesn't matter what I mean or what my intentions are. I should just shut it down and say, I don't have any questions at all. It is what it is, and it's the nature of our world. And maybe if someone can get across to Tucker Carlson and his people. Tucker Carlson is the king of, what do we know about Tucker Carlson? For a fact. He is a right-wing nut job QAnon. And that's the show he puts on. I'm not going to keep saying this over and over. Don't take anything I say as a personal attack or whatever. He's a very successful businessman in the radio, television, and now internet. This media. Tucker Carlson was around a long time ago, and I'd have to ask my brother to remind me the stuff because he paid more attention to it. For as much as I rag about it, I'm the non-political one. Man, I'll just go out and play my drum somewhere or play a video game. Or, when it's not 21 degrees and windy outside, I will go to the shooting range and poke holes in paper from certain distances. Activities. Ignoring this garbage is why I don't watch TV and don't listen to the cable TV loop. Rush Limbaugh was the first big loud one, but before there was a Rush Limbaugh big just from radio. I'm being a very smarmy. Rush Limbaugh, big. Get what I'm saying? Wink, wink, wink. He thinned down a little, unfortunately. Too late. It doesn't matter how healthy you are and svelte. I think he passed away of cancer, and cancer don't care what your weight is. Your BMIs and your how many bench presses can you bench press. The thing with Tucker Carlson, what got him fired, quit before you get fired, etc., from Fox so that they could do all their proper legal detachments. And they're okay. Fox is fine. They got Hannity to fill the time slot. He is, other than voice, intonation, and quality, Sean Hannity is Tucker Carlson. They're both just as far, not to the right, not to the Republican. They're just as far fictional and fantastic as I am. Difference is they ground away at that one specific industry for a long time, and they had some good luck, and they know how to play that song and dance. I don't know how to, so someone's gonna do it. Somebody's gonna get paid to tell people the lies that they want to hear. That's a fact, Jack. The thing of the little snips I saw while she was watching it live, and then all of what I heard about it from. I'm probably going to be shocked and find out, you know what? That thing's a lot less than she talked about it. She did very transformative content. And I am going to go watch it before I try to discuss with her. But the questions I have are, and by disqualifying, I mean, if Tucker Carlson got up there and brought that woman up there and said, look, ma'am, you said there's pictures of this and that and all the other. But no, and what she said is there's pictures of everything, but they haven't been able to get anybody to go there and investigate. Except they've hired their own private investigator, and private investigator has already charged them money and private investigated. Don't tell me there's pictures of the room. Show me those pictures on the screen. And that's just me. Obviously, what he does works, and they sell and all this other stuff. And he got the exclusive. I don't know if they paid her or not. I don't know. And I don't believe for a minute that Tucker Carlson sits around saying, oh, man, you think I should interview this person? You know, they really need a voice. Everything they do is about money. He's got money managers. He's got investors. He's got advertisers. There's a whole... Yes, he makes a lot of money. He is the talent. There is a huge juggernaut or bureaucracy. Ha ha ha. Take that, Republicans. Wrapped around every expensive, or I don't know how you call it, an extremely good and successful with lots of money business is not a one-man show anywhere on earth. And if you, I guess if I could interview Tucker Carlson, I'd be, number one, how many employees does the Tucker Carlson empire encompass? And number two, do you sit around and like read the newspapers and scan the headlines and be like, let's get them, or do you? There may be an occasional where he's like, hey, you guys heard about this? And then scolds the hell out of his people. Is why am I bringing this to you? I pay you people a lot of money to bring things to me already in planning phases. So that's how that goes. Knowing all that, and knowing that he can't bring this person up on, put him on the TV and say, look, ma'am, we've got a whole bunch of psychologists and psychiatrists here, and whatever spiritual or non-spiritual or karma, or, whatever type of mental or emotional or spiritual counselors, our pre-screeners got those lined up. We have 10 of them here to help you accept the fact your son unalived himself, and now get out of here. Stop fighting this. It's called denial. I'm not saying that she's wrong or he's wrong, but I'm saying when you put someone on your show, TV, internet, whatever, and you say, you allow them to say self-canceling statements like, apparently there was blood tracked all as if something happened, there was a struggle or some travel of the son before he fell down, something like that. Footprints of or drips of around the space. And that we have a bunch of pictures of it, but we haven't been able to get anyone over there to get pictures of it. No, don't let her do that, Tucker Carlson. That's mean and cruel. She just lost credibility. You and your planning people should have thought harder and said, wait, mother. And yes, it does help me. Also, I don't want to mangle her name, but by saying mom and mother, it is depersonalizing her, making it easier to say these things. Old and businesslike, objectively. So my first question is, based on statements, are there pictures of the space? Meaning space. Uh, I think they said apartment, but I'm going to say place, domicile, home, apartment. Show them or provide links. Don't say there are, and then don't allow a poor, upset, grieving parent to say something like, we can't get anybody, we're leaving it like it is because nobody has come to investigate it. They apparently haven't cleaned the place up or done anything because they're trying to get someone. Then what's all this jazz about a private investigator? If you had a private investigator, why didn't a private investigator private investigate? Take the video, take the pictures, take everything. There's apps that go on phones, not for private investigators, just for people to recreate the 3D space in and render the pictures, it's called image mapping, over a false 3D environment, 3D generated environment in computers. That's how they make video games and make movies. It's called mocap, motion capture. All that technology is simple, available. It's not cheap, but you can use a modern cell phone. I forget what it's called, where it takes the real images of the real world because you're standing in it and turns it into 3D, where now you can use 3D tools like CAD and say, well, what exactly, how many millimeters are between these two objects in the 3D space? And you don't have to leave the original in its bad state like mother claimed is happening for her. What is your private investigator doing? And what are your counselors and coping assisters doing? Because this is not healthy. So that's the first question. Where are these pictures? Second question. Let's put a show them or provide links, period. Let's put a semicolon. I don't want to keep making new lines. The next, listening to what I listen to and listening to my good woman explain it, my next question is, where can we see this private autopsy? Or release the county one. I don't want to hear somebody tell me, well, it's 30, somebody who doesn't know ballistics and firearms and things like that. I don't care. Put it behind you must log in and verify your age and guarantee that you won't use this for any other purpose, blah, 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 blah. Which it's going to, once you let it out on the internet, it's going to be everywhere. The deep web, dark webs are going to do whatever, and then there's going to be fake versions of it. So there's always that. But you can't just claim things. I should go back to the Newsweek and look at that over again. And it's hard to say. This is Newsweek's workup on Tucker Carlson's interview. It's their transformation. Let's see, like, this is true story. Okay, mother, according to Newsweek, in hard double quotes, mom told Tucker Carlson during the interview last night, it's a homicide Obviously. We have enough reasons to believe that coming from the private autopsy. Well, I'm sorry, I don't care what you believe. And this is me again. I do care deeply, but I have to look at this objectively. Don't tell me that there's a private autopsy that says something different than what the public, you have to show it. Bring the receipts or don't mention the receipts. You lose credibility. Tucker Carlson. I know this is how you make your loots. This is sensationalizing, and that way, if anything comes back that, oh, Tucker Carlson is platforming dis, or false information again, he's going to say, no, no, no. That's her statement. When she said we, she was not including Tucker Carlson and financial affiliates, associates, and backers. She meant her. They will very think I'm being cold blooded. Wait till something splashes back on them. They will destroy her. Because that's they have to protect the business. There's probably, I would imagine, I hope, hundreds of employees. They create a lot of jobs. How many employees does Tucker Carlson have? The Tucker Carlson Network. According to Crunchbase, whatever that is, it has two jobs. There's no way. There is no way on planet Earth. Then they subcontract to studio editors. Tucker Carlson Network has 23 total employees, according to PitchBook, without a date. That's 23 people who I promise you, unless he's like all the other Republicans, those aren't illegal aliens making $40 a week. They make okay, or they wouldn't stay there. So even if I was taking it at it, I'm really shocked. No one else has any stats, but okay, the one stat, and there's no Google AI overview. The one stat I find is 23. I really would have thought hundreds. That's a well produced. Well, it must be 23 hard working people. Except the 23 of you and Tucker Carlson. Except he's probably one of the 23. He's not dumb enough to blah 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 Schedule C. He collects a paycheck and go listen to my whole thing about what are the rules. How does the insurance and the lawyers and somebody else pay for me if the corporation has to get bankrupted? I'm okay. I was just an employee of a company that didn't have good policies or something. We have enough reasons to believe that coming from the private autopsy. I hate that stuff. This. Who's saying this? Okay, the bullet angle is going downward about 30 to 45 degrees and it missed the brain. That is, I would guess, still I believe, yeah. Because there's no end quote. New paragraph means new opening quote, even though it's still the same person speaking. This is from the mother. And I don't know what her, maybe she is. Maybe she's a pathologist or maybe she knows a lot about stuff. A forensic investigator. But, you know, what a private autopsy writer, did they get a real, who is, said the private autopsy she had conducted by Dr. Joseph Cohen See, they didn't quote her here. I'm gonna have to go watch this Tucker Carlson thing. Did they have a whole separate private autopsy? So you can't trust anybody. You can't trust anybody, and including yourself. See what a doubting Thomas I am? I have questions. Did they do an entire autopsy or did they review what was done by the coroner? Don't know. And when you pay somebody, huh, let's take this totally hypothetically. When you pay someone to tell you anything other than what the official coroner said, they're probably not going to come back and tell you, well, the official coroner was right. They get paid. Even if they don't outright lie, they're they understand that if you wanted to believe the coroner, you'd just believe the coroner. You wouldn't be out shopping for someone else to tell you something else. And this is, even if not intentional, because that's just what people do, they know it deep down inside, and their semi consciousness tells them, oh, well. So now, confirmation bias and all those other weird terminologies, I don't know enough of them. Now you go in to your review or your new, if you did a full new autopsy. That's why I said I would like to see both. So, next question. We're going to see this private autopsy, and was it a full autopsy or a partial based on review of the coroners? Coroner. It's question mark. When we discussed about things before, it said something else in here, and my wife asked about it, and then we get to that attorney and the goofiness. I'm going to stop talking about this because I don't know enough to say really anything. I want to go watch the whole interview. I understand it's not short, not as long as my ding danging videos. The other questions I have is too many questions. Don't do things that cause people questions. Don't write or speak reports that make somebody else have a question. But that's the business that they are in, where all of them, Tucker Carlson, all of them, left and right, all the famous, Rachel Maddow, um, Joe Scarborough, Sean Hannity, that they're all the same. They never say anything. They always, and they'll say a thing, and then they'll say, and I'm not saying that. I'm just asking the question. See that, but nobody goes away and says, "Oh man, you know what Sean said? Hannity said." He said, "I'm asking you if there was fraud in the 2020 election." They hear the words. They know that that's the wraparound qualifying statement so that Sean Hannity doesn't get sued for $1.2 billion like everybody else and then do settlements for 700 million like Fox News had to do. So instead of saying blah, 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 fraud in 2024, they say And they all say it exactly the same. I'm not saying that there was a thing. I'm just asking the question. Knowing on one side, approximately 80 million people, and on the other side, approximately 80 million people are going to run around definitively making statements based on those lie questions. That's how they make their money. That's what keeps their ratings up. Oh, sorry. I was reading a secret message. Sorry, sir. I'm going to have to come back to that later. And I didn't forget about the David Lynch thing. I better look that up. But anyway, all of this, I'm beginning to get that queasy, uneasy feeling that, much like when my wife asked me, is it possible for somebody to shout themselves twice in the head to unalive themselves? And we discussed that at length on one of our previous live streams. Absolutely. Is it possible that somebody could have shouted themselves in the head without sustaining full super duper uh, brain blendering, and then received another blunt force trauma in close time proximity to the G shout, sorry, and thereby, due to who, if it didn't enter and scramble the eggs or mutilate it and blow it out of a separate orifice or newly formed hole. This is the tough stuff. Extra, triple, quadruple warnings. Pathology talk time. CSI's crime scene investigator talk time. If the projectile bounced off the skull, the physical forces through hydrodynamics, how did that shock wave roll through that very wet, sloppy, gooey, chewy gray matter? Number one, did it cause internal hemorrhaging? Because it absolutely can. And just because the projectile out of the front of a G word didn't enter and do projectile damage, go look at a BBG word that some goofy kid shot a piece of glass with, and look at the huge, not where the BB impacted the glass, the what we call an exit wound. It's a huge, perfect conical or cone shaped removal of all of the glass. That is what is called physics. I do a lot of my G word, no matter what else you do with it, how you use it and how it interacts is engineering. And what is engineering? Physics, not physical strength. When you involve human bodies, it's now biophysiology, mechanics, engineering, and biomechanics. So even if projectile bounced off hard, that bulb at the front is the hardest set of bony structure in the entire human body. It can take a lot of abuse. Why? Because them frontal lobes are the most important part of the human being. Being a being. Go see somebody that had, back in the good old days of modern medicine, frontal lobotomy. They called it vegetable. Drooling idiot. So that's why your body has those. But if one of them perfect conicals of very sharp bone flew through brain at 50% speed of projectile, and I don't know which projectile was used, let's say standard 9 mm's, leaves the muzzle out of a hand G word at 1100 feet per second. That would cause the conical, which is actually more like a UFO disc shape, razor sharp on its edges, and some of those little pieces or small chips that would just be considered shrapnel or fragments. Those are all going at now 550 feet per second. The human head is barely a foot long, so it would travel all the way across that brain, doing all that much brain damage. And what if it hits a huge important artery without any brain damage at all? One of those little particles could scoot across there, and if you got a bleeding artery in your noggin, you can't put a tourniquet around your neck and fix it. And I'm just talking out my butt because everybody said autopsy, autopsy. And you know what? The guy said very authoritatively, which is the wrong word, but that's the word I've taught myself to say. The real coroner, who said he can't let it out, no further comment or reports for publication at this time. Why? Because nobody's submitted the proper whatevers, and they may have filed lawsuit, which will seal it up until the lawsuit has resolved or is no longer in pendency. I think that's the lawyer term. I would like to see the San Francisco Office of Chief Medical Examiner's full report with photographs and diagrams and extensive descriptions of the damage, including, like, was there a out of control arterial hemorrhage inside the cranium or the skull? Now, as for the second injury, well, if somebody shouted themselves and didn't instantly DOA of it, I don't know how far you can go or how long you can last with the ever increasing pressure in your brain. A very dear friend of mine had a huge, they call it hemisphere shifting. A very dear person who may or may not still be here. I hope you're still here, and I hope I don't upset you and activate, or the associations. What lights up a light bulb in somebody's mind? Somebody I know had a severe set of what they called mini strokes, and a lot of minis adds up to a maxi. Several, no major artery, they didn't stroke to death. They still suffer the consequences of that. I'm talking about someone else entirely, because who I was just a second ago talking about and trying to be careful, did not have, one, number one, we didn't have the quality of imaging, but nowadays we do, and it did not take them long to figure out that so much hydrodynamic pressure had been stuck in this poor gentleman's skull, that where the blood fluid was swelling up into his skull, it rotated his brain and crimped off his spinal column. They call it hemisphere shifting, where top down in the imaging you can see the center of the brain off center. He lived 12 days. He was never conscious again. He was one time responsive. And it's very painful for his family. I'm not going to say anything else about it. And that's it. But he lived 12 days. There is a fantastic, this is, do you believe in good miracles and bad ones? Find your YouTube. The human, with both its, whatever is in us, I don't care, spirits, whatever you call it, whatever makes us us, it does have some form of biologic survival ability on its own. Like when you sleep, you don't die because you don't think, breathe. Oregon State Trooper, and it's been a long time ago shooting. Long ago, look how many we have. 1 year ago, an Oregon State Trooper was shot 12 times and received 5 years ago Medal of Valor. Shot that many times and obviously lived to talk about it. No, this is long ago. Look at all these ding-danging. This is just poor little old Oregon. Look at all these police shootouts and how many cops have got shot. Well, I know how to find it. Soldier. It's a shame I can't search on my damn Facebook. Asked and answered. Long discussed. Sorry, people. Somebody send Mark Zuckerberg a letter. So would you give that whiny ass bitch of a dude his face-based backup data? Um, dang, dang. How does Oregon have any troopers? Good God. They've all been shouted. That's it. No preview video. Because it involves violence. I think that's why. 11 years ago. Told you it's been a minute. Go watch this. This is 10 good, 10 bad miracles. Whatever you call a bad miracle. A devil miracle. 10 angels, 10 demons. Right here where this guy is standing here trying to catch the cop. This is the bad guy shooter. He has already been shot. His complete atrium, the upper chamber. Yeah, atrium are the top chambers, and the big important artery out of the left top of his heart is mushed. He's bleeding out of his heart into his own chest. Already. He lasts 3.5 to 4 minutes more. It takes a long time to bleed out. Yeah. That's why it doesn't show the previews. The following content may contain graphic or violent imagery. Thank you, CBS News, for still having it from 11 years ago. With all that new, fresh, holy cow. Poor Oregon. And I hate cops. I hate all you cops. But I say it with love. All you gotta do is take a class and better yourself. I don't hate you enough that I think anybody should be out there shouting you as long as you aren't out there shouting the public or otherwise violating all of their rights. But it's another curse of earth and birth and circumstance that it's another saying of mine. The cops that need it don't ever get it. It's always the one that you would say, well, dang, you know where that good cop Dean's always been looking for is? He got shot. She got shot. KIA'd. Line of duty. That's why we can't have good cops. We can't have nice things. Hold the line, please. Okay, so I had to mute it. Wife said there was G-word shots outside. I didn't hear them at all. But she said she was outside. All right. So back to the guy. Hypothetically, theoretically, now again, I don't have enough information. And I will go watch. As soon as I get done with the stream, I'm going to hunt it down and watch it. See what that YouTube link that Newsweek happily provided. Thank you, Newsweek. Could I have express written permission? And so here's where we go with this. So if the dude bounced around off his noggin or it rotated, go search it yourself. The ballistic magic that happens. True stories out there galore, especially of the little small pew-pews. A 22 or a 17 HMR entered an eye socket, swirled entirely around the skull on the inside, exited somewhere else, like into a sinus, and they're okay. There's nothing they can do about the damage inside. It'll heal up. They'll have some difficulties, whatever, but they're fine. Swirled all the way around there perfectly. It's the good and the bad miracles mix. How could that be? Because that's how it is. I know a guy that's got a 45 caliber slug in it inside his noggin in his brain. He's a really smart, successful guy. He hasn't DO'd of it and been lead poisoning. Yeah, he got shouted in the noggin with a 45 caliber. I know a woman that has estimated or some evaluations say almost as much as 75% damaged, meaning 30% of the brain is making up for it, for the other 70% that may or may not be working properly. She does fine. Bravo. It's a mysterious thing. It works in mysterious ways. So here's how we go back to this guy. Knowing that with your heart erased out of your chest, you can still go hard and drive your car away for 4+ minutes, including shouting the police officer that shouted you and destroyed your heart. He really did. And then drove away. Go watch the video yourself. The link's up, gonna be down below in the comment after this video's done. Or you can search it like I did. So here's the thing. There was a GSW at a certain angle. They said the projectile itself, carefully crafted language, did not enter the brain. Okay. Listen to everything I said about shrapnel, projectile, and watch some of the videos of hydrodynamics of gunshots, projectiles. Scholarly articles for hydrodynamics. See, now it turned white again. What's up? Google said, here we go. Yeah. See, I didn't make up the big words. I just use them. Physics and biophysics, biodynamics of wound ballistics, 1991, from the military. This will tell you all you need to know. And while you're staring at it and trying to not heave, beware. Some of these things they're designed to train military, both to create these, recreate these cool wounds, or military, what we call battlefield surgeons, doctors, medics, corpsmen, the people who need to make sure that this person stays alive in spite of this wound ballistics that involves hydrodynamics, the shock waves through fluid and or air. Mainly fluid or fluid-like, because most of the human body is fluid-filled or fluid-like or soft tissue. So go study your wound ballistics, firearm-related injuries, part 1. Hydrodynamics. Physical Review Fluids, 2017. Yeah, I know a lot of the big brain stuff, but I try to keep it simple, stupid. Meaning stupid me. Warnings, warnings, warnings. The police shouting videos contain very well. So here we go. Finish up with this guy and then finish up for the night. And I don't think I finished all my checklist stuff. I didn't do news and headlines. I didn't rag on the sentence. I don't care. We'll let them go. It was not their time. Tucker Carlson. Oh, I did get the whole list. This poor young feller and his poor young beautiful mother. So she shouted to the noggin without utter brain destruction, or the brain being squished or liquefied is not as important as anything contacting or affecting the spinal column. What's important is if she really did say it in a certain way, and there really was like uh, bloody footprints, like he looks like he may have traveled, and then there's a bump on his noggin, a blunt force. Well, when your bell gets rung that hard, and now there is no more you, there is a biological thing that is trying to figure out without your assistance. The subconscious takes over entirely, maybe one day, because it is lost to the lore, and it was very private. I didn't dare put something that complicated in its full discussion of the Ferguson, the catalyst to this all, 2015. I can't remember either guy's name. They're both bad guys. Anyway, I have been to many, many people and discussed that at my level of whatever, including some of the international bestest supposed instructors, trainers, drill instructors, you know, that kind of thing. And when they hear it my way, they're like, how could we have never known that? Because you keep your face in a book and a computer screen and you're always trying to 3D model and recreate, and you've never lived in reality. So anyhow, yeah, it's just me. Reading my own resume. Ferguson. Somebody, if you want to hear about it one day, put me a note in the comment. It is definitely one that we will have to do in some other format, share the Discord screens and the mics and the Discord chats, and that's record it and carefully edit it before I'll ever say anything like that or upload it on my YouTube. It's not what people want to hear. Like this. So, dude wanders around. Maybe he's blind. Maybe optic nerve got damaged, or there's blood running down the forehead or whatever. And the body is looking for, what can I do to not die right here, right now? That's what bodies do. It's a cellular thing. It's a deep, deep or subconscious thing. Study what I said earlier. You go to sleep every night and you wake up every morning, or morning and night is relative to what shifts you work in the world. And you don't die in your sleep because you're not sitting there thinking, beat, heart, breathe, lung. All that stuff works autonomically, automatically. You figure it out. Let me know when you have figured it out, how you are really in control of all that. Because you're not. And you're going to be super rich, and I want to ride your train, your coattails, and pick up your crumbs. You're going to have so much you can't carry it all. You're going to drop so much that I'm going to get rich picking up your crumbs. And that's fine. I'm good with that. But the truth of it is, conscious or not, it's very easy to explain that this dude wandered around the environment a little bit and then fell down and bumped his crown. The blunt force injury was probably not from struggle and red rum. Why would somebody struggle and red run him if their G shout to his noggin didn't work? Wouldn't they just G shout him again in the noggin? See, I have questions. I have concerns. It's not nice. It's not nice to say these things. Please don't ever report this back to the poor sweet mother. She's due her time and all of her stages of grief and mourning and stress and all, I don't remember what they're even called, the stages of whatever that include denial, and eventual acceptance is the last one. And is it hashtag too soon? Isn't it always? Then someone to tell Tucker Carlson, hashtag too soon, dude. You shouldn't have made money off of that lady's misery. And by money, I mean ratings. Ratings is where the money is for superstar TV, net V, streamer, all that jazz. With the big name, he's the headliner. Except that if not him, somebody else, and they may have done worse. So, I don't know what to say about it. It is what it is. Shoulda, woulda, coulda's coming from me means, why do we live on this earth? Oh, right. Because the utopia that George asked about earlier and Elizabeth has mentioned, somebody point us all in that direction. We'll go. In the real world, that's how it is. I'm not picking on. That's it. Tucker Carlson did good. If he hadn't, maybe the other person who would have picked her up for the ratings would have been far worse. Maybe they'd have been a butthole like me and said mean things to her, like, hey, show me the papers or shut up. And she would have gone home and grief hurt herself. Or just been hurt and forevermore will be further hurt. The world's been very cruel to this poor lady. I have nothing to say. I'm not the perfect guy who just ran his mouth for 8 hours ish. And then I say some stupid thing like, I have nothing to say. I mean, to or about her. Hashtag always forever too soon. It's never, and these things are just going to keep coming. It came up last night and then further today. And it all ties together. These things, my mind goes through it really quickly. It takes me a lot more work to, hopefully, maybe somebody learns from this and says, man, I never knew. Because if you're in a G word fight, you shoot to stop the threat, okay? Everybody's heard that? That means when it gets down on the ground and stops moving, you're done. Go watch this G battle with a state trooper caught on tape. There's no tape, it's a dash cam. It might have been taped that far back, but I do believe it was a digital whatever recording. And take a look at the many miracles. Here, I'll give you another one. I'm just trying to fill time a little bit because we're 7:52 and a half in. I'll just I will end this stream at 8 hours exactly. State Trooper miracles. And I've done good. I haven't wasted a lot of time, spent a lot of time micro logging like I usually do. Oh 07:53 00 winding down on the infinity. The many miracles, good and bad. Someone comes up, whenever I discuss this with people, I say, give me a better word. We call it a miracle when it must have been a miracle that this thing happened. Well, what do you call it when it's, my words, a bad miracle? Like this bad thing happened. That otherwise, what are the odds? See what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Or I shouldn't call it miracles. Good and bad things. They just happen. But man, it seems like miracles to me. Many miracles, good and bad, of the Oregon state. And I don't know his name. There are too many above. What's important, go watch the video. Here's one thing you know. And I can't remember and I can't see it on my keyboard. Okay. And I can't use the characters in my copy paste. It sees them as me trying to start HTML markups and refuses the things. We say less than or greater than. It's the period and the question mark key on standard compute keyboards. If you're watching a YouTube video, and this has been since forever and it still works today, I don't know how to do it on a device, a handheld device like a phone, on a computer with keys. If you pause a YouTube video, you do less than, greater than, which look like left and right arrows, period and question mark, to go frame forward and frame back. So you can look at these videos frame at a time. The first, I don't want to say SH star T, that looks like poop. The first round from the troopers, G word, knocked the magazine out of bad guy, G word, that's called unloading it. It didn't take the one out of the chamber. It really did. It hit his magazine release and his piece of his hand. Teach you to have a thumb down grip. You had your thumb up, that wouldn't have happened. Hit the release. Especially you G word people into G words, firearms. Go study this video. It is utterly amazing. I posit, I position myself, miraculous. Because that one round from the trooper's gun, then starting to transform. That's the big fancy word for mushroom. Everyone calls it mushrooming. It is transforming the projectile. Then starting to transform. Deflected from the bad guy. G word. And destroyed the upper left of the bad guy heart. How many freaking miracles is that? Because when you watch the video carefully, nothing will motivate and move a human to rip a G word out of their pocket and fire at another one than total, absolute fear. True story. And you can see it in the reflections in the glass and stuff in the video. The officer panic fired. The trooper, his eyes were closed and his shoulders were back. Blind. He fired a shot that unloaded the bad guy word, G word, and destroyed the bad guy heart. That one shot. To give you an idea, Beretta 92. Here is the Beretta 92 pistol. Show me. Show me Beretta. I own one. I own the American-made M9 model. Zoom, zoom. Show me the other side. I need to see the other side. See this tiny little button right here on the screen? This is what that first round hit. That is the magazine release. To those of you that don't know G words, magazine is what holds the ammunition. This is the base of a magazine shoved into the handle or grip of the gun. That is held in by this little button. Well, and I own one. I own a Beretta M9. What I need to do is set a 9mm round next to that thing and see again how big of a miracle was this, and what did the effect of that bad guy thumb being right here have on that police officer projectile flying in from basically this area over here. If you can see the little hand, I should screenshot this and open it up in paint and draw colors on here for you, but nope, we're running out of time. Flew in from here, hit that button that was partially obscured by bad guy thumb, and by the combination of nothing more than physics, the spring action of this, the deflecting properties of this curved cutout right here, and whatever physical effect bad guy thumb, because his thumb was wrecked. Man, his thumb may have had no effect, but that round had enough hydrostatic shock, impact, something, that it wrecked bad guy thumb without entering bad guy thumb. So back to that autopsy report discussion. Just because the projectile did not travel through the human body, go read all those other ones I put up earlier. Static hydrodynamics, ballistic wound effects. All of these randomnesses, and this is all miracles. If the thumb hadn't been there, would the projectile have flown up instead of exactly laterally sideways into the guy's heart? Did the thumb have any effect on the travel? Don't know. I've had those questions for apparently 11 years now. A long time. It might be older than that. That's when they had that video of it. So, anyhow. And still, the guy had the mental capacity because of training and experience. The bad guy was a several times warfighter overseas for our United States Army or Armed Forces in some capacity. He realized that magazine was out of his gun, but so deeply conditioned in him was the fight and prevail training, conditioning, and experience, real world practice in warfighting. Mortally wounded with one round in his gun, he went all the way around in a proper combat stance and aggressive coming forward and put his last round out of his G word into that cop. Shot him right in his armpit, where they tell cops, do not expose your armpit because that's where you have no vest. Yep. Luckily, miracle, all you cops that go out and listen to everybody else talking trash about you because you got some blah bar and you eat too many donuts. Wound dynamics, ballistics versus soft tissues. The heat, the humidity, the dynamics, the motion of the bad guy and the good guy, and I don't know, maybe the hand of miraculous reached in there and kept that. It went in directly at a proper angle to end that officer and rotated through. I don't ever know how to say it. Adipose. Huh. And it's another one. It's very strange. It is very wrong to me. Adipose, not poise. Adipose tissue, also known as body fat, is connective tissue that stores energy or absorbs it, insulates you. I don't know about producing hormones. This is the one that I always laugh about with this cop because his cop belly, or his wedding band, whatever you prefer to call it, absorbed the energy, insulated his body from a 9mm projectile moving at high speed. And because of twist and absorption of energy and dynamics, hydro, fluid, fat is very liquid, adipose tissue. All this in here. That bullet rotated around his belly, damaging only skin and fat. Do you believe in miracles? I don't know. Do you call getting shouted a miracle? Maybe I'll go eat some more donuts. I ain't got enough adipose tissue to get shot. But a different angle, a different anything. Why did the bad guy choose to aim there? I don't know. Because bad guys in the military and law enforcement are taught to at center mass. Center mass, center mass, center mass, hit the big part of the target. You don't do headshots. Always center mass, center mass, center mass, center mass. That's it. All those miracles of good and bad after the guy's heart was destroyed, approximately 61 seconds after that guy's heart was, any pumping it was doing was pumping his blood into his body cavities. 61 seconds later, he shouted a cop. That's a bad miracle in my book. And I said I was going to end at 8. No, it's 8:06. Oh no, it's 8:07. See what happens? Distracted. Squirrel. Adipose. Attaboy. Adipose. I'll try to remember for next time. I won't. Have to shut this down. 12:08 a.m. next day. And I still didn't get to one of the topics or the checklist. But that's all right. Not in depth. I never got an update on the fires. They're still burning. People are still whining. We covered that. Thanks. Again. 2 more exclamation points. Have a great night. No live tomorrow. I will plan for Saturday. So I'll send emails around in chats. I saved. Paste. Paste. Yep. See? Because of lag, because of the time-space continuum, through the black hole of the internet web spaces, and all the conspiracy theories and Big Brother listening and watching us, I answered before she asked. Check it out. I didn't really. So, yep. And on that note, I'm hoping that the lag has caught up, sort of. I don't know how bad the lag is sometimes. I will clean the rest of my shed and the other shed and put in the new repairs. Let's get it up on the main screen for just a second. Main screen. Main screen's got a picture of it. I already read it on the other screen. And then I'm going to sign out of here and go eat me some lunch at midnight 10. Thank you, everybody listening. Especially thank you to anybody that will put a like, a subscribe, a comment, a note. Help me with the algorithm. Help us. Help me. Help me. And all etc. etc. Anybody that knows the Oregon Trooper, tell them, yay. I'm so glad you only got shot in your adipose tissues. Could be worse. You know? Okay. Main screen turns off in 5, 4.